Sunday noon. What a cruel thing is suspense! I will ask leave to go to church this afternoon. I expect to be denied. But if I do not ask, they may allege that my not going is owing to myself. I desired to speak with Shorey. Shorey came. I directed her to carry to my mother my request for permission to go to church this afternoon. What think you was the return? Tell her that she must direct herself to her brother for any favour she has to ask. So, my dear, I am to be delivered up to my brother. I was resolved, however, to ask of him this favour. Accordingly, when they sent me up to my solitary dinner, I gave the messenger a billet, in which I made it my humble request through him to my father to be permitted to go to church this afternoon. This was the contemptuous answer. Tell her that her request will be taken into consideration to-morrow. Patience will be the fittest return I can make to such an insult. But this method will not do with me. Indeed it will not. And yet it is but the beginning, I suppose, of what I am to expect from my brother, now I am delivered up to him. On recollection, I thought it best to renew my request. I did. The following is a copy of what I wrote, and what follows that of the answer sent me. Sir, I know not what to make of the answer brought to my request of being permitted to go to church this afternoon. If you design to show your pleasantry by it, I hope that will continue, and then my request will be granted. You know that I never absented myself, when well at home, till the last 2 Sundays, when I was advised not to go. My present situation is such, that I never more wanted the benefit of the public prayers. I will solemnly engage only to go thither and back again. I hope it cannot be thought that I would do otherwise. My dejection of spirits will give a too just excuse on the score of indisposition for avoiding visits. Nor will I, but by distant civilities, return the compliments of any of my acquaintances. My disgraces, if they are to have an end, need not be proclaimed to the whole world. I ask this favour, therefore, for my reputation's sake, that I may be able to hold up my head in the neighbourhood, if I live to see an end of the unremitted severities which seem to be designed for. Your unhappy sister, Clarissa Harlowe. He responds, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. For a girl to lay so much stress upon going to church, and yet resolve to defy her parents, in an article of the greatest consequence to them and to the whole family, is an absurdity. You are recommended, miss, to the practice of your private devotions. May they be efficacious upon the mind of one of the most prevacious young creatures that was ever heard of. The intention is, I tell you plainly, to mortify you into a sense of your duty. The neighbours you are so solicitous to appear well with already know that you defy that. So, miss, if you have a real value for your reputation, show it as you ought. It is yet in your own power to establish or impair it. J. A. Harlowe. Thus, my dear Miss Howe, has my brother got me into his snares, and I, like a poor silly bird, the more I struggle, am the more entangled. End of Letter 22. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 23 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Monday morning, March the 6th. They are resolved to break my heart. My poor Hannah is discharged, disgracefully discharged. Thus it was. Within half an hour after I had sent the poor girl down for my breakfast, that bold creature Betty Barnes, my sister's confidante and servant, if a favourite maid and confidant can be deemed a servant, came up. What, miss, will you please have for breakfast? I was surprised. What will I have for breakfast, Betty? How? What? How comes it? Then I named Hannah. I could not tell what to say. Don't be surprised, miss, but you'll see Hannah no more in this house. God forbid! Is any harm come to Hannah? What? What is the matter with Hannah? Why, miss, the short and the long of it is this. Your papa and mamma think Hannah has stayed long enough in the house to do mischief, and so she is ordered to troop. That was the confident creature's word, and I am directed to wait upon you in her stead. I burst into tears. I have no service for you, Betty Barnes, none at all. But where is Hannah? Cannot I speak with the poor girl? I owe her half a year's wages. May I not see the honest creature, and pay her wages? I may never see her again, perhaps, for they are resolved to break my heart. And they think you are resolved to break theirs. So tit for tat, miss. Impertinent, I called her, and asked her if it were upon such confident terms that her service was to begin. I was so very earnest to see the poor maid, that, to oblige me, as she has said, she went down with my request. The worthy creature was as earnest to see me, and the favour was granted in presence of Shorey and Betty. I thanked her, when she came up, for her past service to me. Her heart was ready to break, and she began to vindicate her fidelity and love, and disclaimed any mischief she had ever made. I told her that those who occasioned her being turned out of my service made no question of her integrity, that her dismission was intended for an indignity to me, that I was very sorry to be obliged to part with her, and hoped she would meet with as good a service. Never, never, wringing her hands, should she meet with a mistress she loved so well. And the poor creature ran on in my praises, and in professions of love to me. We are all apt, you know, my dear, to praise our benefactors, because they are our benefactors, as if everybody did right or wrong, as they obliged or disobliged us. But this good creature deserved to be kindly treated, so I could have no merit in favouring one whom it would have been ungrateful not to distinguish. I gave her a little linen, some laces, and other odd things, and instead of £4 which were due to her, 10 guineas, and said, if I were ever again allowed to be my own mistress, I would think of her in the first place. Betty enviously whispered Shorey upon it. Hannah told me, before their faces, having no other opportunity, that she had been examined about letters to me and from me, and that she had given her pockets to Miss Harlowe, who looked into them and put her fingers in her stays, to satisfy herself that she had not any. She gave me an account of the number of my pheasants and bantams, and I said, they should be my own care twice or thrice a day. We wept over each other at parting. The girl prayed for all the family. To have so good a servant so disgracefully dismissed is very cruel, and I could not help saying that those methods might break my heart, but not any other way answer the end of the authors of my disgraces. Betty, with a very saucy fleer, said to Shorey, there would be a trial of skill about that, she fancied. But I took no notice of it. If this wench thinks that I have robbed her young mistress of a lover, as you say she has given out, she may believe that it is some degree of merit in herself to be impertinent to me. Thus I have been forced to part with my faithful Hannah. If you can command me the good creature to a place worthy of her, pray do for my sake. End of Letter XXIII. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 24 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 24. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Monday, near 12 o'clock. The enclosed letter was just now delivered to me. My brother has carried all his points. I send you also the copy of my answer. No more at this time can I write. Monday the 6th. Miss Clary, by command of your father and mother, I write expressly to forbid you to come into their presence, or into the garden when they are there, nor when they are not there, but with Betty Barnes to attend you, except by particular license or command. On their blessings you are forbidden likewise to correspond with the vile Lovelace, as it is well known you did by means of your sly Hannah, whence her sudden discharge, as was fit. Neither are you to correspond with Miss Howe, who has given herself high airs of late, and might possibly help on your correspondence with that detested libertine, nor, in short, with anybody without leave. You are not to enter into the presence of either of your uncles, without their leave first obtained. It is a mercy to you, after such a behaviour to your mother, that your father refuses to see you. You are not to be seen in any apartment of the house you so lately governed as you pleased, unless you are commanded down. In short, you are strictly to confine yourself to your chamber, except now and then, in Betty Barnes's sight, as aforesaid, you take a morning or evening turn in the garden, and then you are to go directly, and without stopping at any apartment in the way, up or down the back stairs, that the sight of so perverse a young creature may not add to the pain you have already given everybody. The hourly threatenings of your fine fellow, as well as your own unheard-of obstinacy, will account to you for all this. What a hand has the best and most indulgent of mothers had with you, who so long pleaded for you, and undertook for you, even when others, from the manner of your setting out, despaired of moving you! What must your perverseness have been, that such a mother can give you up? She thinks it is right so to do, nor will take you to favour, unless you make the first steps, by a compliance with your duty. As for myself, whom perhaps you think hardly of, in very good company if you do, that is my sole consolation, I have advised that you may be permitted to pursue your own inclinations. Some people need no greater punishment than such a permission, and not to have the house encumbered by one who must give them the more pain for the necessity she has laid them under of avoiding the sight of her, although in it. If anything I have written appear severe or harsh, it is still in your power, but perhaps will not always be so, to remedy it, and that by a single word. Betty Barnes has orders to obey you in all points consistent with her duty to those whom you owe it, as well as she. James Harlowe. To James Harlowe, Junior, Esquire. Sir, I will only say, that you may congratulate yourself on having so far succeeded in all your views, that you may report what you please of me, and I can no more defend myself than if I were dead. Yet one favour, nevertheless, I will beg of you. It is this. that you will not occasion more severities, more disgraces, that are necessary for carrying into execution your further designs, whatever they be, against your unhappy sister, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 24. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 25 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 25. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday, March the 7th. By my last deposit, you will see how I am driven, and what a poor prisoner I am. No regard had to my reputation. The whole matter is now before you. Can such measures be supposed to soften? But surely they can only mean to try and frighten me into my brother's views. All my hope is, to be able to weather this point till my cousin Morden comes from Florence, and he is soon expected. Yet, if they are determined upon a short day, I doubt he will not be here in time enough to save me. It is plain by my brother's letter that my mother has not spared me, in the report she was pleased to make of the conference between herself and me. Yet she was pleased to hint to me that my brother had views which she would have had me try to disappoint. But indeed she had engaged to give such a faithful account of what was to pass between herself and me, and it was, doubtless, much more eligible to give up a daughter than to disoblige a husband and every other person of the family. They think they have done everything by turning away my poor Hannah, but as long as the liberty of the garden and my poultry visits are allowed me, they will be mistaken. I asked Miss Betty if she had any orders to watch or attend me, or whether I was to ask her leave whenever I should be disposed to walk in the garden, or to go feed my bantams. Lord bless her! What could I mean by such a question? Yet she owned that she had heard that I was not to go into the garden when my father, mother, or uncles were there. However, as it behoved me to be assured on this head, I went down directly, and stayed an hour, without question or impediment, and yet a good part of the time I walked under and in sight, as I may say, of my brother's study window, where both he and my sister happened to be. And I am sure they saw me, by the loud mirth they affected, by way of insult, as I suppose. So this part of my restraint was doubtless a stretch of the authority given him. The enforcing of that may perhaps come next, but I hope not. Tuesday night. Since I wrote the above, I ventured to send a letter by Shorey to my mother. I desired her to give it into her own hand, when nobody was by. I shall enclose a copy of it. You will see that I would have had thought, that now Hannah is gone, I have no way to correspond out of the house. I am far from thinking all I do is right. I am afraid this is a little piece of art. That is not so. But this is an afterthought. The letter went first. Honoured Madam, having acknowledged to you that I had received letters from Mr. Lovelace full of resentment, and that I answered them purely to prevent further mischief, and having shown you copies of my answers, which you did not disapprove of, although you thought fit, after you had read them, to forbid me any further correspondence with him, I think it my duty to acquaint you that another letter from him has since come to my hand, in which he is very earnest with me to permit him to wait on my papa, or you, or my two uncles, in a pacific way, accompanied by Lord M., on which I beg your commands. I own to you, madam, that had not the prohibition been renewed, and had not Hannah been so suddenly dismissed from my service, I should have made the less scruple to have written an answer, and to have commanded her to convey it to him with all speed, in order to dissuade him from these visits, lest any thing should happen on the occasion that my heart aches but to think of. And here I cannot but express my grief, that I should have all the punishment and all the blame, who, as I have reason to think, have prevented great mischief, and have not been the occasion of any. For, madam, could I be supposed to govern the passions of either of the gentlemen? Over the one indeed I have had some little influence, without giving him hitherto any reason to think he has fastened an obligation upon me for it. Over the other, who, madam, has any? I am grieved at heart to be obliged to lay so great a blame at my brother's door, although my reputation and my liberty are both to be sacrificed to his resentment and ambition. May not, however, so deep a sufferer be permitted to speak out. This communication being as voluntarily made as dutifully intended, I humbly presume to hope that I shall not be required to produce the letter itself. I cannot either in honour or prudence do that, because of the vehemence of his style. For having heard, not, I assure you, by my means or through Hannah's, of some part of the harsh treatment I have met with, he thinks himself entitled to place it to his own account by reason of speeches thrown out by some of my relations equally vehement. If I do not answer him, he will be made desperate, and think himself justified (thought I shall not think of him so) in resenting the treatment he complains of. If I do, and if, in compliment to me, he forbears to resent what he thinks himself entitled to resent, be pleased, madam, to consider the obligation he will suppose he lays me under. If I were as strongly prepossessed in his favour as is supposed, I should not have wished this to be considered by you. And permit me, as a still further proof that I am not prepossessed, to beg of you to consider whether, upon the whole, the proposal I made of declaring for the single life, which I will religiously adhere to, is not the best way to get rid of the pretensions with honour. To renounce him, and not be allowed to aver that I will never be the other man's, will make him conclude, driven as I am driven, that I am determined in that other man's favour. If this has not its due weight, my brother's strange schemes must be tried, and I will resign myself to my destiny with all the acquiescence that shall be granted to my prayers. And so, leaving the whole to your own wisdom, and whether you choose to consult my papa and uncles under this humble application or not, or whether I shall be allowed to write an answer to Mr. Lovelace or not, and if allowed to do so, I beg your direction by whom to send it, I remain, your honoured madam, your unhappy, but ever dutiful daughter, Clarissa Harlowe. Wednesday morning. I have just received an answer to the endorsed letter. My mother, you will observe, has ordered me to burn it, but as you will have it in your safe keeping, and nobody else will see it, her end will be equally answered, as if it were burnt. It has neither date nor superscription. Clarissa, say not all the blame and all the punishment is yours. I am as much blamed and as much punished as you are, yet am more innocent. When your obstinacy is equal to any other person's passion, blame not your brother. We judged right, that Hannah carried on your correspondencies. Now she is gone, and you cannot write, we think you cannot, to Miss Howe, nor she to you, without our knowledge, one cause of uneasiness and jealousy is over. I had no dislike of Hannah. I did not tell her so, because somebody was within hearing when she desired to pay her duty to me at going. I gave her a caution, in a raised voice, to take care, wherever she went to live next, if there were any young ladies, how she made parties, and assisted in clandestine correspondencies. But I slid 2 guineas into her hand. Nor was I angry to hear that you were still more bountiful to her. So much for Hannah. I don't know what to write about your answering that man of violence. What can you think of it, that such a family as ours should have such a rod held over it? For my part, I have not owned that I know you have corresponded. By your last boldness to me, an astonishing one it was, to pursue before Mr. Solmes the subject I was forced to break from above stairs. You may, as far as I know, plead, that you had my countenance for your correspondence with him, and so add to the uneasiness between your father and me. You were once my comfort, Clarissa. You made all my hardships tolerable, but now, however, nothing, it is plain, can move you, and I will say no more on that head, for you are under your father's discipline now, and he will neither be prescribed to, nor entreated. I should have been glad to see the letter you tell me of, as I saw the rest. You say both honour and prudence forbid you to shew it to me. O Clarissa, what think you of receiving letters that honour and prudence forbid you to shew to a mother? But it is not for me to see it, if you would choose to shew it to me. I will not be in your secret. I will not know that you did correspond. And, as to an answer, take your own methods. But let him know it will be the last you will write. And if you do write, I won't see it. So seal it up, if you do, and give it to Shorey, and she. Yet do not think I give you license to write. We will be upon no conditions with him, nor will you be allowed to upon any. Your father and uncles would have no patience were he to come. What have you to do to oblige him with your refusal of Mr. Solmes? Will not that refusal be to him to give hope? And while he has any, can we be easy or free from his insults? Were even your brother in fault, as that fault cannot be conquered, is a sister to carry on a correspondence that shall endanger her brother? But your father has given his sanction to your brother's dislikes, your uncle's, and everybody's, no matter to whom owing. As to the rest, you have by your obstinacy put it out of my power to do any thing for you. Your father takes it upon himself to be answerable for all consequences. You must not, therefore, apply to me for any favour. I shall endeavour to be only an observer. Happy, if I could be an unconcerned one. While I had the power, you would not let me use it as I would have used it. Your aunt has been forced to engage not to interfere but by your father's direction. You'll have severe trials. If you have any favour to hope for, it must be from the meditation of your uncles. And yet I believe they are equally determined, for they make it a principle. Alas, they never had children, for that child, who in marriage is not governed by her parents, is to be given up as a lost creature. I charge you, let not this letter be found. Burn it. There is too much of the mother in it, to a daughter so unaccountably obstinate. Write not another letter to me. I can do nothing for you, but you can do every thing for yourself. Now, my dear, to proceed with my melancholy narrative. After this letter, you will believe that I could have very little hopes that an application directly to my father would stand me in any stead. But I thought it became me to write, were it but to acquit myself to myself, that I have left nothing unattempted that he has the least likelihood to restore me to his favour. Accordingly, I wrote to the following effect. I presume not, I say, to argue with my papa. I only beg his mercy and indulgence in this one point, on which depends my present, and perhaps my future happiness, and beseech him not to reprobate his child for any aversion which it is not in her power to conquer. I beg, that I may not be sacrificed to projects and remote contingencies. I complain of the disgraces I suffer in this banishment from his presence, and in being confined to my chamber. In every thing but this one point, I promise implicit duty and resignation to his will. I repeat my offers of a single life, and appeal to him, whether I have ever given him cause to doubt my word. I beg to be admitted to his and to my mamma's presence, and that my conduct may be under their own eye. And this with the more earnestness, as I have too much reason to believe that snares are laid for me, and tauntings and revilings used on purpose to make a handle of my words against me, when I am not permitted to speak in my own defence. I conclude with hoping that my brother's instigations may not rob an unhappy child of her father. This is the answer sent without superscription, and unsealed, although by Betty Barnes, who delivered it with an air as if she knew the contents. Wednesday. I write, perverse girl, but with all the indignation that your disobedience deserves. To desire to be forgiven a fault you own, and yet resolve to persevere in, is a boldness no more to be equalled than passed over. It is my authority you defy. Your reflections upon a brother, that is an honour to us all, deserve my utmost resentment. I see how light all relationship sits upon you. The cause I guess at, too. I cannot bear the reflections that naturally arise from this consideration. Your behaviour to your too indulgent and too fond mother. But I have no patience. Continue banished from my presence, undutiful as you are, till you know how to conform to my will. Ingrateful creature! Your letter but upbraid me for my past indulgence. Write no more to me, till you can distinguish better, and till you are convinced of your duty to a justly incensed father. This angry letter was accompanied by one from my mother, unsealed and unsuperscribed also. Those who take so much pains to confederate every one against me, I make no doubt, obliged her to bear her testimony against the poor girl. My mother's letter being a repetition of some of the severe things that passed between herself and me, of which I have already informed you, I shall not need to give you the contents, only thus far, that she also praises my brother, and blames me for my freedoms with him. End of Letter 25. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 26 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Thursday morning, March the 9th. I have another letter from Mr. Lovelace, although I had not answered his former. This man, somehow or other, knows everything that passes in our family. My confinement, Hannah's dismission, and more of the resentments and resolutions of my father, uncles, and brother, than I can possibly know, and almost as soon as the things happen, which he tells me of. He cannot come at these intelligencies fairly. He is excessively uneasy upon what he hears, and his expressions both of love to me and resentment to them are very fervent. He solicits me to engage my honour to him never to have Mr. Solmes. I think I may fairly promise him that I will not. He begs that I will not think he is endeavouring to make himself a merit at any man's expense, since he hopes to obtain my favour on the foot of his own, nor that he seeks to intimidate me into a consideration for him. but declares that the treatment he meets with from my family is of such a nature, that he is perpetually reproached for not resenting it, and that as well by Lord M. and Lady Sarah, and Lady Betty, as by all his other friends. And if he must have no hope from me, he cannot answer for what his despair will make him do. Indeed, he says, his relations, the ladies particularly, advise him to have recourse to a legal remedy. But how, he asks, can a man of honour go to law for verbal abuses given by people entitled to wear swords? You see, my dear, that my mother seems as apprehensive of mischief as myself, and as I indirectly offered to let Shorey carry my answer to the letter he sent me before. He is full of the favours of the ladies of his family to me, to whom nevertheless I am personally a stranger, except that I once saw Miss Patti Montague at Miss Knolly's. It is natural, I believe, for a person to be the more desirous of making new friends in proportion as she loses the favour of old ones. Yet had I rather appear amiable in the eyes of my own relations and in your eyes than in those of the world besides. But these 4 ladies of his family have such excellent characters, that one cannot but wish to be thought well of by them. Cannot there be a way to find out, by Mrs. Fortescue's means, or by Mr. Hickman, who has some knowledge of Lord M., covertly however, what their opinions are of the present situation of things in our family, and of the little likelihood there is that ever the alliance once approved of by them can take effect? I cannot, for my own part, think so well of myself as to imagine that they can wish their kinsman to persevere in his views with regard to me, though such contempts and discouragements. Not that it would concern me, should they advise him to the contrary. By my lord's signing Mr. Lovelace's former letter, by Mr. Lovelace's assurances of the continued favour of all his relations, and by the report of others, I seem still to stand high in their favour. But methinks I should be glad to have this confirmed to me, as from themselves, by the lips of an indifferent person, and the rather because of their fortunes and family, and take it amiss, as they have reason, to be included by ours in the contempt thrown upon their kinsman. Curiosity at present is all my motive, nor will there ever, I hope, be a stronger, notwithstanding your questionable throbs, even were the merits of Mr. Lovelace much greater than they are. I have answered his letters. If he takes me at my word, I shall need to be less solicitous for the opinions of his relations in my favour, and yet one would be glad to be well thought of by the worthy. This is the substance of my letter. I express my surprise at his knowing, and so early, all that passes here. I assure him, that there were not such a man in the world as himself, I would not have Mr. Solmes. I tell him, that to return, as I understand he does, defiances for defiances to my relations, is far from being a proof with me, either of his politeness, or of the consideration he pretends to have for me. That the moment I hear he visits any of my friends without their consent, I will make a resolution never to see him more, if I can help it. I apprise him, that I am connived in sending this letter, although no one has seen the contents, provided it shall be the last I will ever write to him. That I had more than once told him that the single life was my choice, and this before Mr. Solmes was introduced as a visitor in our family. That Mr. Wyerley and other gentlemen knew it to be my choice, before himself was acquainted with any of us. That I had never been induced to receive a line from him on the subject, but that I thought he had not acted ungenerously by my brother, and yet had not been so handsomely retreated by my friends as he might have expected. But that had he even my friends on his side, I should have very great objections to him. were I to get over my choice of a single life, so really preferable to me as it is, and that I should have declared as much to him, had I not regarded him as more than a common visitor. On all these accounts I desire that the one more letter, which I will allow him to deposit in the usual place, may be the very last, and that only to acquaint me with his acquiescence that it shall be so, at least till happier times. This last I put in that he may not be quite desperate. But if he takes me at my word, I shall be rid of one of my tormentors. I have promised to lay before you all his letters and my answers. I repeat that promise, and am the less solicitous for that reason to amplify upon the contents of either. But I cannot too often express my vexation to be driven to such straits and difficulties here at home as oblige me to answer letters from a man I had not absolutely intended to encourage, and to whom I had really great objections, filled as his are with such warm protestations, and written to me with a spirit of expectation. For, my dear, you never knew so bold a supposer. As commentators find beauties in an author, to which the author perhaps was a stranger, so he sometimes compliments me in high strains of gratitude for favours, and for a consideration which I have never designed him, insomuch that I am frequently under a necessity of explaining away the attributed goodness to him, which, if I shewed, I should have the less opinion of myself. In short, my dear, like a restiff horse, as I have heard described by sportsmen, he pains one's hands, and half disjoints one's arms to rein him in. And when you see his letters, you must form no judgment upon them till you have read my answers. If you do, you will indeed think you have cause to attribute self-deceit and throbs and glows to your friend. And yet, at other times, the contradictory nature complains that I shew him as little favour, and my friends as much inveteracy, as if the rencontre betwixt my brother and him he had been the aggressor, and as if the catastrophe had been as fatal as it might have been. If he has a design by this conduct, sometimes complaining of my shyness at others exulting in my imaginary favours, to induce me at one time to acquiesce with his compliments, at another to be more complacent for his complaints, and if the contradiction be not the effect of his inattention and giddiness, I shall think him as deep and as artful, too probably as practice, a creature as ever lived, and were I to be sure of it, should hate him, if possible, worse than I do Solmes. But enough for the present of a creature so very various. End of Letter XXVI. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales.
Letter XXVII. Of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVII. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday night, March the 9th. I have not patience with any of the people you are with. I know not what to advise you to do. How do you know that you are not punishable for being the cause, though to your own loss, that the will of your grandfather is not complied with? Wills are sacred things, child. You see that they, even they, think so, who imagine they suffer by a will, through the distinction paid to you in it. I allow of all your noble reasonings for what you did at the time. But since such a charming, such filial duty is to go thus unrewarded, why should you not resume? Your grandfather knew failing. He knew what a noble spirit you had to do good. He himself, perhaps, excuse me, my dear, had done too little in his lifetime, and therefore he put it in your power to make up for the defects of the whole family. Were it to me, I would resume it. Indeed I would. You will say you cannot do it while you are with them. I don't know that. Do you think they can use you worse than they do? And is it not your right? And do they not make use of your own generosity to oppress you? Your uncle Harlowe is one trustee, your cousin Morden is the other. Insist upon your right to your uncle, and write to your cousin Morden about it. This, I dare say, will make them alter their behaviour to you. Your insolent brother! What has he to do to control you? Were it me, I wish it were for 1 month and no more, I'd show him the difference. I would be in my own mansion, pursuing my charming schemes, and making all around me happy. I would set up my own chariot. I would visit them when they deserved it. But when my brother and sister gave themselves airs, I would let them know that I was their sister, and not their servant. And if that did not do, I would shut my gates against them, and bid them go and be company for each other. It must be confessed, however, that this brother and sister of yours, judging as such narrow spirits will ever judge, have some reason for treating you as they do. It must long have been a mortification to them, set disappointed love on a side and avarice on his out of the question, to be so much eclipsed by a younger sister. Such a son in a family, were there none but faint twinklers, how could they bear it? Why, my dear, they must look upon you as a prodigy among them, and prodigies, you know, though they obtain our admiration, never attract our love. The distance between you and them is immense. Their eyes ache to look up at you. What shades does your full day of merit cast upon them! Can you wonder, then, that they should embrace the first opportunity that offered to endeavour to bring you down to their level? Depend upon it, my dear, you will have more of it, and more still as you bear it. As to this odious Solmes, I wonder not at your aversion to him. It is needless to say anything to you, who have so sincere an antipathy to him, to strengthen your dislike. Yet who can resist her own talents? One of mine, as I have heretofore said, is to give an ugly likeness. Shall I indulge it? I will, and the rather, as in doing so you will have my opinion in justification of your aversion to him, and in approbation of a steadiness that I ever admired, and must for ever approve of in your temper. I was twice in this wretch's company. At one of the times your Lovelace was there. I need not mention to you of such a pretty curiosity, though at present only a curiosity, you know, the unspeakable difference. Lovelace entertained the company in his lively, gay way, and made everybody laugh at one of his stories. It was before this creature was ever thought of for you. Solmes laughed too. It was, however, his laugh. For his first 3 years at least, I imagine, must have been one continual fit of crying, and his muscles have never yet been able to recover a risible tone. His very smile, you never saw him smile, I believe, never at least gave him cause to smile, is so little natural to his features, that it appears to him as hideous as the grin of a man in malice. I took great notice of him, as I do all the noble lords of the creation in their peculiarities, and was disgusted, nay, shocked at him even then. I was glad, I remember, on that particular occasion, to see his strange features recovering their natural gloominess, though they did this but slowly, as if the muscles which contributed to his distortions had turned upon rusty springs. What a dreadful thing must even the love of such a husband be! For my part, were I his wife, but what have I done to myself to make such a supposition? I should never have comfort but in his absence, or when I was quarrelling with him. A splenetic woman, who must have somebody to find fault with, might indeed to be brought to endure such a wretch. The sight of him would always furnish out the occasion, and all her servants for that reason, and for that only, would have cause to blame their master. But how grievous and apprehensive a thing it must be for his wife, had she the least degree of delicacy, to catch herself in having done something to oblige him. So much for his person. As to the other half of him, he is said to be an insinuating, creeping mortal to any one he hopes to be a gainer by, an insolent, overbearing one where he has no such views, and is not this the genuine spirit of meanness? He is reported to be spiteful and malicious, even to the whole family of any single person who has once disobliged him, and to his own relations most of all. I am told that they are none of them such wretches as himself. This may be one reason why he is for disinheriting them. My Kitty, from one of his domestics, tells me that his tenants hate him, and that he never had a servant who spoke well of him, vilely suspicious of them wronging him, probably from the badness of his own heart, is always changing. His pockets, they say, are continually crammed with keys, so that when he would treat a guest, a friend he is not out of your family, he is as half long puzzling which is which, as his niggardly treat may be concluded in, and if it be wine, he always fetches it himself. Nor has he much trouble in doing so, for he has very few visitors, only those whom business or necessity brings, for a gentleman who can help it would rather be benighted than put up at his house. Yet this is the man, for considerations as sordid as those he is governed by, for husband, that is to say, for a lord and master to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. But perhaps he may not be quite so miserable as he is represented. Characters extremely good or extremely bad are seldom justly given. Favour for a person will exalt the one as disfavour will sink the other. But your Uncle Antony has told my mother, who objected to his covetousness, that it was intended to tie him up, as he called it, to his own terms, which would be with a hempen rather than with a matrimonial cord, I dare say. But is this not a plain indication that even his own recommenders think him a mean creature, and there must be articled with, perhaps for necessaries? But enough, and too much, of such a wretch as this. You must not have him, my dear. That I am clear in, though not so clear how you'll be able to avoid it, except you assert the independence to which your estate gives you a title. Here my mother broke in upon me. She wanted to see what I had written. I was silly enough to read Solmes's character to her. She owned that the man was not the most desirable of men, and that he had not the happiest appearance. But what, said she, is a person in a man? And I was chidden for setting you against complying with your father's will. Then followed a lecture upon the preference to be given in favour of a man who took care to discharge all his obligations to the world and to keep all together, in opposition to a spendthrift or profligate. A fruitful subject, you know, whether any particular person be meant by it or not. Why will these wise parents, by saying too much against the persons they dislike, put one upon defending them? Lovelace is not a spendthrift, owes not obligations to the world, though I doubt not profligate enough. Then putting one upon doing such but common justice, we must need be possessed, truly, and so perhaps we are, but upon curiosities first, that is to say, how such a one or his friends may think of one, and then, but too probably, comes in a distinguishing preference, or something that it looks exceedingly like it. My mother charged me at last to write that side over again, but excuse me, my good mamma, I would not have the character lost upon any consideration, since my vein ran freely into it, and I never wrote to please myself, but I pleased you. A very good reason why we have but one mind between us, only that sometimes you're a little too grave, methinks, and I, no doubt, a little too flippant in your opinion. This difference in our tempers, however, is probably the reason that we love one another so well, that in the words of Norris, no third love can come betwixt. Since each in the other's eye having something amiss, and each loving the other well enough to bear being told of it, and perhaps the rather as neither wishes to mend it, This takes off a good deal from that rivalry which might encourage a little, if not a great deal, of that latent spleen, which in time might rise into envy, and that into ill will. So, my dear, if this be the case, let each keep her fault, and much good may do her with it. And what an heroine or hero must she or he be who can conquer a constitutional fault! Let it be avarice, as in some I dare not name, let it be gravity, as in my best friend, or let it be flippancy, as in I need not say whom. It is proper to acquaint you that I was obliged to comply with my mother's curiosity. My mother has her full share of curiosity, my dear, and to let us see here and there some passages in your letters. I am broken in upon, and I will tell you by and by what passed between my mother and me upon this occasion, and the rather as she had her girl, her favourite Hickman, and your Lovelace, all at once in her eye in her part of the conversation. Thus it was. I cannot but think, Nancy, said she, after all, that there is a little hardship in Miss Harlowe's case, and yet, as her mother says, it is a grating thing to have a child who is always noted for her duty in smaller points to stand in opposition to a parent's will in the greater, yea, in the greatest of all. And now, to middle the matter between both, it is a pity that the man they favour has not that sort of merit which a person of mind so delicate as that of Miss Harlowe might reasonably expect in a husband. But then this man is surely preferable to a libertine who has had a duel with her own brother. Fathers and mothers must think so, were it not for that circumstance, and it is strange if they do not know best. And so they must, thought I, from their experience, if no little dirty views give them also that prepossession in one man's favour, which they are so apt to censure their daughters for having in another's, and if, as I may add in your case, they have no creeping old musty Uncle Antony's to strengthen their prepossessions, as he does my mother's. Poor creeping positive soul! What has such an old bachelor as he to do, to prate about the duties of children to parents, unless he had a notion that parents owe some to their children? But your mother, by her indolent meekness, let me call it, has spoilt all the three brothers. But you see, child, proceeded my mother, what a different behaviour mine is to you. I recommend to you some of the soberest yet politest men in England. I think little of my mother's politest, my dear. She judges of honest Hickman for her daughter, as she would have done, I suppose, 20 years ago for herself. Of a good family, continued my mother, a fine, clear, and improving estate, a prime consideration with my mother, as well as with some other folks of whom you know, and I pray you to encourage him, at least not to use him the worse, for him being so obsequious to you. Yes, indeed, to use him kindly, that he may treat me familiarly, but distance to these men wretches is best, I say. Yet it will all hardly prevail upon you to do as I have you. What would you say were I to treat you as Miss Harlowe's father and mother treat her? What would I say, madam? That's easily answered. I would say nothing. Can you think such usage, and to such a young lady is to be borne? Come, come, Nancy, be not so hasty. You have heard but one side, and that there is more to be said is plain, by your reading to me but parts of her letters. They are her parents. They must know best. Miss Harlowe, as fine a child as she is, must have done something, must have said something, you know how they loved her, to make them treat her thus. But if she be blameless, madam, how does your own supposition condemn them? Then came up Solmes's great estate, his good management of it. A little too near, indeed, was the word. Oh, how money lovers, thought I, will palliate. Yet my mother is a princess in spirit to this Solmes. What strange effects, added she, have prepossession and love upon young ladies! I do not know how it is, my dear, but people take high delight but finding out folks in love. Curiosity begets curiosity. I believe that's the thing. She proceeded to praise Mr. Lovelace's person and his qualifications, natural and acquired, but then she would judge as mothers will judge, and as daughters are very loath to judge, but could say nothing in answer to your offering of living single and breaking with him, if 3 or 4 ifs she made of one good one, that could be depended on. But still, obedience without reserve, reason what I will, is the burden of my mother's song, and this for my sake as well as for yours. I must needs say that I think duty to parents is a very meritorious excellence, but I bless God I have not your trials. We can all be good when we have no temptation or provocation to the contrary, but few young persons who can help themselves to as you can would bear what you bear. I will now mention all that is upon my mind in relation to the behaviour of your father and uncles and the rest of them, because I would not offend you. But I have now a higher opinion of my own sagacity than ever I had, in that I could never cordially love any one of your family but yourself. I am not born to like them. But it is my duty to be sincere to my friend, and this will excuse her Anna Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I ought indeed to have expected your mother, a lady to be reverenced, and now to be pitied. What must have been her treatment to be thus subjugated, as I may call it? Little did the old Viscount think, when he married his darling, his only daughter, to so well appearing a gentleman, and to her own liking too, that she would have been so much kept down. Another would call your father a tyrant, if I must not. All the world that know him do call him so, and if you love your mother, you should not be very angry at the world for taking that liberty. Yet, after all, I cannot help thinking that she is the less to be pitied, as she may be said, be the gout or what you will the occasion of his moroseness, to have long behaved unworthy of her birth and fine qualities in yielding so much as she yields to encroaching spirits. You may confine the reflection to your brother, if it will pain you to extend it, and this is for the sake of preserving a temporary peace to herself, which was the less worth endeavouring to preserve, as it always produced a strengthening the will of others, which subjected her to an arbitrariness that of course grew and became established upon her patience. And now to give up the most deserving of her children, against her judgment, a sacrifice to the ambition and selfishness of the least deserving. But I fly from this subject, having fear I said too much to be forgiven, and yet much less as in my heart to say upon the over-meek subject. Mr. Hickman is expected from London this evening. I have desired him to inquire after Mr. Lovelace's life and conversation in town. If he has not inquired, I shall be very angry with him. Don't expect a very good account of either. He is certainly an intriguing wretch and full of inventions. Upon my word, I most heartily despise that sex. I wish they would let our fathers and mothers alone, teasing them to tease us with their golden promises and protestations and settlements, and the rest of their ostentatious nonsense. How charmingly might you and I live together, and despise them all! But to be cajoled, wire-drawn, and ensnared like silly birds into a state of bondage or vile subordination, to be courted as princesses for a few weeks, in order to be treated as slaves for the rest of our lives. Indeed, my dear, as you say of Solmes, I cannot endure them. But for your relations, friends will no more I call them, unworthy are they even of the other name, to take such a wretch's price as that, and to the cutting off of all reservations from his own family. How must a mind but commonly just resist such a measure? Mr. Hickman shall sound Lord M. upon the subject you recommend, but beforehand I can tell you what he and his sisters will say when they are sounded. Who could not be proud of such a relation as Miss Clarissa Harlowe? Mrs. Fortescue told me that they are all your very great admirers. If I have not been clear enough in my advice about what you shall do, let me say that I can give it all in one word. It is only by re-urging you to resume. If you do, all the rest will follow. We are told here that Mrs. Norton, as well as your aunt Hervey, has given her opinion on the implicit side of the question. If she can think that the part she has had in your education and your own admirable talents and acquirements are to be thrown away upon such a worthless creature as Solmes, I could heartily quarrel with her. You may think I say this to lessen your regard for the good woman, and perhaps not wholly without cause if you do. For, to own the truth, methinks I don't love her so well as I should do, did you love her so apparently less, that I could be out of doubt that you love me better. Your mother tells you that you will have great trials, that you are under your father's discipline. The word is enough for me to despise them who give occasion for its use. That it is out of her power to help you, and again, that if you have any favour to hope for, it must be the mediation of your uncles. I suppose you will write to the oddities, since you are forbid to see them. But can it be that such a lady, such a sister, such a wife, such a mother, has no influence with her own family? Who indeed, as you say, if this be so, would marry, that can live single? My choler is again beginning to rise. Resume, my dear, and that is all I will give myself time to say further, lest I offend you when I cannot serve you. Only this, that I am your truly affectionate friend and servant, Anna Howe. End of Letter 27.
Letter 28 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Friday, March the 10th. You will permit me, my dear, to touch upon a few passages in your last letter that affect me sensibly. In the first place, you must allow me to say, low as I am in spirits, that I am very angry with you for your reflections on my relations, particularly on my father and mother, and on the memory of my grandfather. Nor, my dear, does your own mother always escape the keen edge of your vivacity. One cannot one's self forbear to write or speak freely of those we love and honour, when grief from imagined hard treatment wrings the heart. But it goes against one to hear anybody else take the same liberties. Then you have so very strong a manner of expression, where you take a distaste, that when passion has subdued, and I come, upon reflection, to see by your severity what I have given occasion for, I cannot help condemning myself. But least of all can I bear that you should reflect upon my mother. What, my dear, if her meekness should not be rewarded? Is the want of reward, or the want even of a grateful acknowledgment, a reason for us to dispense with what we think our duty? They were my father's lively spirits that first made him an interest in her gentle bosom. They were the same spirits turned inward, as I have heretofore observed, that made him so impatient when the cruel malady seized him. He always loved my mother, and would not love and pity excusably, nay laudably, make a good wife, who was an hourly witness of his pangs when labouring under a paroxysm, and his paroxysms becoming more and more frequent, as well as more and more severe, give up her own will, her own likings, to oblige a husband thus afflicted, whose love for her was unquestionable. And if so, was it not too natural, human nature is not perfect, my dear, that the husband thus humoured by the wife should be unable to bear control from anybody else, much less contradiction from his children? If you then would avoid my highest displeasure, you must spare my mother, and surely you will allow me with her to pity as well as to love and honour my father. I have no friend but you to whom I can appeal, to whom I dare complain. Unhappily circumstanced as I am, It is but too probable that I shall complain, because it is but too probably that I shall have more and more cause given me for complaint. But be it your part, if I do, to soothe my angry passions, and to soften my resentments; and this the rather, as you know what an influence your advice has upon me, and as you must also know that the freedoms you take with my friends can have no other tendency but to weaken the sense of my duty to them, without answering any good end to myself. I cannot help owning, however, that I am pleased to have you join with me in opinion of the contempt which Mr. Solmes deserves from me. But yet permit me to say, that he is not quite so horrible a creature as you make him. As to his person, I mean; for with regard to his mind, by all I have heard, you have done him but justice. But you have such a talent at an ugly likeness, and such a vivacity, that they sometimes carry you out of vicissitude. In short, my dear, I have known you in more instances than one sit down resolved to write all that wit, rather than strict justice, could suggest upon the given occasion. Perhaps it may be thought that I should say the less on this particular subject, because your dislike of him arises from love to me. But should it not be our aim to judge of ourselves, and of every thing that affects us, as we may reasonably imagine other people would judge of us and of our actions? As to the advice you give, to resume my estate, I am determined not to litigate with my father, let what will be the consequence to myself. I may give you, at another time, a more particular answer to your reasonings on this subject, but, at present, will only observe that it is my opinion that Lovelace himself would hardly think me worth addressing, were he to know this would be my resolution. These men, my dear, with all their flatteries, look forward to the permanent. Indeed, it is fit they should. For love must be a very foolish thing to look back upon, when it has brought persons born to affluence into indignation, and laid a generous mind under obligation and dependence. You very ingeniously account for the love we bear to one another, from the difference in our tempers. I own I should not have thought of that. There may possibly be something in it, but whether there be or not, whenever I am cool, and give myself time to reflect, I will love you the better for the correction you give, be as severe as you will upon me. Spare me not, therefore, my dear friend, whenever you think me in the least faulty. I love your agreeable raillery. You know I always did. Nor, however over serious you think me, did I ever think you flippant, as you harshly call it. One of the first conditions of our mutual friendship was, each should say or write to the other whatever was upon her mind, without any offence to be taken, a condition that is indeed indispensable in friendship. I knew your mother would be for implicit obedience in a child. I am sorry my case is so circumstanced that I cannot comply. It would be my duty to do so if I could. You are indeed very happy that you have nothing but your own agreeable yet whimsical humours to contend with, in the choices she invites you to make of Mr. Hickman. How happy I should be to be treated with so much lenity! I should blush to have my mother say, that she begged and prayed me, and all in vain, to encourage a man so unexceptionable as Mr. Hickman. Indeed, my beloved Miss Howe, I am ashamed to have your mother say, with me in her view, what strange effects have prepossession and love upon young creatures of our sex. This touches me the more sensibly, because you yourself, my dear, are so ready to persuade me into it. I should be very blamable to endeavour to hide any the least bias upon my mind from you, and I cannot but say, that this man, this Lovelace, is a man that might be liked well enough, if he bore such a character as Mr. Hickman bears, and even if there were hopes of reclaiming him. And further still I will acknowledge, that I believe it is possible that one might be driven, by violent measures, step by step as it were, into something that might be called, I don't know what to call it, a conditional kind of liking, or so. But as to the word love, justifiable and charming as it is in some cases, that is to say, in all the relative, in all the social, and what is still beyond both, in our superior duties, in which it may be properly called divine, it has, methinks, in the narrow, circumscribed, selfish, peculiar sense in which you apply it to me, the man too so little to be approved of for his morals, if all that report says of him to be true, no pretty sound with it. Treat me as freely as you will in other respects. I will love you, as I have said, the better for your friendly freedom. But methinks I could be glad that you would not let this imputation pass so glibly from your pen or your lips, as attributable to one of your own sex, whether I be the person or not, since the other must have a double triumph, when a person of your delicacy, armed with such contempts of them all, as you would have one think, can give up a friend, with an exultation over her weakness, as a silly love-strict creature. I could make some other observations upon the contents of your last two letters, but my mind is not free enough at present. The occasion for the above stuck with me, and I could not help taking the earliest notice of them. Having written to the end of my second sheet, I will close this letter, and in my next acquaint you with all that has happened here since my last. End of Letter 28. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 29 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 29. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Saturday, March the 11th. I have had such taunting messages, and such repeated avowals of ill offices brought me from my brother and sister, if I do not comply with their wills, delivered to with provoking sauciness by Betty Barnes, that I have thought it proper, before I entered upon my intended address to my uncles in pursuance of the hint given me in my mother's letter, to expostulate a little with them, but I have done it in such a manner as will give you, if you please to take it as you have done some parts of my former letters, great advantage over me. In short, you will have more cause than ever to declare me far gone in love, if my reasons for the change of my style in these letters with regard to Mr. Lovelace does not engage your more favourable opinion. For I have thought proper to give them their own way, and since they will have it, that I have a preferable regard for Mr. Lovelace, I give them cause rather to confirm their opinion than doubt it. These are my reasons in brief for the alteration of my style. In the first place, they have grounded their principal argument for my compliance with their will upon my acknowledgment that my heart is free, and so, supposing I give up no preferable person, my opposition has the look of downright obstinacy in their eyes, and they argue that at worst my aversion to Solmes is an aversion that may easily be surmounted, and ought to be surmounted in duty to my father, and for the promotion of family views. Next, although they build upon this argument in order to silence me, they seem not to believe me, but treat me as disgracefully as if I were in love with one of my father's footmen, so that my conditional willingness to give up Mr. Lovelace has procured me no favour. In the next place, I cannot but think that my brother's antipathy to Mr. Lovelace is far from being well grounded. The man's inordinate passion for the sex is the crime that is always rung in my ears, and a very great one it is. But does my brother recriminate upon him thus in love to me? No, His whole behaviour shows me that this is not his principal motive, and that he thinks me rather in his way than otherwise. It is then the call of justice, as I may say, to speak a little in favour of a man, who, although provoked by my brother, did not him do all the mischief he could have done to him, and which my brother had endeavoured to do him. It might not be amiss, therefore, I thought, to alarm them a little with apprehension that the methods they are taking with me are the very reverse of those they should take to answer the end they design by them. And after all, what is the compliment I make Mr. Lovelace, if I allow it to be thought that I do really prefer him to such a man as him they terrify me with? Then my Miss Howe, concluded I, accuses me of a tameness which subject me to insults from my brother. I will keep that dear friend in my eye, and for all these considerations try what a little of her spirit will do, sit it ever so awkwardly upon me. In this way of thinking, I wrote to my brother and sister. This is my letter to him. Treated as I am, and in great measure, if not wholly, by your instigations, brother, you permit me to expostulate with you upon the occasion. It is not my intention to displease you in what I am going to write, and yet I must deal freely with you. The occasion calls for it. And permit me, in the first place, to remind you that I am your sister, and not your servant, and that therefore the bitter revilings and passionate language brought me from you, upon an occasion in which you have no reason to prescribe to me, are neither worthy of my character to bear, nor of yours to offer. Put the case that I were to marry the man you dislike, and that he were not to make a polite or tender husband, is that a reason for you to be an unpolite and disobliging brother? Why must you, sir, anticipate my misfortunes, were such a case to happen? Let me tell you plainly, that the man who could treat me as a wife, worse than you of late have treated me as a sister, must be a barbarous man indeed. Ask yourself, I pray you, sir, if you would thus have treated your sister Bella, had she thought fit to receive the addresses of the man so much hated by you? If not, let me caution you, my brother, not to take your measures by what you think will be borne, but rather by what ought to be offered. How would you take it, if you had a brother who, in a like case, were to act by you as you do by me? You cannot but remember what a laconic answer you gave even to my father, who recommended to you Miss Nelly D'Oily. You did not like her, were your words, and that was thought sufficient. You must needs think that I cannot but know to whom to attribute my disgraces, when I recollect my father's indulgence to me, permitting me to decline several offers, and to whom that a common cause is endeavoured to be made, in favour of a man whose person and manners are more exceptional than those of any of the gentlemen I have been permitted to refuse. I offer not to compare the two men together, nor is there indeed the least comparison to be made between them. All the difference to the one's advantage, if I did, is but one point, of the greatest importance indeed, but to whom of most importance? To myself, surely, were I to encourage his application, of the least to you. Nevertheless, if you do not, by your strange politics, unite that man and me as joint sufferers in one cause, you find me as much resolved to renounce him as I am to refuse the other. I have made an overture to this purpose. I hope you will not give me reason to confirm my apprehensions, that it will be owing to you if it be not accepted. It is a sad thing to have to say it, without being conscious of ever having given you cause of offence, that I have in you a brother, but not a friend. Perhaps you will not condescend to enter into the reasons of your late and present conduct with a foolish sister. But if politeness, if civility, be not due to that character and to my sex, justice is. Let me take the liberty further to observe, that the principal end of a young man's education at the university is, to learn him to reason justly, and to subdue the violence of his passions. I hope, brother, that you will not give room for any body who knows us both to conclude that the toilette has taught the one more of the latter doctrine than the university has taught the other. I am truly sorry to have cause to say, that I have heard it often remarked, that your uncontrolled passions are not a credit to your liberal education. I hope, sir, that you will excuse the freedom I have taken with you. You have given me too much reason for it, and you have taken much greater with me without reason. So, if you are offended, ought to look at the cause and not at the effect, then examine in yourself that cause this will cease, and there will not be anywhere a more accomplished gentleman than my brother. Sisterly affection, I do assure you, sir, unkindly as you have been used me, and not the pertness of which of late you have been so apt to impute to me, is my motive in this hint. Let me invoke your returning kindness, my only brother, and give me cause, I beseech you, to call you my compassionating friend. For I am, and ever will be, your affectionate sister, Clarissa Harlowe. This is my brother's answer. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I know there will be no end of your impertinent scribble, if I don't write to you. I write, therefore, but without entering into argument with such a conceited and pert preacher and questioner, it is to forbid you to plague me with your quaint nonsense. I know not what wit in a woman is good for, but to make her overvalue herself, and despise every other person. Yours, Miss Pert, has set you above your duty, and above being taught or prescribed to, either by parents or any body else. But go on, miss, your mortification will be the greater, that's all, child. It shall, I assure you, if I can make it so long as you prefer that villainous Lovelace, who is justly hated by all your family, to every body. We see by your letter now, what we too justly suspected before, most evidently we see, the hold he has got of your forward heart. But the stronger the hold, the greater must be the force, and you shall have enough of that, to tear such a miscreant from it. In me, notwithstanding your saucy lecturing, and your saucy reflections before, you are sure of a friend as well as of a brother, if it be not your own fault. But if you will still think of such a wretch as that Lovelace, never expect either friend or brother in James Harlowe. I will now give you a copy of my letter to my sister, with her answer. In what, my dear sister, have I offended you, that instead of endeavouring to soften my father's anger against me, as I am sure I should have done for you, had my unhappy case been yours, you should, in so hard-hearted a manner, join to aggravate not only his displeasure, but my mother's against me? Make but my own case your own, my dear Bella, and suppose you were commanded to marry Mr. Lovelace, to whom you are believed to have such an antipathy, you would not think it a very grievous injunction. Yet cannot your dislike to Mr. Lovelace be greater than mine is to Mr. Solmes? Nor are love and hatred voluntary passions. My brother may perhaps think it is a proof of a manly spirit to shew himself an utter stranger to the gentle passions. We have both heard him boast that he is never loved with distinctions, and having predominating passions, checked in the first attempt, perhaps he never will. It is the less wonder, then, raw from the college, so lately himself the tutored, that he should set up for himself a tutor, a prescriber to our gentler sex, whose tastes and manners are differently formed. For what, according to his count, are colleges but classes of tyrants, from the upper students over the lower, and from them to the tutor? That he, with such masculine passions, should endeavour to control and bear down an unhappy sister, in a case where his antipathy, and give me leave to say, his ambition, once you would have allowed the letter to be his fault, can be gratified by so doing, may not be quite so much to be wondered at, but that a sister should give up the cause of a sister, and join with him to set her father and mother against her, in a case that might have been her own. Indeed, my Bella, this is not pretty in you. There was a time that Mr. Lovelace was thought reclaimable, and when it was far from being deemed a censurable view to hope to bring him back to the paths of virtue and honour, a man of his sense and understanding. I am far from wishing to make the experiment, but nevertheless will say, that if I have not a regard for him, the disgraceful methods taken to compel me to receive the addresses of such a man as Mr. Solmes are enough to induce it. Do you say, my dear sister, for one moment, lay aside all prejudice, and compare the two men in their births, their educations, their persons, their understandings, their manners, their air, and their whole deportments, and in their fortunes too, taken in reversions, and then judge of both. Yet, as I have frequently offered, I will live single with all my heart, if that will do. I cannot thus live in displeasure and disgrace. I would, if I could, oblige all my friends. But will it be just, will it be honest, to marry a man I cannot endure? If I have not been used to oppose the will of my father, but have always delighted to oblige and obey, judge of the strength of my antipathy by the painful opposition I am obliged to make, and cannot help it. Pity then, my dearest Bella, my sister, my friend, my companion, my adviser, as you used to be when I was happy, and plead for your ever affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. To Miss Clary Harlowe. Let it be pretty or not pretty in your wise opinion, I shall speak my mind. I will assure you both of your and our conduct in relation to this detested Lovelace. You are a fond, foolish girl, with all your wisdom. Your letter shows that enough in 20 places. And as to your cant of living single, nobody will believe you. This is one of your fetches to avoid complying with your duty, and the will of the most indulgent parents in the world, as yours have been to you, I am sure, though now they see themselves finally requited for it. We all indeed once thought your temper soft and amiable. But why was it? You were never contradicted before. You had always your own way. But no sooner do you meet with opposition in your wishes to throw yourself away upon a vile rake, but you show what you are. You cannot love Mr. Solmes. That's the pretence. But sister, let me tell you that 'tis because Lovelace has got into your fond heart, a wretch hated, justly hated by us all, and who has dipped his hands in the blood of your brothers. Yet him you would make our relation, would you? I have no patience with you, but for putting the case of my liking such a vile wretch as him. As to the encouragement you pretend he received formerly from all our family, it was before we knew him to be so vile, and the proofs that had such force upon us ought to have had some upon you, and would, had you not been a foolish forward girl, as on this occasion every body sees you are. Oh, how you run out of favour of the wretch! His birth, his education, his person, his understanding, his manners, his air, his fortune, reversions too taken in augment the surfeiting catalogue. What a fond string of lovesick praises is here! And yet you would live single. Yes, I warrant, when so many imaginary perfections dance before your dazzled eyes. But no more. I only desire that you will not, while you seem to have such an opinion of your wit, think every one else a fool, and that you can at pleasure, by your whining flourishes, make us dance after your lead. Write as often as you will. This shall be the last answer or notice you shall have upon this subject from Arabella Harlowe. I had in readiness a letter for each of my uncles, and meeting in the garden a servant of my uncle Harlowe, I gave him to deliver according to their respective directions. If I am to form a judgment by the answers I have received from my brother and sister, as above, I must not, I doubt, expect any good from those letters. But when I have tried every expedient, I shall have the less to blame myself for, if anything unhappy should fall out. I will send you copies of both, when I see what notices they will be thought worthy of, if of any. End of Letter 29. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales. Letter 30 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday night, March the 12th. This man, this Lovelace, gives me great uneasiness. He is extremely bold and rash. He was this afternoon at our church, in hopes to see me, I suppose, and yet, if he had such hopes, his usual intelligence must have failed him. Sure he was at church, and a principal part of her observation was upon his haughty and proud behaviour when he turned round in the pew where he sat to our family pew. My father and both my uncles were there, so were my mother and sister. My brother, happily, was not. They all came home in disorder, nor did the congregation mind anybody but him, it being his first appearance there since the unhappy rencounter. What did the man come for, if he intended to look challenge and defiance, as sure he says he did, and as others, it seems, thought he did as well as she? Did he come for my sake? And by behaving in such a manner to those present of my family, imagine he was doing me either service or pleasure? He knows how they hate him, nor will he take pains, would pains do, to obviate their hatred. You and I, my dear, have often taken notice of his pride, and you have rallied upon him for it. And instead of exculpating himself, he has owned it, and by owning it he has thought he has done enough. For my own part, I thought pride in his case an improper subject for raillery. People of birth and fortune to be proud is so needless, so mean a vice. If they deserve respect, they will have it, without requiring it. In other words, for persons to endeavour to gain respect by a haughty behaviour is to give a proof that they mistrust their own merit, to make confession that they know that their actions will not attract it. Distinction or quality may be prided in by those to whom distinction or quality is a new thing, and then the reflection and contempt which such bring upon themselves by it is a counterbalance. Such added advantages, too, as this man has in person and mien, learned also as he says he is, such a man to be haughty, to be imperious, the lines of his own face at the same time condemning him, how wholly inexcusable. Proud of what? Not of doing well, the only justifiable pride. Proud of exterior advantages? Must not one be led by such a stop-short pride, as I may call it, in him or her who has it, to mistrust the interior? Some people may indeed be afraid that if they did not assume, they would be trampled upon, A very narrow fear, however, since they trample upon themselves. Who can fear this? But this man must be secure that humility would be an ornament to him. He has talents indeed, but those talents and his personal advantages have been snares to him. It is plain they have, and this shows that, weighed in an equal balance, he would be found greatly wanting. Had my friends confided, as they did at first, in that discretion which they do not accuse me of being defective in, I dare say I should have found him out, and then should have been as resolute to dismiss him as I was to dismiss others, and as I am never to have Mr. Solmes. Oh, that they did but know my heart! It shall sooner burst than voluntarily, uncompelled, undriven, dictate a measure that shall cast a slur either upon them or my sex. Excuse me, my dear friend, for these grave soliloquies, as I may call them. How have I run from reflection to reflection! But the occasion is recent. They are all in commotion below upon it. Shorey says that Mr. Lovelace watched my mother's eye, and bowed to her, and she returned the compliment. He always admired my mother. She would not, I believe, have hated him, had she not been bid to hate him, and had it not been for the rencounter between him and her only son. Dr. Lewen was at church, and observing, as every one else did, the disorder into which Mr. Lovelace's appearance had put all our family, was so good as to engage him in conversation when the service was over, till they were all gone to their coaches. My uncles had my letters this morning. They, as well as my father, are more and more incensed against me, it seems. Their answers, if they vouchsafe to answer me, will demonstrate, I doubt not, the unseasonableness of this rash man's presence at our church. They are angry also, as I understand, with my mother, for returning his compliment. What an enemy is hated, even to the common forms of civility, which, however, more distinguish the payer of a compliment than the receiver. But they all see, they say, that there is but one way to put an end to his insults. So I shall suffer, and in what will the rash man have benefited himself, or mended his prospects? I am extremely apprehensive that this worse than ghost-like appearance of his bodes some still bolder step. If he come hither, and very desirous he is of my leave to come, I am afraid there will be murder. To avoid that, if there were no other way, I would most willingly be buried alive. They are all in consultation, upon my letters, I suppose. So they were in the morning, which occasioned my uncles to be at our church. I will send you the copies of those letters, as I promised in my last, when I see whether I can give you their answers with them. This letter is all, I cannot tell what, the effect of apprehension and displeasure at the man who has occasioned my apprehensions. 6 lines would have contained all that is in it to the purpose of my story. Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 30. Recording by Ben Dutton, Lampeter, Wales.
Letter 31. Of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betty's Bledrus, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, March the 13th. Editor's note. These gentlemen affected what they called the Roman style, to wit, the thee and the thou in their letters, and it was an agreed rule with them to take in good part whatever freedoms they treated each other with, if in the passages were written in that style. In vain dost thou and thy compeers press me to go to town, while I am in such an uncertainty as I am at present with this proud beauty. All the ground I have hitherto gained with her is entirely owing to her concern for the safety of people whom I have reason to hate. Write then, thou biddest me, if I will not come. That indeed I can do, and as well without a subject as with one. And what follows shall be a proof of it. The lady's malevolent brother has now, as I told thee at M. Hall, introduced another man, the most unpromising in his person and qualities, the most formidable in his offers that has yet appeared. This man has by his proposals captivated every soul of the Harlowes. Soul, did I say? There is not a soul among them but my charmer's, and she, withstanding them all, is actually confined and otherwise maltreated by a father the most gloomy and positive, at the instigation of a brother the most arrogant and selfish. But thou knowest their characters, and I will not therefore sully my paper with them. But is it not a confounded thing to be in love with one who is the daughter, the sister, the niece of a family I must eternally despise? And, the devil of it, that love increasing with her, what shall I call it? 'Tis not scorn, 'tis not pride, 'tis not the insolence of an adored beauty, but 'tis to virtue, it seems, that my difficulties are owing, and I pay for not being a sly sinner, an hypocrite, and for being regardless of my reputation, for permitting slander to open its mouth against me. But is it necessary for such a one as I, who has been used to carry all before me upon my own terms, I, who never inspired a fear that had not a discernibly predominant mixture of love in it, to be a hypocrite? Well, says the poet, he who seems virtuous does but act a part, and shows not his own nature, but his art. Well, but it seems I must practise for this art, if it would succeed with this truly admirable creature. But why practise for it? Cannot I indeed reform? I have but one vice, have I, Jack? Thou knowest my heart, if any man living does, and as far as I know it thyself, thou knowest it. But 'tis a cursed deceiver, for it has many a time imposed upon its master. Master, did I say? That I am not now, nor have I been from the moment I beheld this angel of a woman. Prepared indeed as I was by her character before I saw her, for what a mind must be which, though not virtuous itself, admires not virtue in another. My visit to Arabella, owing to mistake of the sister, into which, as thou hast heard me, I was led by the blundering uncle, who was to introduce me, but lately come from abroad, to the divinity, as I thought, but instead of her, carried me to a mere mortal. And much difficulty had I, so fond and forward, my lady, to get off without forfeiting all with a family I intended should give me a goddess. I have boasted that I was once in love before, and indeed I thought I was. It was in my early manhood, with that quality jilt, whose infidelity I have vowed to revenge upon as many of the sex as shall come into my power. I believe, in different climes, I have already sacrificed an hecatomb to my nemesis, in pursuance of this vow. But upon recollecting what I was then, and comparing it with what I find myself now, I cannot say that I was ever in love before. What was it then, thou ask me, since the disappointment had such effects upon me, when I found myself jilted, that was hardly kept in my senses? Why, I'll grant thee what, as near as I can remember, for it was a great while ago, it was, egad, Jack, I can hardly tell what it was, but a vehement aspiration after novelty, I think. Those confounded poets with their terrenely celestial descriptions did as much with me as the lady. They fired my imagination, and set me upon a desire to become a goddess maker. I must needs try my new-fledged pinions in a sonnet, elegy, and madrigal. I must have a Cynthia, a Stella, a Saccharissa, as well as the best of them. Darts and flames, and the devil knows what, I must give to my Cupid. I must create time. I have been at a loss for a subject, when my new created goddess has been kinder than it was proper for my plaintive sonnet that she should be. Then I found I had a vanity of another sort in my passion. I found myself pretty well received among the women in general, and I thought it a pretty ladylike tyranny, I was then very young and very vain, to single out some one of the sex, to make half a score jealous. And I can tell thee it had its effect, for many an eye have made to sparkle with rival indignation, many a cheek glow, and even many a fan have I caused to be snapped at a sister beauty, accompanied with a reflection, perhaps, at being seen alone with a wild young fellow, who could not be in private with both at once. In short, Jack, it was more pride than love, as I now find it, that put me upon making such a confounded rout about losing that noble varletess. I thought she loved me at least as well as I believed I loved her. Nay, I had the vanity to suppose she could not help it. My friends were pleased with my choice. They wanted me to be shackled, for early did they doubt my morals as to the sex. They saw that the dancing, the singing, the musical ladies were all fond of my company, for who, I am in a humour to be vain, I think, for who danced, who sung, who touched the string, whatever the instrument, with a better grace than thy friend? I have no notion of playing the hypocrite so egregiously as to pretend to be blind to qualifications which every one sees and acknowledges, such praise-begetting hypocrisy, such affectedly disclaimed attributes, such contemptible praise-traps. But yet shall my vanity extend only to personals, such as the gracefulness of dress, my debonair, and my assurance, self-taught, self-acquired. These, for my part, I value not myself upon them. Thou wilt say I have no cause, perhaps not, but if I had anything valuable as to intellectuals, those are not my own, and to be proud of what a man is answerable for the abuse of, and has no merit to the right use of, is to strut, like the jay, in borrowed plumage. But to return to my fair jilt. I could not bear that a woman who was the first that had bound me in silken fetters, they were not iron ones like those I now wear, should prefer a coronet to me, and when the bird was flown, I set more value upon it than when I had it safe in my cage and could visit it when I pleased. But now am I indeed in love. I can think of nothing, of nobody, but the divine Clarissa Harlowe. Harlowe, how that hated word sticks in my throat, but I shall give her for it the name of love. Clarissa! Oh, there's music in the name, that softening me to infant tenderness, makes my heart spring like the first leaps of life. But couldst thou have believed that I, who think it possible for me to favour as much as I can be favoured, that I, who for this charming creature think of forgoing the life of honour for the life of shackles, could adapt these over-tender lines of Otway? I checked myself, and leaving the first 3 lines to the following of Dryden to the family of whiners, find the workings of the passion in my stormy soul better expressed by the 3 last. Love various minds does variously inspire, he stirs in gentle natures gentle fires, like that of incense on the altar laid. But raging flames tempestuous souls invade, a fire which every windy passion blows, with pride it mounts, and with revenge it glows. And with revenge it shall glow. For, dost thou think, that if it were not from the hope that this stupid family are all combined to do my work for me, I would bear their insults? Is it possible to imagine that I would be braved as I am braved? threatened as I am threatened, by those who are afraid to see me, and by this brutal brother too, to whom I gave a life indeed not worth my taking, had I not a greater pride in knowing that by means of his very spy upon me, I am playing him off as I please, cooling or inflaming his violent passions as may best suit my purposes, permitting so much to be revealed of my life and actions and intentions as may give him such a confidence in his double-faced agent as shall enable me to dance his employer upon my own wires. This it is that makes my pride mount above my resentment. By this engine, whose springs I am continually oiling, I play them all off. The busy old tarpaulin uncle I make but an ambassador to Queen Arabella Howe, to engage her, for example sake, to her princessly daughter, to join in their cause, and to assert an authority they are resolved, right or wrong, or I could do nothing, to maintain. But what my motive, dost thou ask? No less than this, that my beloved shall find no protection out of my family. For if I know hers, fly she must, or have the man she hates. This, therefore, if I take my measures right, and my familiar fail me not, will secure her mine, in spite of them all. Inflexible hearts, mine without condition, without reformation promises, without the necessity of a siege of years, perhaps, and to be even then, after wearing the guise of merit-loving hypocrisy, at an uncertainty, upon a probation unapproved of. Then shall I have all the rascals and rascalesses of the family come creeping to me, I prescribing to them, and bringing that sordidly imperious brother to kneel at the footstep of my throne. All my fear arises from the little hold I have in the heart of this charming frost-piece, such a constant glow upon her lovely features, eyes so sparkling, limbs so divinely terms, health so florid, youth so blooming, air so animated, to have a heart so impenetrable, and I, the hitherto successful Lovelace, the addresser, how can it be? Yet there are people, and I have talked with some of them, who remember that she was born. Her nurse Norton boasts of her maternal offices in her earliest infancy, and in her education gradatim. So there is full proof that she came not from above all at once an angel. How then can she be so impenetrable? But here's her mistake, nor will she be cured of it. She takes the man she calls her father (her mother had been faultless had she not been her father's wife), she takes the men she calls her uncles, the fellows she calls her brother, and the poor contemptible she calls her sister, to be her father, to be her uncles, her brother, her sister, and that she owes to them, some of them, reverence, to others, respect. Let them treat her ever so cruelly. Sordid ties, mere cradle prejudices. For had they not imposed upon her by nature, when she was in a perverse humour, or could she have chosen her relations, would any of these been among them? How my heart rises at her preference of them to me, when she is convinced of their injustice to me, convinced that the alliance would do honour to them all, herself excepted, whom every one owes honour, and from whom the most princely family might receive it. But how much more will my heart rise with indignation against her, if I find she hesitates but one moment, however persecuted, about preferring me to the man she avowedly hates. But she cannot surely be so mean as to purchase her peace with them at so dear a rate. She cannot give a sanction to projects formed in malice, and founded in a selfishness, and that at her own expense, which she has spirit enough to despise in others, and ought to disavow, that we may not think her a Harlowe. By this incoherent ramble thou wilt gather that I am not likely to come up in haste, since I must endeavour first to obtain some assurance from the beloved of my soul that I shall not be sacrificed to such a wretch as Solmes. Woe be to the fair one, if ever she be driven into my power, for I despair of a voluntary impulse in my favour, and I find a difficulty in obtaining this security. That her indifference to me is not owing to superior liking she has for any other, is what rivets my chains. But take care, fair one, take care, O thou most exalted of female minds, and loveliest of persons, how thou debasest thyself by encouraging such a competition as thy sordid relations have set on foot in mere malice to me. Thou wilt say I rave, and so I do. Perdition catch my soul, but I do love her. Else could I hear the perpetual revilings of her implacable family, else could I creep about, not her proud father's house, but his paddock and garden walls, yet a quarter of a mile distance between us, not hoping to behold the least glimpse of her shadow. Else should I think myself repaid, amply repaid, if the fourth, fifth, or sixth midnight stroll through unfrequented paths and over briery enclosures affords me a few cold lines, the even expected purport only to let me know that she values the most worthless person of her very worthless family more than she values me, and that she would not write at all but to induce me to bear insults which unman me to bear. My lodging in the intermediate way at a wretched alehouse, disguised like an inmate of it, accommodations equally vile as those I met with in my Westphalian journey. 'Tis well that the necessity of all this arise not from scorn and tyranny, but is first opposed upon herself. But was ever hero in romance, fighting with giants and dragons accepted, called upon to harder trials? Fortune and family and reversionary grandeur upon my side, such a wretched fellow my competitor, must I not be deplorably in love, that can go through these difficulties, encounter these contempts? By my soul, I am half ashamed of myself, I, who am perjured too, by priority of obligation, if I am faithful to any woman in the world. And yet why say I am half ashamed? Is it not a glory to love her, who every one who sees her either loves or reveres, or both? Dryden says, the cause of love can never be assigned, 'tis in no face but in the lover's mind. And Cowley thus addresses beauty as a mere imaginary: Beauty, thou wild fantastic ape, who dost in every country change thy shape, here black, there brown, here tawny, and there white, thou flatterer who compliest with every sight, who hast no certain what nor where. But both these, had they been her contemporaries, and known her, would have confessed themselves mistaken, and taking together person, mind, and behaviour, would have acknowledged the justice of the universal voice in her favour. Full many a lady I vied with best regard, and many a time the harmony of their tongues hath into bondage brought my too diligent ear. For several virtues have I liked several women, never any with so full a soul, but some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, but put it to the foil. But she, O see, she, so perfect and so peerless, is created of every creature's best. Shakespeare. Thou art curious to know if I have not started a new game, if it be possible for so universal lover to be confined so long to one object. Thou knowest nothing of this charming creature, that thou canst put such questions to me, or thinkest thou knowest me better than thou dost. All that's excellent in her sex is this lady. Until matrimonial or equal intimacies, I have found her less than angel. It is impossible to think of any other. Then there are so many stimulatives to such a spirit as mine in this affair, besides love, such a field of stratagem and contrivance, which thou knowest to be the delight of my heart. Then the rewarding end of all, to carry off such a girl as this, in spite of all her watchful and implacable friends, and in spite of a prudence and reserve I have never met with in any of the sex. What a triumph! What a triumph over the whole sex! And then such a revenge to gratify, which is only at present politically reined in, eventually to break forth with greater fury. Is it possible, thinkest thou, that there can be room for a thought that is not of her, and devoted to her? By the devices I have this moment received, I have reason to think that I shall have occasion for thee here. Hold thyself in readiness to come down upon the first summons. Let Belton, Mowbray, and Tourville likewise prepare themselves. I have a great mind to contrive a method to send James Harlowe to travel for improvement. Never was there a booby squire that more wanted it. Contrive it, did I say? I have already contrived it, could I but put it in execution without being suspected to have a hand in it. I am resolved upon it. If I have not his sister, I will have him. But be this as it may, there is a present likeliness of room for glorious mischief. A confederacy had been for some time formed against me, but the uncle and the nephew are now to be double servanted. Single servanted they were before, and those servants are to be double armed when they attend their masters abroad. This indicates their resolute enmity to me, and as resolute favour to Solmes. The reinforced orders for this hostile apparatus are owing, it seems, to a visit I made yesterday to their church. A good place, I thought, to begin reconciliation in, supposing the heads of the family to be Christians, and they meant something by their prayers. My hopes were to have an invitation, or at least to gain a pretence, to accompany home the gloomy squire, and to get an opportunity to see my goddess. For I believed they durst not but be civil to me, at least. But they were filled with terror, it seems, at my entrance, a terror they could not get over. I saw it indeed in their countenances, and that they all expected something extraordinary to follow, and so it should have done, had I been more sure than I am of their daughter's favour. Yet not a hair on their stupid heads do I intend to hurt. You shall have all your directions in writing, if there be occasion. But after all, I dare say there will be no need but to show your faces in my company. Such faces never could four men show. Mowbray's so fierce and so fighting, Belton's so pert and so pimply, Tourville's so fair and so foppish, thine so rough and so resolute, and I your leader. What hearts, although meditating hostility, must those be which we shall not appall! Each man occasionally attended by a servant or two, long ago chosen for qualities resembling those of his master. Thus, Jack, as thou desirest have I written upon something, upon nothing, upon revenge which I love, upon love which I heartily hate, because 'tis my master, upon the devil knows what besides. For looking back, I am amazed at the length of it. Thou mayest read it. I would not for a king's ransom. But so as I do but write, thou sayest thou wilt be pleased. Be pleased then. I command thee to be pleased, if not for the writer's or the written's sake, for thy word's sake, and so in the royal style. For am I not likely to be thy king and thy emperor in the great affair before us? I bid thee very heartily farewell. End of letter 31.
Letter 32 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday, March the 14th. I now send you copies of my letters to my uncles, with their answers. Be pleased to return the latter by the first deposit. I leave them for you to make remarks upon. I shall make none. To John Harlowe, Esquire, Saturday, March the 11th. Allow me, my honoured second papa, as in my happy days you taught me to call you, to implore your interest with my papa to engage him to dispense with a command which, if insisted upon, will deprive me of my free will, and make me miserable for my whole life. For my whole life, let me repeat. Is that a small point, my dear uncle, to give up? Am not I to live with the man? Is anybody else? Shall I not therefore be allowed to judge for myself whether I can or cannot live happily with him? Should it be ever so unhappily, will it be prudence to complain or appeal? And if it were, to whom could I appeal with effect against a husband? And would not the invincible and avowed dislike I have for him at setting out seem to justify any ill usage from him in that state, were I to be ever so observant of him? And if I were to be at all observant of him, it must be from fear, not love. Once more let me repeat, that this is not a small point to give up, and that it is for life. Why, I pray you, good sir, should I be made miserable for life? Why should I be deprived of all comfort but that which the hope that it would be a very short one would afford me? Marriage is a very solemn engagement, enough to make a young creature's heart ache with the best prospects when she thinks seriously of it. To be given up to a strange man, to be engrafted into a strange family, to give up her very name as a mark of her becoming his absolute and dependent property, to be obliged to prefer this strange man to father, mother, to everybody, and his humours to all her own, or to contend, perhaps, in breach of avowed duty, for every innocent instance of free will. To go nowhere to make acquaintance, to give up acquaintance, to renounce even the strictest friendships, perhaps, all at his pleasure, whether she thinks it reasonable to do so or not. Surely, sir, a young creature ought not to be obliged to make all these sacrifices but for such a man as she can love. If she be, how sad must be the case, how miserable the life, if it can be called life. I wish I could obey you all. What pleasure it would be to me if I could. Marry first and love will come after, was said by one of my dearest friends. But this is a shocking assertion. 1,000 things may happen to make that state but barely tolerable where it is entered into with mutual affections. What must it then be where the husband can have no confidence in the love of his wife, but has reason rather to question it, from the preference he himself believes she would have given to somebody else had she had her own option? What doubts, what jealousies, what want of tenderness, what unfavourable prepossessions will there be in a matrimony thus circumstanced? How will every look, every action, even the most innocent, be liable to misconstruction? While, on the other hand, an indifference, a carelessness to oblige may take place, and fear only can constrain even an appearance of what ought to be the effect of undisguised love. Think seriously of these things, dear good sir, and represent them to my father in that strong light which the subject will bear, but in which my sex and my tender years and inexperience will not permit me to paint it, and use your powerful interest that your poor niece may not be consigned to a misery so durable. I offered to engage not to marry at all, if that condition may be accepted. What a disgrace it is to me to be thus sequestered from company, thus banished my papa's and mamma's presence, thus slighted and deserted by you, sir, and my other kind uncle, and to be hindered from attending at that public worship, which, were I out of the way of my duty, would be most likely to reduce me into the right path again. Is this the way, sir? Can this be thought the way to be taken with a free and open spirit? May not this strange method rather harden than convince? I cannot bear to live in disgrace thus. The very servants, so lately permitted to be under my own direction, hardly daring to speak to me, my own servant discarded with high marks of undeserved suspicion and displeasure, and my sister's maid set over me. The matter may be too far pushed, indeed it may, and then perhaps every one will be sorry for their parts in it. May I be permitted to mention an expedient? If I am to be wretched, banished, and confined, suppose, sir, it were to be at your house. Then the neighbouring gentry will the less wonder that the person of whom they used to think so favourably appear not at church here, and that she received not their visits. I hope there can be no objection to this. You used to love to have me with you, sir, when all went happily with me. And will you not now permit me in my troubles the favour of your house, till all this displeasure is overblown? Upon my word, sir, I will not stir out of doors if you require the contrary of me, nor will I see anybody but whom you will allow me to see, provided Mr. Solmes be not brought to persecute me there. Procure then this favour for me, if you cannot procure the still greater, that of a happy reconciliation, which nevertheless I presume to hope for, if you will be so good as to plead for me, and you will then add to those favours and to that indulgence which have bound me and will for ever bind me to be your dutiful and obliged niece, Clarissa Harlowe. The answer. Sunday night. My dear niece, it grieves me to be forced to deny you anything you ask, yet it must be so. For unless you can bring your mind to oblige us in this one point, in which our promises and honour were engaged before we believed there could be so sturdy an opposition, you must never expect to be what you have been to us all. In short, niece, we are in an embattled phalanx. Your reading makes you a stranger to nothing but what you should be most acquainted with. So you will see by that expression that we are not to be pierced by your persuasions and invincible persistence. We have agreed all to be moved or none, and not to comply without one another. So you know your destiny, and have nothing to do but to yield to it. Let me tell you, the virtue of obedience lies not in obliging when you can be obliged again, but give up an inclination, and there is some merit in that. As to your expedient, you shall not come to my house, Miss Clary, though this is a prayer I little thought I ever should have denied you. For were you to keep your word as to seeing nobody but whom we please, yet can you write to somebody else, and receive letters from him. This we too well know you can, and have done. More is the shame and the pity. You offer to live single, miss. We wish you married. But because you may not have the man your heart is set upon, why truly you will have nobody we shall recommend. And as we know that somehow or other you correspond with him, or at least did as long as you could, and as he defies us all, and would not dare to do so if he were not sure of you in spite of us all, which is not a little vexatious to us, you must think, we are resolved to frustrate him, and triumph over him, rather than that he should triumph over us. That's one word for all. So expect not any advocateship from me. I will not plead for you, and that's enough. From your displeased uncle, John Harlowe. P.S. For the rest I refer to my brother Anthony. To Anthony Harlowe, Esquire, Saturday, March the 11th. Honoured Sir, as you have thought fit to favour Mr. Solmes with your particular recommendation, and was very earnest in his behalf, ranking him, as you told me, upon introducing him to me, among your select friends, and expecting my regards to him accordingly, I beg your patience while I offer a few things, out of many that I could offer, to your serious consideration on occasion of his address to me, if I am to use that word. I am charged with prepossession in another person's favour. You will be pleased, sir, to remember that till my brother returned from Scotland, that other person was not absolutely discouraged, nor was I forbid to receive his visits. I believe it will not be pretended that in birth, education, or personal endowments a comparison can be made between the two. And only let me ask you, sir, if the one would have been thought of for me, had he not made such offers as, upon my word, I think I ought not in justice to accept of, nor he to propose. Offers which, if he had not made, I dare say my papa would not have required them of him. But the one, it seems, has many faults. Is the other faultless? The principal thing objected to Mr. Lovelace, and a very inexcusable one, is that he is immoral in his loves. Is not the other in his hatreds? Nay, as I may say, in his loves too, the object only differing, if the love of money be the root of all evil. But, sir, if I am prepossessed, what has Mr. Solmes to hope for? Why should he persevere? What must I think of the man who would wish me to be his wife against my inclination? And is it not a very harsh thing for my friends to desire to see me married to one I cannot love, when they will not be persuaded but that there is one whom I do love? Treated as I am, now is the time for me to speak out or never. Let me review what it is Mr. Solmes depends upon on this occasion. Does he believe that the disgrace which I suffer on his account will give him a merit with me? Does he think to win my esteem through my uncle's sternness to me, by my brother's contemptuous usage, by my sister's unkindness, by being denied to visit or be visited, and to correspond with my chosen friend, although a person of unexceptionable honour and prudence, and of my own sex, my servant to be torn from me, and another servant set over me, to be confined like a prisoner to narrow and disgraceful limits, in order avowedly to mortify me, and to break my spirit, to be turned out of that family management which I loved, and had the greater pleasure in it, because it was an ease, as I thought, to my mamma, and what my sister chose not. And yet, though time hangs heavy upon my hands, to be put so out of my course, that I have as little inclination as liberty to pursue any of my choice delights. Are these steps necessary to reduce me to a level so low as to make me a fit wife for this man? Yet these are all he can have to trust to. And if his reliance is on these measures, I would have him to know that he mistakes meekness and gentleness of disposition for servility and baseness of heart. I beseech you, sir, to let the natural turn and bent of his mind and my mind be considered. What are his qualities by which he would hope to win my esteem? Dear, dear sir, if I am to be compelled, let it be in favour of a man that can read and write, that can teach me something. For what a husband must that man make who can do nothing but command, and needs himself the instruction he should be qualified to give? I may be conceited, sir, I may be vain of my little reading, of my writing, as of late I have more than once been told I am. But, sir, the more unequal the proposed match, if so, the better opinion I have of myself, the worse I must have of him, and the more unfit are we for each other. Indeed, sir, I must say, I thought my friends had put a higher value upon me. My brother pretended once that it was owing to such value that Mr. Lovelace's address was prohibited. Can this be, and such a man as Mr. Solmes be intended for me? As to his proposed settlements, I hope I shall not incur your great displeasure if I say, what all who know me have reason to think, and some have upbraided me for, that I despise those motives. Dear, dear sir, what are settlements to one who has as much of her own as she wishes for, who has more in her own power as a single person than it is probable she would be permitted to have at her disposal as a wife, whose expenses and ambition are moderate, and who, if she had superfluities, would rather dispense them to the necessitous than lay them by her useless? If then such narrow motives have so little weight with me for my own benefit, shall the remote and uncertain view of family aggrandizements, and that in the person of my brother and his descendants, be thought sufficient to influence me? Has the behaviour of that brother to me of late, or his consideration for the family, which had so little weight with him that he could choose to hazard a life so justly precious as an only son's, rather than not ratify passions which he is above attempting to subdue, and, give me leave to say, has been too much indulged in, either with regard to his own good, or the peace of anybody related to him? Has his behaviour, I say, deserved of me in particular, that I should make a sacrifice of my temporal, and who knows of my eternal, happiness, to promote a plan formed upon chimerical, at least upon unlikely contingencies, as I will undertake to demonstrate, if I may be permitted to examine it? I am afraid you will condemn my warmth. But does not the occasion require it? To the want of a greater degree of earnestness in my opposition, it seems, it is owing that such advances have been made as have been made. Then, dear sir, allow something, I beseech you, for a spirit raised and embittered by disgraces which, knowing my own heart, I am confident to say are unmerited. But why have I said so much in answer to the supposed charge of prepossession, when I have declared to my mamma, as now, sir, I do to you, that if it be not insisted upon that I shall marry any other person, particularly this Mr. Solmes, I will enter into any engagements never to have the other, nor any man else, without their consents. That is to say, without the consents of my father and my mother, and of you, my uncle, and my elder uncle, and my cousin Morden, as he is one of the trustees for my grandfather's bounty to me. As to my brother, indeed, I cannot say that his treatment of me has been of late so brotherly as to entitle him to more than civility from me, and for this, give me leave to add, he would be very much my debtor. If I have not been explicit enough in declaring my dislike to Mr. Solmes, that the prepossession which is charged upon me may not be supposed to influence me against him, I do absolutely declare that were there no such man as Mr. Lovelace in the world, I would not have Mr. Solmes. It is necessary in some one of my letters to my dear friends that I should write so clearly as to put this matter out of all doubt, and to whom can I better address myself with an explicitness that can admit of no mistake than to that uncle who professes the highest regard for plain dealing and sincerity. Let me, for these reasons, be still more particular in some of my exceptions to him. Mr. Solmes appears to me, to all the world indeed, to have a very narrow mind, and no great capacity. He is coarse and indelicate, as rough in his manners as in his person. He is not only narrow, but covetous. Being possessed of great wealth, he enjoys it not, nor has the spirit to communicate to a distress of any kind. Does not his sister live unhappily for want of a little of his superfluities? And suffers not he his aged uncle, the brother of his own mother, to owe to the generosity of strangers the poor subsistence he picks up from half a dozen families? You know, sir, my open, free, communicative temper. How unhappy must I be, circumscribed in his narrow, selfish circle, out of which, being withheld by this diabolical parsimony, he dare no more stir than a conjurer out of his, nor would let me. Such a man as this love! Yes, perhaps he may my grandfather's estate, which he has told several persons, and could not resist hinting the same thing to me with that sort of pleasure which a low mind takes when it intimates its own interest as a sufficient motive for it to expect another's favour, lies so extremely convenient for him that it would double the value of a considerable part of his own. That estate, and an alliance which would do credit to his obscurity and narrowness, they make him think he can love, and induce him to believe he does. But at most it is but a second-place love. Riches were, are, and always will be his predominant passion. His were left him by a miser, on this very account, and I must be obliged to forego all the choice delights of my life, and be as mean as he, or else be quite unhappy. Pardon, sir, this severity of expression. One is apt to say more than one would of a person one dislikes, when more is said in his favour than he can possibly deserve, and when he is urged to my acceptance with so much vehemence that there is no choice left me. Whether these things be perfectly so or not, while I think they are, it is impossible I should ever look upon Mr. Solmes in the light he has offered to me. Nay, were he to be proved 10 times better than I have represented him, and sincerely think him, yet would he be still 10 times more disagreeable to me than any other man I know in the world. Therefore let me beseech you, sir, to become an advocate for your niece, that she may not be made a victim to a man so highly disgustful to her. You and my other uncle can do a great deal for me, if you please, with my papa. Be persuaded, sir, that I am not governed by obstinacy in this case, but by aversion, an aversion I cannot overcome. For if I have but endeavoured to reason with myself, out of regard to the duty I owe to my father's will, my heart has recoiled, and I have been averse to myself for offering but to argue with myself in behalf of a man who, in the light he appears to me, has no one merit, and who, knowing this aversion, could not persevere as he does if he had the spirit of a man. If, sir, you can think the contents of this letter reasonable, I beseech you to support them with your interest. If not, I shall be most unhappy. Nevertheless, it is but just in me so to write, as that Mr. Solmes may know what he has to trust to. Forgive, dear sir, this tedious letter, and suffer it to have weight with you, and you will for ever oblige your dutiful and affectionate niece, Clarissa Harlowe. Mr. Anthony Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Niece Clary, you had better not write to us, or to any of us. To me particularly you had better never to have set pen to paper on the subject whereon you have written. He that is first in his own cause, saith the wisest man, seemeth just, but his neighbour cometh and searcheth him. And so in this respect I will be your neighbour, for I will search your heart to the bottom. That is to say, if your letter be written from your heart. Yet do I know what a task I have undertaken, because of the knack you are noted for at writing. But in defence of a father's authority, in behalf of the good and honour and prosperity of the family one comes of, what a hard thing it would be if one could not beat down all the arguments a rebel child, how loath I am to write down that word of Miss Clary Harlowe, can bring in behalf of her obstinacy. In the first place, don't you declare, and that contrary to your declarations to your mother, remember that, girl, that you prefer the man we all hate, and who hates us as bad? Then what a character have you given of a worthy man! I wonder you dare write so freely of one we all respect, but possibly it may be for that very reason. How you begin your letter! Because I value Mr. Solmes as my friend, you treat him the worse. That's the plain Dunstable of the matter, miss. I'm not such a fool but I can see that. And so a noted whoremonger is to be chosen before a man who is a money lover. Let me tell you, niece, this little becomes so nice a one as you have been always reckoned. Who, think you, does more injustice, a prodigal man or a saving man? The one saves his own money, the other spends other people's. But your favourite is a sinner in grain and upon record. The devils in your sex, God forgive me for saying so, the nicest of them will prefer a vile rake and I suppose I'd better not repeat the word. The word will offend, when the vicious denominated by that word will be chosen. I had not been a bachelor to this time if I have not seen such a mass of contradictions in you all, such gnat strainers and camel swallowers, as venerable Holy Writ has it. What names will perverseness call things by? A prudent man who intends to be just to everybody is a covetous man, while a vile profligate rake is christened with the appellation of a gallant man, and a polite man, I'll warrant you. It is my firm opinion Lovelace would not have so much regard for you as he professes but for 2 reasons. And what are these? Why, out of spite to all of us, one of them. The other because of your independent fortune. I wish your good grandfather had not left what he did so much in your own power, as I may say. But little did he imagine his beloved granddaughter would have turned upon all her friends as she has done. What has Mr. Solmes to hope for if you are prepossessed? Hey day, is this you, cousin Clary? Has he then nothing to hope for from your father's and mother's and our recommendations? No, nothing at all, it seems. Oh, brave! I should think that this, with a dutiful child, as we took you to be, was enough. Depending on this your duty, we proceeded, and now there is no help for it, for we will not be balked. Neither shall our friend Mr. Solmes, I can tell you that. If your estate is convenient for him, what then? Does that, pert cousin, make it out that he does not love you? He had need to expect some good with you that has so little good to hope from you, mind that. But pray, is not this estate our estate, as we may say? Have we not an interest in it, and a prior right, if right were to have taken place? And was it not more than a good old man's dotage, God rest his soul, that gave it you before us all? Well then, ought we not to have a choice who shall have it in marriage with you? And would you have the conscience to wish us to let a vile fellow, who hates us all, run away with it? You bid me weigh what you write. Do you weigh this, girl, and it will appear we have more to say for ourselves than you was aware of. As to your hard treatment, as you call it, thank yourself for that. It may be over when you will, so I reckon nothing upon that. You was not banished and confined till all entreaty and fair speeches were tried with you, mind that. And Mr. Solmes can't help your obstinacy, let that be observed too. As to being visited and visiting, you never was fond of either, so that's a grievance put into the scale to make weight. As to disgrace, that's as bad to us as to you, so fine a young creature, so much as we used to brag of you too. And besides, this is all in your power as the rest. But your heart recoils when you would persuade yourself to obey your parent. Finely described, is it not? Too truly described, I own, as you go on. I know that you may love him if you will. I had a good mind to bid you hate him, then perhaps you would like him the better, for I have always found a most horrid romantic perverseness in your sex. To do and to love what you should not is meat, drink, and vesture to you all. I am absolutely of your brother's mind, that reading and writing, though not too much for the wits of you young girls, are too much for your judgments. You say you may be conceited, cousin, you may be vain, and so you are to despise this gentleman as you do. He can read and write as well as most gentlemen, I can tell you that. Who told you Mr. Solmes cannot read and write? But you must have a husband who can learn you something. I wish you knew but your duty as well as you do your talents. That, niece, you have of late days to learn, and Mr. Solmes will therefore find something to instruct you in. I will not show him this letter of yours, though you seem to desire it, lest it should provoke him to be too severe a schoolmaster when you are his'n. But now I think of it, suppose you are the readier at your pen than he, you'll make the more useful wife to him, won't you? For who so good an economist as you? And you may keep all of his accounts, and save yourselves a steward. And let me tell you, this is a fine advantage in a family, for those stewards are often sad dogs, and creep into a man's estate before he knows where he is, and not seldom is he forced to pay them interest for his own money. I know not why a good wife should be above these things. It is better than lying abed half the day, and junketing and card-playing all the night, and making yourselves wholly useless to every good purpose in your own families, as is now the fashion among ye. The deuce take you all that do so, say I. Only that, thank my stars, I am a bachelor. Then this is a province you are admirably versed in. You grieve that it is taken from you here, you know. So here, miss, with Mr. Solmes, you will have something to keep account of, for the sake of you and your children. With the other, perhaps you will have an account to keep too, but an account of what will go over the left shoulder, only of what he squanders, what he borrows, and what he owes, and never will pay. Come, come, cousin, you know nothing of the world. A man's a man, and you may have many partners in a handsome man, and costly ones too, who may lavish away all you save. Mr. Solmes, therefore, for my money, and I hope for yours. But Mr. Solmes is a coarse man, he is not delicate enough for your niceness, because I suppose he dresses not like a fop and a coxcomb, and because he lays not himself out in complimental nonsense, the poison of female minds. He is a man of sense, that I can tell you. No man talks more to the purpose to us, but you fly him so that he has no opportunity given him to express it to you. And a man who loves, if he have ever so much sense, looks a fool, especially when he is despised and treated as you treated him the last time he was in your company. As to his sister, she threw herself away, as you want to do, against his full warning, for he told her what she had to trust to if she married where she did marry, and he was as good as his word, and so an honest man ought. Offences against warning ought to be smarted for. Take care this be not your case. Mind that. His uncle deserves no favour from him, for he would have circumvented Mr. Solmes, and got Sir Oliver to leave to himself the estate he had always designed for him, his nephew. and brought him up in the hope of it. Too ready forgiveness does but encourage offences. That's your good father's maxim, and there would not be so many headstrong daughters as there are if this maxim were kept in mind. Punishments are of service to offenders. Rewards should be only to the meriting, and I think the former are to be dealt out rigorously in wilful cases. As to his love, he shows it but too much for your deservings, as they have been of late. Let me tell you that. And this is his misfortune, and may in time perhaps be yours. As to his parsimony, which you wickedly call diabolical, a very free word in your mouth, let me tell ye. Little reason have you of all people for this, on whom he proposes of his own accord to settle all he has in the world. A proof, let him love riches as he will, that he loves you better. But that you may be without excuse on this score, we will tie him up to your own terms, and oblige him by the marriage articles to allow you a very handsome quarterly sum to do what you please with. And this has been told you before, and I have said it to Mrs. Howe, that good and worthy lady, before her proud daughter, that you might hear of it again. To contradict the charge of prepossession to Lovelace, you offer never to have him without our consents. And what is this saying but that you will hope on for our consents, and to wheedle and tire us out? Then he will always be in expectation while you are single, and we are to live on at this rate, are we, vexed by you, and continually watchful about you, and as continually exposed to his insolence and threats? Remember last Sunday, girl, what might have happened had your brother and he met. Moreover, you cannot do with such a spirit as his as you can with worthy Mr. Solmes. The one you make tremble, the other will make you quake. Mind that, and you will not be able to help yourself. And remember that if there should be any misunderstanding between one of them and you, we should all interpose, and with effect, no doubt. But with the other, it would be self-do, self-have, and who would either care or dare to put in a word for you? Nor let the supposition of matrimonial differences frighten you. Honeymoon lasts not nowadays above a fortnight, and Dunmow Flitch, as I've been informed, was never claimed, though some say once it was. Marriage is a queer state, child, whether paired by the parties or by their friends. Out of 3 brothers of us, you know, there was but one had courage to marry. And why was it, d'ye think? We were wise by other people's experience. Don't despise money so much. You may come to know the value of it. That is a piece of instruction that you are to learn, and which, according to your own notions, Mr. Solmes will be able to teach you. I do indeed condemn your warmth. I will not allow for disgraces you bring upon yourself. If I thought them unmerited, I would be your advocate. But it was always my notion that children should not dispute their parents' authority. When your grandfather left his estate to you, though his 3 sons and a grandson and your elder sister were in being, we all acquiesced. And why? Because it was our father's doing. Do you imitate that example. If you will not, those who set it you have the more reason to hold you inexcusable. Mind that, cousin. You mention your brother too scornfully, and in your letter to him are very disrespectful, and so indeed you are to your sister in the letter you wrote to her. Your brother, madam, is your brother, and 3rd older than yourself, and a man. And pray be so good as not to forget what is due to a brother, who, next to us 3 brothers, is the head of the family, and on whom the name depends, as upon your dutiful compliance laid down for the honour of the family you are come of. And pray now let me ask you, if the honour of that will not be an honour to you? If you don't think so, the more unworthy you. You shall see the plan, if you promise not to be prejudiced against it, right or wrong. If you are not besotted to that man, I am sure you will like it. If you are, were Mr. Solmes an angel, it would signify nothing. The devil is love, and love is the devil when it gets into any of your heads. Many examples have I seen of that. If there were no such man as Lovelace in the world, you would not have Mr. Solmes. You would not, miss. Very pretty, truly. We see how your spirit is embittered indeed. Wonder not, since it is come to your will nots, that those who have authority over you say you shall have the other. And I am one, mind that. And if it behoves you to speak out, miss, it behoves us not to speak in. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, take that in your thought too. I humbly apprehend that Mr. Solmes has the spirit of a man and a gentleman. I would admonish you, therefore, not to provoke it. He pities you as much as he loves you. He says he will convince you of his love by deeds, since he is not permitted by you to express it by words, and all his dependence is upon your generosity hereafter. We hope he may depend upon that. We encourage him to think he may, and this heartens him up, so that you may lay his constancy at your parents' and your uncle's doors, and this will be another mark of your duty, you know. You must be sensible that you reflect upon your parents, and all of us, when you tell me that you cannot in justice accept of the settlements proposed to you. This reflection we should have wondered at from you once, but now we don't. There are many other very censurable passages in this free letter of yours, but we must place them to the account of your embittered spirit. I am glad you mentioned that word, because we should have been at a loss what to have called it. I should much rather, nevertheless, have had reason to give it a better name. I love you dearly still, miss. I think you, though my niece, one of the finest young gentlewomen I ever saw. But upon my conscience I think you ought to obey your parents, and oblige me and my brother John. For you know very well that we have nothing but your good at heart, consistently indeed with the good and honour of all of us. What must we think of any one of it who would not promote the good of the whole, and who would set one part of it against another? Which God forbid, say I. You see, I am for the good of all. What shall I get by it, let things go as they will? Do I want anything of anybody for my own sake? Does my brother John? Well then, cousin Clary, what would you be at, as I may say? Oh, but you can't love Mr. Solmes. But I say you know not what you can do. You encourage yourself in your dislike. You permit your heart, little did I think it was such a froward one, to recoil. Take it to task, niece. Drive it on as fast as it recoils. We do so in all our sea fights and land fights too, by our sailors and soldiers, or we should not conquer. And we are all sure you will overcome it. And why? Because you ought. So we think, whatever you think, and whose thoughts are to be preferred. You may be wittier than we, but if you were wiser, we have lived, some of us, let me tell you, to very little purpose 30 or 40 years longer than you. I have written as long a letter as yours. I may not write in so lively or so polite a style as my niece, but I think I have all the argument on my side, and you will vastly oblige me if you will show me by your compliance with all her desires that you think so too. If you do not, you must not expect an advocate or even a friend in me, dearly as I love you. For then I shall be sorry to be called your uncle, Anthony Harlowe. Tuesday, 2 in the morning, postscript. You must send me no more letters, but a compliable one you may send. But I need not have forbid you, for I am sure this, by fair argument, is unanswerable. I know it is. I have written day and night, I may say, ever since Sunday morning, only church time or the like of that. But this is the last, I can tell you, from Aunt H. End of letter 32.
Letter 33 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shelley van Wallichem. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 33. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, March 16th. Having met with such bad success in my application to my relations, I have taken a step that will surprise you. It is no other than writing a letter to Mr. Solmes himself. I sent it, and have his answer. He had certainly help in it, for I have seen a letter of his, and indifferently worded, as poorly spelled. Yet the superscription is of his dictating, I dare say, for he is a formal wretch. With these I shall enclose one from my brother to me, on occasion of mine to Mr. Solmes. I did think that it was possible to discourage the man from proceeding, and if I could have done that, it would have answered all my wishes. It was worth the trial. But you'll see nothing will do. My brother has taken his measures too securely. To Roger Solmes, Esquire, Wednesday, March 15th. Sir, you will wonder to receive a letter from me, and more still at the uncommon subject of it. But the necessity of the case will justify me, at least in my own apprehension, and I shall therefore make no other apology for it. When you first came acquainted with our family, you found the writer of this one of the happiest creatures in the world, beloved by the best and most indulgent of parents, and rejoicing in the kind favour of two affectionate uncles, and in the esteem of every one. But how is the scene now changed? You was pleased to cast a favourable eye upon me. You addressed yourself to my friends. Your proposals were approved of by them. Approved of, without consulting me, as if my choice and happiness were of the least signification. Those who had a right to all reasonable obedience from me insisted upon it without reserve. I had not the felicity to think as they did. Almost the first time my sentiments differed from theirs. I besought them to indulge me in a point so important to my future happiness, but alas in vain. And then, for I thought it was but honest, I told you my mind, and even that my affections were engaged. But to my mortification and surprise, you persisted, and still persist. The consequence of all is too grievous for me to repeat. You, who have such free access to the rest of the family, know it too well you know it, either for the credit of your own generosity, or for my reputation. I am used, on your account, as I never before was used, and never before was the thought to deserve to be used. And this was a hard, the impossible condition of their returning favour, that I must prefer a man to all others, that of all others I cannot prefer. Thus distressed and made unhappy, and all to your sake, and through your cruel perseverance, I write, sir, to demand of you the peace of mind you have robbed me of, to demand of you the love of so many dear friends, of which you have deprived me, and if you have the generosity that should distinguish a man and a gentleman, to adjure you not to continue an address that has been attended with such cruel effects to the creature you profess to esteem. If you really value me, as my friends would make me believe, and as you have declared you do, must it not be a mean and selfish value, a value that can have no merit with the unhappy object of it, because it is attended with effects so grievous to her? It must be for your own sake only, not for mine. And even in this point you must be mistaken. For would a prudent man wish to marry one who has not a heart to give, who cannot esteem him, who therefore must prove a bad wife? And how cruel would it be to make a poor creature a bad wife, whose pride it would be to make a good one? If I am capable of judging, our tempers and inclinations are vastly different. Any other of my sex will make you happier than I can. The treatment I meet with, and the obstinacy, as it is called, with which I support myself under it, ought to convince you of this. Were I not able to give so good a reason for this my supposed perverseness, as that I cannot consent to marry a man whom I cannot value. But if, sir, you have not so much generosity in your value for me as to desist for my own sake, let me conjure you, by the regard due to yourself and to your own future happiness, to discontinue your suit, and place your affections on a worthier object. For why should you make me miserable and yourself not happy? By this means you will do all that is now in your power to restore me to the affection of my friends, and if that can be, it will leave me in as happy a state as you found me in. You need only to say that you see there are no hopes, and you will perhaps complacently call it, of succeeding with me, and indeed, sir, there cannot be a greater truth. And that you will therefore no more think of me, but turn your thoughts another way. Your compliance with this request will lay me under the highest obligation to your generosity, and make me ever your well-wisher and humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, these most humbly present. Dearest Miss, your letter has had a very contrary effect upon me to what you seem to have expected from it. It has doubly convinced me of the excellency of your mind, and of the honour of your disposition. Call it selfish or what you please, I must persist in my suit, and happy shall I be if by patience and perseverance, and a steady and unalterable devoir, I may at last overcome the difficulty laid in my way. As your good parents, your uncles, and other friends are absolutely determined you shall never have Mr. Lovelace, if they can help it, and as I presume no other person is in the way, I will contentedly wait the issue of this matter. And forgive me, dearest Miss, but a person should sooner persuade me to give up to him my estate, as an instance of my generosity, because he could not be happy without it, than I would a much more valuable treasure, to promote the felicity of another, and to make his way easier to circumvent myself. Pardon me, dear Miss, but I must persevere, though I am sorry you suffer on my account, as you are pleased to think, for I never before saw the woman I could love, and while there is any hope, and that you remain undisposed of to some happier man, I must and will be your faithful and obsequious admirer, Roger Solmes, March 16th. Mr. James Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, March 16th. What a fine whim you took into your head, to write a letter to Mr. Solmes to persuade him to give up his pretensions to you! Of all the pretty romantic flights you have delighted in, this was certainly one of the most extraordinary. But to say nothing of what fires us all with indignation against you, your owning your prepossession in a villain's favour, and your impertinence to me, and your sister, and your uncles, one of which has given it you home, child. How can you lay at Mrs. Solmes's door the usage you so bitterly complain of? You know, little fool as you are, that it is your fondness for Lovelace that has brought upon you all these things, and which would have happened whether Mr. Solmes had honoured you with his addresses or not. As you must needs know this to be true, consider, pretty witty miss, if your fond love-sick heart can let you consider, what a fine figure all your expostulations with us and charges upon Mr. Solmes make. With what propriety do you demand of him to restore to you your former happiness, as you call it, and merely call it, for if you thought our favour so, you would restore it to yourself, since it is yet in your own power to do so. Therefore, Miss Pert, none of your pathetics, except in the right place. Depend upon it, whether you have Mr. Solmes or not, you shall never have your heart's delight, the vile rake Lovelace, if our parents, if our uncles, if I can hinder it. No, you fallen angel, you shall not give your father and mother such a son, nor me such a brother, in giving yourself that profligate wretch for a husband. And so set your heart at rest, and lay aside all thoughts of him, if ever you expect forgiveness, reconciliation, or a kind opinion from any of your family, but especially from him, who at present styles himself your brother, James Harlowe. P.S. I know your knack at letter-writing. If you send me an answer for this, I will return it unopened, for I will not argue with your perverseness in so plain a case. Only once for all, I was willing to put you right as to Mr. Solmes, whom I think to blame to trouble his head about you. End of Letter 33.
Letter 34 of Clarissa or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 34. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, March the 17th. I receive with great pleasure the early and cheerful assurances of your loyalty and love, and let our principal and most trusty friends, named in my last, know that I do. I would have thee, Jack, come down as soon as thou canst. I believe I shall not want the others so soon, yet they may come down to Lord M.'s. I will be there, if not to receive them, to satisfy my lord that there is no new mischief in hand, which will require his second intervention. For thyself, thou must be constantly with me, not for my security, the family dare do nothing but bully, they bark only at a distance, but for my entertainment, that thou mayest, from the Latin and the English classics, keep my love-sick soul from drooping. Thou hadst best come to me here in thy old corporal's coat, thy servant out of livery, and to be upon a familiar footing with me, as a distant relation, to be provided for by thy interest above. I mean not in heaven, thou mayest be sure. Thou wilt find me at a little alehouse, they call it an inn, the White Hart, most terribly wounded, but by the weather only, the sign, in a sorry village within 5 miles from Harlowe Place. Everybody knows Harlowe Place, for like Versailles, it is sprung up from a dunghill, within every elderly person's remembrance. Every poor body particularly knows it, but that only for a few years past, since a certain angel has appeared there among the sons and daughters of men. The people here at the Hart are poor but honest, and have gotten it into their hearts and heads that I am a person of quality in disguise, and there is no reining in their officious respect. Here is a pretty little smirking daughter, 6 days ago. I call her my Rosebud. Her grandmother, for there is no mother, a good, neat old woman as ever filled a wicker chair in a chimney-corner, has besought me to be merciful to her. This is the right way with me. Many and many a pretty rogue had I spared, whom I did not spare, had my power been acknowledged, and my mercy in time implored. But the del barare superbos should be my motto, were I to have a new one. This simple chit, for there is a simplicity in her thou wouldst be highly pleased with, all humble, all officious, all innocent. I love her for her humility, her officiousness, and even for her innocence, will be pretty amusement to thee, while I combat with the weather, and dodge and creep about the walls and purlieu of Harlowe Place. Thou wilt see in her mind all that her superiors have been taught to conceal, in order to render themselves less natural, and of consequence less pleasing. But I charge thee that thou do not, what I would not permit myself to do for the world, I charge thee that thou do not crop my Rosebud. She is the only flower of fragrance that has blown in this vicinage for 10 years past, or will for 10 years to come, for I have looked backward to the have-beens, and forward to the will-be's, having but too much leisure upon my hands in my present waiting. I was never honest, so honest, for so long together since my matriculation. It behoves me so to be. Some way or other my recess in this little inn may be found out, and it will then be thought that my Rosebud has attracted me. A report in my favour from simplicities so amiable may establish me, for the grandmother's relation to my Rosebud may be sworn to, and the father is an honest poor man, has no joy but in his Rosebud. O Jack, spare thou therefore, for I shall leave thee often with her, spare thou my Rosebud. Let the rule I never departed from, but it cost me a long regret, be observed to my Rosebud, never to ruin a poor girl, whose simplicity and innocence were all she had to trust to, and whose fortunes were too low to save her from the rude contempts of worse minds than her own, and from an indigence extreme. Such a one will only pine in secret, and at last, in order to refuge herself from slanderous tongues and virulence, be induced to tempt some guilty stream, or seek to end her in the knee-encircling garter that peradventure was the first attempt of abandoned love. No defiances will my rosebud breathe, no self-dependent, thee-doubting watchfulnesses, indirectly challenging thy inventive machinations to do their worst. Will she assume, unsuspicious of her danger, the lamb's throat will hardly shun thy knife. O be not thou the butcher of my lambkin. The less thou be so for the reason I am going to give thee. The gentle heart is touched by love. Her soft bosom heaves with a passion she has not yet found a name for. I once caught her eye following a young carpenter, a widow neighbour's son, living, to speak in her dialect, at the little white house over the way. A gentle youth he also seems to be, about 3 years older than herself, playmates from infancy till his 18th and her 15th year furnished a reason for a greater distance in show, while their hearts gave a better for their being nearer than ever. For I soon perceived the love reciprocal. A scrape and a bow at first seeing his pretty mistress, turning often to salute her following eye, and when the winding lane was to deprive him of her sight, his whole body turned round, his hat more reverently doffed than before. This answered, for unseen I was behind her, by a low courtesy and a sigh that Johnny was too far off to hear. Happy whelp, said I to myself. I withdrew, and in tripped my rosebud, as if satisfied with a dumb show, and wishing nothing beyond it. I have examined the little heart. She has made me her confidant. She owns she could love Johnny Barton very well, and Johnny Barton has told her he could love her better than any maiden he ever saw, but alas, it must not be thought of. Why not thought of? She don't know, and then she sighed. But Johnny has an aunt who will give him £100 when his time is out, and her father cannot give her but a few things or so to set her out with, and though Johnny's mother said she knows not where Johnny would have a prettier or a notabler wife, yet, and then she sighed again. What signifies talking? I would not have Johnny be unhappy and poor for me, for what good would that do me, you know, sir? What would I give, by my soul? My angel will indeed reform me if her friend's implacable folly ruins us not both. What would I give to have so innocent and so good a heart as either my rosebud's or Johnny's? I have a confounded mischievous one by nature too, I think. A good notion now and then rises from it, but it dies away presently. A love of intrigue, an invention for mischief, a triumph in subduing, fortune encouraging and supporting, and a constitution, what signifies palliation? I do believe I had been a rogue had I been a ploughboy. But the devil's in this sex, eternal misguiders. Who that has once trespassed with them ever recovered his virtue? And yet, where there is not virtue, which nevertheless we free livers are continually plotting to destroy, what is there, even in the ultimate of our wishes with them? Preparation and expectation is in a manner everything. Reflection indeed may be something, if the mind be hardened above feeling the guilt of a past trespass. But the fruition, what is there in that? And yet that being the end, nature will not be satisfied without it. See what grave reflections an innocent subject will produce. It gives me some pleasure to think that it is not out of my power to reform. But then, Jack, I am afraid I must keep better company than I do at present, for we certainly harden one another. But be not cast down, my boy. There will be time enough to give the whole fraternity warning to choose another leader, and I fancy thou wilt be the man. Meantime, as I make it my rule, whenever I have committed a very capital enormity, to do some good by way of atonement, and as I believe I am a pretty deal indebted on that score, I intend, before I leave these parts, successfully shall I leave them, I hope, or I shall be tempted to double the mischief by way of revenge, though not to my Rosebud any, to join £100 to Johnny's aunt's £100, to make one innocent couple handy. I repeat, therefore, and half a dozen more therefores, spare thou my Rosebud. An interruption, another letter anon, and both shall go together. End of letter 34. Letter 35 of Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Bettis Bledrws, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. I have found out by my watchful spy almost as many of my charmer's motions as those of the rest of her relations. It delights me to think how the rascal is caressed by the uncles and the nephew, and let into their secrets, yet it proceeds all the time by my line of direction. I have charged him, however, on forfeiture of his present weekly stipend and my future favour, to take care that neither my beloved nor any of the family suspect him. I have told him that he may indeed watch her egresses and regresses, but that only keep off other servants from her paths, yet not to be seen by her himself. The dear creature has tempted him, he told them, with a bribe, which she never offered, to convey a letter, which she never wrote, to Miss Howe. He believes with one enclosed, perhaps, to me, but he declined it, and he begged they would take notice of it to her. This brought him a stingy shilling, great applause, and an injunction followed it to all the servants for the strictest look out, lest she should contrive some way to send it. And above an hour after, an order was given him to throw himself in her way, and expressing his concern for denying her request, to tender his service to her, and to bring them her letter, which it would be proper for him to report that she has refused to give him. Now, seest thou not how many good ends this contrivance answers? In the first place, the lady is secured by it, against her own knowledge, in the liberty allowed her of taking her private walks in the garden, for this attempt has confirmed them in their belief that now they have turned off her maid, she has no way to send a letter out of the house. If she had, she would not have run the risk of tempting a fellow who had not been in her secret, so that she can prosecute unsuspectedly her correspondence with me and Miss Howe. In the next place, it will perhaps afford me an opportunity of a private interview with her, which I am meditating. Let her take it as she will. Having found out by my spy, who can keep off everybody else, that she goes every morning and evening to a wood-house remote from the dwelling-house, under pretence of visiting and feeding a set of bantam poultry, which were produced from a breed that was her grandfather's, and of which for that reason she is very fond, as also of some other curious fowls brought from the same place. I have an account of all her motions here, and as she has owned to me in one of her letters that she corresponds privately with Miss Howe, I presume it is by this way. The interview I am meditating will produce her consent, I hope, to other favours of the like kind. For, should she not choose the place which I am expecting to see her, I can attend her anywhere in the rambling Dutch-taste garden, whenever she will permit me that honour. For my implement, High Joseph Leman, has procured me the opportunity of getting 2 keys made to the garden door, one of which I have given him for reasons good, which door opens to the haunted coppice, as tradition has made the servants think it, a man having been found hanging in it about 20 years ago, and Joseph, upon proper notice, will leave it unbolted. But I was obliged previously to give him my honour that no mischief should happen to any of my adversaries from this liberty. For the fellow tells me that he loves all his masters, and only that he knows I am a man of honour, and that my alliance will do credit to the family, and after prejudices are overcome, every one will think so, or he would not for the world act the part he does. There never was a rogue who had not a salve to himself for being so. What a praise of honesty, that every man pretends to it, even at the instant that he knows he is pursuing the methods that will perhaps prove him a knave to the whole world as well as to his own conscience. But what this stupid family can mean to make all this necessary, I cannot imagine. My revenge and my love are uppermost by turns. If the latter succeed not, the gratifying of the former will be my only consolation, and, by all that's good, they shall feel it. Although for it I become an exile from my native country for ever, I will throw myself into my charmer's presence. I have twice already attempted it in vain. I shall see then what I may depend upon from her favour. If I thought I had no prospect of that, I should be tempted to carry her off. That would be a rape worthy of Jupiter. But all gentle shall be my movements, all respectful, even to reverence my addresses to her. Her hand shall be the only witness to the pressure of my lip, my trembling lip. I know it will tremble, if I do not bid it tremble. As soft my sighs as the sighs of my gentle rosebud. By my humility will I invite her confidence. The loneliness of the place shall give me no advantage. To dissipate her fears, and to engage her reliance upon my honour for the future, shall be my whole endeavour. But little will I complain of, not at all will I threaten those who are continually threatening me, but yet with a view to act the part of Dryden's lion to secure my love, or to let loose my vengeance upon my hunters. What though his mighty soul his grief contains, he meditates revenge who least complains, and like a lion slumbering in his way, or sleep dissembling while he waits his prey, his fearless foes within his distance draws, constrains his roaring, and contracts his paws, till at the last his time for fury found, he shoots with sudden vengeance from the ground. The prostrate vulgar passes awe and spares, but with a lordly rage his hunter tears. End of letter 35.
Clarissa, Volume 1 by Samuel Richardson, Letter number 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patti Brugman. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 36. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday, March 18th. I have been frightened out of my wits, still am in a manner out of breath. Thus occasioned, I went down under the usual pretence in hopes to find something from you. Concerned at my disappointment, I was returning from the wood-house, when I heard a rustling as of somebody behind a stack of wood. I was extremely surprised, but still more to behold a man coming from behind the furthermost stack. Oh, I thought at that moment, the sin of a prohibited correspondence. At the same point of time that I saw that man, he besought me not to be frightened, and in still nearer approaching me, threw open a horseman's coat, And who should it be but Mr. Lovelace? I could not but scream out, yet attempted to scream the moment I saw a man, and again when I saw who it was, for I had no voice, and had I not caught hold of a prop which supported the old roof, I should have sunk. I had hitherto, as you know, kept him at a distance, and now, as I recovered myself, judge of my first emotions, when I recollected his character from every mouth of my family, his enterprising temper, and found myself alone with him in a place so near a by-lane and so remote from the house. But his respectable behaviour soon dissipated these fears, and gave me others, lest we should be seen together, and information of it be given to my brother, the consequence of which I could readily think would be, if not further mischief, an imputed assignation, a stricter confinement, a forfeited correspondence with you, my beloved friend, and a pretence for the most violent compulsion, and neither the one set of reflections nor the other acquitted him to me for his bold intrusion. As soon, therefore, as I could speak, I expressed with the greatest warmth my displeasure, and told him he cared not how much he exposed me to the resentment of all my friends, provided he could gratify his own impetuous humour. I then commanded him to leave the place that moment, and was hurrying from him, when he threw himself in the way at my feet, beseeching my stay for one moment, declaring that he suffered himself to be guilty of this rashness, as I thought it, to avoid one much greater. For, in short, he could not bear the hourly insults he received from my family, with the thoughts of having so little interest in my favour, that he could not promise himself that his patience and forbearance would be attended with any other issue than to lose me for ever, and be triumphed over and insulted upon it. This man, you know, has very ready knees. You have said that he ought in small points frequently to offend, on purpose to show what an address he is master of. He ran on, expressing his apprehensions that a temper so gentle and obliging, as he said mine was, to everybody but him, and a dutifulness so exemplary, inclined me to do my part to others, whether they did theirs or not by me, would be wrought upon in favour of a man set up in part to be revenged upon myself, for my grandfather's envied distinction of me, and in part to be revenged upon him for having given life to one who would have taken his, and now sought to deprive him of hopes dearer to him than life. I told him he might be assured that the severity and ill usage I met with would be far from effecting the proposed end, and although I could with great sincerity declare for a single life, which had always been my choice, and particularly that if I ever married, if they would not insist upon a man I had an aversion to, it should not be with the man they disliked. He interrupted me here. He hoped I would forgive him for it, but he could not help expressing his great concern that, after so many instances of his passionate and obsequious devotion— "And pray, sir," said I, "let me interrupt you in my turn. Why don't you assert in still plainer words the obligation you have laid me under by this your boasted devotion? Why don't you let me know, in terms as high as your implication, that a perseverance I have not wished for, which has set all my relations at variance with me, is a merit that throws upon me the guilt of ingratitude for not having answered it as you seem to expect?" I must forgive him, he said, if he, who pretended only a comparative merit, and otherwise thought no man living could deserve me, had presumed to hope for a greater share of my favour than he had hitherto met with, when such men as Mr. Symes, Mr. Wyerley, and now lastly so vile a reptile as this Solmes, however discouraged by myself, were made his competitors. As to the perseverance I mentioned, it was impossible for him not to persevere, but I must needs know that were he not in being, the terms Solmes had proposed were such as would have involved me in the same difficulties with my relations that I now laboured under, and therefore took the liberty to say, that my favour to him, far from increasing those difficulties, would be the readiest way to extricate me from them. They had made it impossible, he told me, with too much truth, to oblige them any way but by sacrificing myself to Solmes. They were well apprized, besides the differences between the two, one whom they hoped to manage as they pleased, the other who could and would protect me from every insult, and who had natural prospects much superior to my brother's foolish views of the title. How comes this man to know so well all our foibles? But I wonder how he came to have a notion of meeting me in this place. I was very uneasy to be gone, and the more as the night came on apace, but there was no getting from him till I had heard a great deal more of what he had to say. As he hoped that I would one day make him the happiest man in the world, he assured me that he had so much regard for my fame, that he would be as far from advising any step that was likely to cast a shade upon my reputation, although that step was to be ever so much in his own favour, as I would be to follow such advice. But since I was not to be permitted to live single, he would submit it to my consideration whether I had any way but one to avoid the intended violence to my inclinations, my father so jealous of his authority, both my uncles in my father's way of thinking, my cousin Morden at a distance, my uncle and aunt Hervey awed into insignificance, was his word. My brother and sister inflaming every one, Solmes' offers captivating, Miss Howe's mother rather a party with them, for motives respecting example to her own daughter. And then he asked me if I would receive a letter from Lady Betty Lawrance on this occasion, for Lady Sarah Sadleir, he said, having lately lost her only child, hardly looked into the world or thought of it farther than to wish him married, and preferably to all the women in the world, with me. To be sure, my dear, there is a great deal in what the man said. I may be allowed to say this without an imputed glow or throb. But I told him nevertheless, that although I had great honour for the ladies he was related to, yet I should not choose to receive a letter on a subject that had a tendency to promote an end I was far from intending to promote, that it became me, ill as I was treated at present, to hope everything, to bear everything, and to try everything, when my father saw my steadfastness, and that I would die rather than have Mr. Solmes. He would perhaps recede. Interrupting me, he represented the unlikelihood there was of that, from the courses they had entered upon, which he thus enumerated, their engaging Mrs. Howe against me, in the first place, as a person I might have thought to fly to, if pushed to desperation, my brother continually buzzing in my father's ears, that my cousin Morden would soon arrive, and then would insist upon giving me possession of my grandfather's estate, in pursuance of the will, which would render me independent of my father, their disgraceful confinement of me, their dismissing so suddenly my servant, and setting my sisters over me, their engaging my mother, contrary to her own judgment, against me. These, he said, were all so many flagrant proofs that they would stick at nothing to carry their point, and were what made him inexpressibly uneasy. He appealed to me whether ever I knew my father recede from any resolution he had once fixed, especially if he thought either his prerogative or his authority concerned in the question. His acquaintance with our family, he said, enabled him to give several instances, but they would be too grating to me, of an arbitrariness that had few examples even in the families of princes, an arbitrariness which the most excellent of women, my mother, too severely experienced. He was proceeding, as I thought, with reflections of this sort, and I angrily told him I would not permit my father to be reflected upon, adding that his severity to me, however unmerited, was not a warrant for me to dispense with my duty to him. He had no pleasure, he said, in urging anything that could be so construed, for however well warranted he was to make such reflections from the prerogatives they were continually giving him, he knew how offensive to me any liberties of this sort would be, and yet he must own that it was painful to him, who had youth and passions to be allowed for, as well as others, and who had always valued himself under speaking his mind, to curb himself under such treatment. Nevertheless, his consideration for me would make him confine himself in his observations to facts that were too flagrant and too openly avowed to be disputed. It could not, therefore, justly displease, he would venture to say, if he had made this natural inference from the premises, that if such were my father's behaviour to a wife who disputed not the imaginary prerogatives he was so unprecedentedly fond of asserting, what room had a daughter to hope that he would depart from an authority he was so earnest and so much more concerned to maintain? Family interests at the same time engaging, an aversion, however causelessly conceived, simulating my brother's and sister's resentments and selfish views co-operating, and my banishment from their presence depriving me of all personal plea and entreaty in my own favour. How unhappy, my dear, that there is but too much reason for these observations, and for this inference, made likewise with more coolness in respect to my family than one would have apprehended from a man so much provided, and of passions so high, and generally thought uncontrollable. Will you not question me about throbs and glows, if from such instances of a command over his fiery temper for my sake, I am ready to infer, that were my friends capable of a reconciliation with him, he might be affected by arguments apparently calculated for his present and future good. Nor is it a very bad indication that he has such moderate notions of that very high prerogative in husbands, of which we in our family have been accustomed to hear so much. He represented to me that my present disgraceful confinement was known to all the world, that neither my sister nor my brother scrupled to represent me as an obliged and favoured child in a state of actual rebellion, that nevertheless everybody who knew me was ready to justify me for an aversion to a man whom everybody thought utterly unworthy of me, and more fit for my sister, that unhappy as he was in not having been able to make any greater impression upon me in his favour, all the world gave me to him. Nor was there but one objection made to him by his very enemies, his birth, his prospects, all very unexceptionable, and the latter splendid. And that objection, he thanked God, and my example, was in a fair way of being removed for ever, since he had seen his error, and was heartily sick of the courses he had followed, which, however, were far less enormous than malice and envy had represented them to be. But of this he should say the less, as it were much better to justify himself by his actions than by the most solemn asseverations and promises. And then, complimenting my person, he assured me, for that he always loved virtue, although he had not followed its rules as he ought, that he was still more captivated with the grace of my mind, and would frankly own, that till he had the honour to know me, he had never met with an inducement sufficient to enable him to overcome an unhappy kind of prejudice to matrimony, which had made him before impenetrable to the wishes and recommendations of all his relations. You see, my dear, he scruples not to speak of himself, as his enemies speak of him. I cannot say but his openness in these particulars gives a credit to his other professions. I should easily, I think, detect a hypocrite, and this man particularly, who is said to have allowed himself in great liberties, were he to pretend to instantaneous lights and convictions. At this time of life, too, habits, I am sensible, are not so easily changed. You have always joined with me in remarking, that he will speak his mind with freedoms, even to a degree of unpoliteness sometimes, and that his very treatment of my family is a proof that he cannot make a mean court to anybody for interest's sake. What pity, where there are such laudable traces, that they should have been so mired and choked up, as I might say. We have heard that the man's head is better than his heart. But do you really think Mr. Lovelace can have a very bad heart? Why should not there be something in blood in the human creature as well as in the ignobler animals? None of his family are exceptionable, but himself indeed. The characters of the ladies are admirable, but I shall incur the imputation I wish to avoid. Yet what a look of censoriousness does it carry in an unsparing friend, to take one to task for doing that justice, and making those which ought without scruple to do, and to make, in the behalf of any other man living! He then again pressed me to receive a letter of offered protection from Lady Betty. He said that people of birth stood a little too much upon punctilio, as people of value also did, but indeed birth worthily lived up to was virtue, birth, the inducements to a decent punctilio the same, the origin of both one. How came this notion from him? Else Lady Betty would write to me, but she would be willing to be the first apprized that her offer will be well received, as it would have the appearance of being made against the liking of one part of my family, and which nothing would induce her to make, but the degree of unworthy persecution which I actually laboured under, and had reason further to apprehend. I told him that however greatly I thought myself obliged to Lady Betty Lawrance, if this offer came from herself, yet it was easy to see to what it led. It might look like vanity in me, perhaps, to say, that this urgency in him on this occasion wore the face of art, in order to engage me into measures from which I might not easily extricate myself. I said that I should not be affected by the splendour of even a royal title. Goodness, I thought, was greatness. That the excellent characters of the ladies of his family weighed more with me than the consideration that they were half-sisters to Lord M. and daughters of an earl. That he would not have found encouragement from me, had my friends been consenting to his address, if he had only a mere relative merit to those ladies, since in that case the very reasons that made me admire them would have been so many objections to their kinsmen. I then assured him that it was with infinite concern that I had found myself drawn into an epistolary correspondence with him, especially since that correspondence had been prohibited, and the only agreeable use I could think of making of this unexpected and undesired interview was to let him know that I should from henceforth think myself obliged to discontinue it, and I hoped that he would not have the thought of engaging me to carry it on by menacing my relations. There was light enough to distinguish that he looked very grave upon this. He so much valued my free choice, he said, and my unbiassed favour, scorning to set himself upon a footing with Solmes in his compulsory methods used in that man's behalf, that he should hate himself, were he capable of a view of intimidating me by so very poor a method. But nevertheless there were two things to be considered. First, that the continual outrages he was treated with, the spies set over him, one of which he had detected, the indignities all his family were likewise treated with, as also myself, avowedly in malice to him, or he should not presume to take him upon himself to resent for me without my leave. The artful wretch saw he would have lain open here, had he not thus guarded. All these considerations called upon him to shew a proper resentment, and he would leave it to me to judge whether it would be reasonable for him, as a man of spirit, to bear such insults. If it were not for my sake, I would be pleased to consider, in the next place, whether the situation I was in, a prisoner in my father's house, and my whole family determined to compel me to marry a man unworthy of me, and that speedily, and whether I consented or not, admitted of delay in the preventive measures he was desirous to put me upon, in the last resort only. Nor was there a necessity, he said, if I were actually in Lady Betty's protection, that I should be his, if afterwards I should see anything objectionable in his conduct. But what would the world conclude would be the end, I demanded, were I, in the last resort, as he proposed, to throw myself into the protection of his friends, but that it was with such a view. And what less did the world think of me now, he asked, than that I was confined, that I might not? You are to consider, madam, you have not now an option, and to whom is it owing that you have not? And that you are in the power of those parents, why should I call them, who are determined that you shall not have an option. All I propose is, that you will embrace such a protection, but not till you have tried every way to avoid the necessity for it. And give me leave to say, proceeded he, that if a correspondence on which I have founded all my hopes is at this critical conjuncture to be broken off, and if you are resolved not to be provided against the worst, it must be plain to me that you will at last yield to that worst to me only. It cannot be to you, and then, and he put his hand clenched to his forehead, how shall I bear this supposition? Then will you be that Solmes. But by all that's sacred, neither he, nor your brother, nor your uncles, shall enjoy their triumph. Perdition seize my soul, if they shall. The man's vehemence frightened me, yet in resentment I would have left him, but throwing myself at his feet, leave me not thus, I beseech you, dearest madam, leave me not thus in despair. I kneel not repenting of what I have vowed in such a case as that I have supposed. I re-avow it at your feet, and so we did. But think not it is by way of menace, or to intimidate you to favour me. If your heart inclines you, and then he arose, to obey your father, your brother rather, and to have Solmes, although I shall avenge myself on those who have insulted me, for their insults to myself and family, yet will I tear out my heart from this bosom, if possible with my own hands, were it to scruple to give up its ardours to a woman capable of such a preference. I told him that he talked to me in very high language, but that he might assure himself that I never would have Mr. Solmes. Yet that this I said not in favour to him, and I had declared as much to my relations, were there not such a man as himself in the world. Would I declare that I would still honour him with my correspondence? He could not bear that, hoping to obtain greater instances of my favour, he should forfeit the only one he had to boast of. I bid him forbear rashness or resentment to any of my family, and I would, for some time at least, till I saw what issue my present trials were likely to have, proceed with a correspondence which, nevertheless, my heart condemned, and his spirit him. The impatient creature said, interrupting me for bearing what he did, when he considered that the necessity of it was imposed upon him not by my will, for then he would bear it cheerfully, and 1,000 times more, but by creatures, and there he stopped. I told him plainly that he might thank himself, whose indifferent character as to morals had given such a handle against him, for all. It was but just that a man should be spoken evil of who set no value upon his reputation. He offered to vindicate himself, but I told him I would judge him by his own rule, by his actions, not by his professions. Were not his enemies, he said, so powerful and so determined, and had they not already shown their intentions in such high acts of even cruel compulsion, but would leave me to my own choice, or to my desire of living single? He would have been content to undergo a 12-month's probation, or more, but he was confident that 1 month would either complete all their purposes, or render them abortive, and I best knew what hopes I had of my father's receding. He did not know him, if I had any. I said I would try every method that either my duty or my influence upon any of them should suggest, before I would put myself into any protection, and, if nothing else would do, would resign the envied estate that I dared to say would. He was contented, he said, to abide that issue. He should be far from wishing me to embrace any other protection, but, as he had frequently said in the last necessity, but, dearest creature, he said, catching my hand with ardour, and pressing it to his lips, if the yielding up of that estate will do, resign it, and be mine. I will corroborate with all my soul your resignation. This was not ungenerously said. But what will not these men say to obtain belief and power over one? I made many efforts to go, and now it was so dark that I began to have great apprehensions. I cannot say from his behaviour, indeed he has a good deal raised himself, in my opinion, by his personal respect, even to reverence, which he paid me during the whole conference. For although he flamed out once upon a supposition that Solmes might succeed, it was upon a supposition that would excuse passion, if anything could, you know, in a man pretending to love with fervour, although it was so levelled that I could not avoid resenting it. He recommended himself to my favour at parting with great earnestness, yet with as great submission, not offering to condition anything with me, although he hinted his wishes for another meeting, which I forbade him ever attempting again in the same place. And I will own to you, from whom I should be really blamable, and conceal anything, that his arguments, drawn from the disgraceful treatment I meet with, of what I am to expect, make me begin to apprehend that I shall be under an obligation to be either the one man's or the other's. And if so, I fancy I shall not incur your blame, were I to say which of the two it must be. You have said which it must not be. But, oh my dear, the single life is by far the most eligible to me. Indeed it is, and I hope yet to be permitted to make that option. I got back without observation, but the apprehension that I should not gave me great uneasiness, and made me begin a letter in a greater flutter than he gave me cause to be in, except at the first seeing him. For then indeed my spirits failed me, and it was a particular felicity that in such a place, in such a fright, and alone with him, I fainted not away. I should add, that having reproached him with his behaviour the last Sunday at church, he solemnly assured me that it was not what had been represented to me, that he did not expect to see me there, but hoped to have an opportunity to address himself to my father, and to be permitted to attend him home, but that the good Dr. Lewen had persuaded him not to attempt speaking to any of the family at that time, observing to him the emotions into which his presence had put everybody. He intended no pride or haughtiness of behaviour, he assured me, and that the attributing such to him was the effect of that ill will which he had the mortification to find insuperable, adding, that when he bowed to my mother, it was a compliment he intended generally to every one in the pew, as well as to her, whom he sincerely venerated. If he may be believed, and I should think he would not have come purposely to defy my family, yet expect favour from me, one may see, my dear, the force of hatred which misrepresents all things. Yet why should Shorey, except officially to please her principles, make a report in his disfavour? He told me that he would appeal to Dr. Lewen for his justification on this head, adding, that the whole conversation between the doctor and him turned upon his desire to attempt to reconcile himself to us all in the face of the church, and upon the doctor's endeavouring to dissuade him from making such a public overture till he knew how it would be accepted. But to what purpose his appeal, when I am debarred from seeing that good man, or any one who advised me what to do in my present difficult situation? I fancy, my dear, however, that there would hardly be a guilty person in the world, were each suspected or accused person to tell his or her own story, and be allowed any degree of credit. I have written a very long letter. To be so particular as you require in subjects of conversation, it is impossible to be short. I will add to it only the assurance that I am, and ever will be, your affectionate and faithful friend and servant, Clarissa Harlowe. You'll be so good, my dear, as to remember that the date of your last letter to me was the 9th. End of Letter 36. Read by Patti Brugman.
Letter 37 of Clarissa or the History of a Young Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gilham, Betws Bledrers, Lampeter, Wales. Clarissa Harlowe by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Sunday, March the 19th. I beg your pardon, my dearest friend, for having given you occasion to remind me of the date of my last. I was willing to have before me as much of the workings of your wise relations as possible, being verily persuaded that one side or the other would have yielded by this time, and then I should have had some degree of certainty to found my observations upon. And indeed, what can I write that I have not already written? You know I can do nothing but rave at your stupid persecutors, and that you don't like. I advised you to resume your own estate. That you won't do. You cannot bear the thought of having their Solmes, and Lovelace is resolved you shall be his, let who will say to the contrary. I think you must be either one man's or the other's. Let us see what their next step will be. As to Lovelace, while he tells his own story, having behaved so handsomely on his intrusion in the wood-house, and intended so well at church, who can say but that the man is the least blameworthy? Wicked people, to combine against so innocent a man. But, as I said, let us see what their next step will be, and what course you will take upon it, and then we may be the more enlightened. As to your change of style to your uncles and brother and sister, since they were so fond of attributing to you a regard for Lovelace, and would not be persuaded to the contrary, and since you only strengthened their arguments against yourself by denying it, you did but just as I would have done, in giving way to their suspicions and trying what they would do. But if, pray, my dear, indulge me a little, you yourself think it was necessary to apologize to me for that change of style to them, and till you will speak out like a friend to her unquestionable friend, I must tease you a little. Let it run, therefore, for it will run. If, then, there not be a reason for this change of style, which you have not thought to give me, be so good as to watch, as I once therefore advised you, how the cause for it will come on. Why should it be permitted to steal upon you, and you know nothing of the matter? When we get a great cold, we are apt to puzzle ourselves to find out when it began, or how we got it, and when that is accounted for, down we sit, contented, and let it have its course, or if it be very troublesome, take a sweat, or some other means to get rid of it. So, my dear, before the malady you wot of, yet wot not of, grows so importunate, as you must be obliged to sweat it out, let me advise you to mind how it comes on. For I am persuaded, as surely as I am now writing to you, that the indiscreet violence of your friends on the one hand, and the insinuating address of Lovelace on the other, if the man be not a greater fool than anybody thinks him, will effectually bring it to this, and do all his work for him. But let it. If it must be Lovelace or Solmes, the choice cannot admit of debate. Yet if it be true that is reported, I should prefer almost any of your other lovers to either, unworthy as they also are. But who can be worthy of a Clarissa? I wish you are not indeed angry with me for harping so much upon one string. I must own that I should think myself inexcusable so to do, the rather as I am bold enough to imagine it a point out of all doubt from 50 places in your letters were I to labour the proof, if you would ingeniously own— Own what, you'll say? Why, my Anna Howe, I hope you don't think that I am already in love. No, to be sure. How can your Anna Howe have such a thought? What then shall we call it? You might have helped me to a phrase. A conditional sort of liking? That's it. Oh, my friend, did I not know how much you despise prudery, and that you are too young, too lovely to be a prude? But avoiding such hard names, let me tell you one thing, my dear, which nevertheless I have told you before, and that is this, that I shall think I have reason to be highly displeased with you, if, when you write to me, you endeavour to keep from me any secret of your heart. Let me add, that if you would clearly and explicitly tell me how far Lovelace has or has not a hold in your affections, I could better advise you what to do than at present I can. You, who are so famed for prescience, as I may call it, and that whom no young lady ever had stronger pretensions to a share of it, have had, no doubt, reasonings in your heart about him. Supposing you were one day his, no doubt you have the same in Solmes's case, whence the ground for the hatred of one, and for the conditional liking of the other. Will you tell me, my dear, what you have thought of Lovelace's best and of his worst? How far eligible for the first, how far rejectable for the last? Then, weighing both parts in opposite scales, we shall see which is likely to preponderate, or rather, which does preponderate. Nothing less than the knowledge of the inmost recesses of your heart can satisfy my love and my friendship. Surely you are not afraid to trust yourself with a secret of this nature. If you are, then you may the more allowably doubt me. But I dare say you will not own either, nor is there, I hope, cause for either. Be pleased to observe one thing, my dear, that whenever I have given myself any of those airs of raillery which have seemed to make you look about you, when likewise your case may call for a more serious turn from a sympathizing friend, it has not been upon those passages which are written, though perhaps not intended, with such explicitness, don't be alarmed, my dear, as leaves little cause for doubt, but only when you affect reserve, when you give new words for common things, when you come with your curiosities, with your conditional likings, and with your prudencies, mind how I spell the word, in a case that with every person defies all prudence, over acts of treason, all these against the sovereign friendship we have avowed to each other. Remember that you found me out in a moment. You challenged me. I own directly there was only my pride between the man and me, for I could not endure, I told you, to think of any fellow living to give me a moment's uneasiness. And then my man, as I have elsewhere said, was not such a one as yours, so I had reason to impute full as much to my own consideration as to his power over me, nay more, but still more to yours. For you reasoned me out of the curiosity first, and when the liking was brought to the conditional, why then, you know, I throbbed no more about him. Oh, pray now, as you say, now I have mentioned that my fellow is not such a charming fellow as yours, let Miss Biddulph, Miss Lloyd, Miss Campion, and me have your opinion, how far figure ought to engage us, with a view to your own case. However, mind that, as Mr. Tony says, and whether at all, if the man be vain of it, since, as you observed in a former, that vanity is a stop-short pride in such a one, that would make one justly doubt the worthiness of his interior. You, our pattern, so lovely in feature, so graceful in person, have none of it, and have therefore, with the best grace, always held that it is not excusable, even in a woman. You must know that this subject was warmly debated among us in our last conversation, and Miss Lloyd wished me to write to you upon it for your opinion, to which in every debated case we always paid the greatest deference. I hope you will not be so much engrossed by your weighty cares as not to have freedom of spirits enough to enter upon the task. You know how much we all admire your opinion on such topics, which ever produces something new and instructive, as you handle the subjects. And pray tell us to what you think it owing that your man seems so careful to adorn that self-adorned person of his, yet so manages that one cannot for one's heart think him a coxcomb. Let this question and the above tasks divert and not displease you, my dear. One subject, though ever so important, could never yet engross your capacious mind. If they should displease you, you must recollect the many instances of my impertinence which you have forgiven, and then say, this is a mad girl, but yet I love her, and she is my own. Anna Howe. End of letter 37.
Letter 38 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 38. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Monday, March 20. Your last so sensibly affects me that I must postpone every other consideration, however weighty, to reply to it, and this I will do very distinctly, and with all the openness of heart which our mutual friendship demands. But let me observe in the first place, gratefully observe, that if I have in 50 passages of my letters given you such undoubted proofs of my value for Mr. Lovelace that you have spared me for the sake of my explicitness, it is acting by me with a generosity worthy of yourself. But lives the man, think you, who is so very bad that he does not give even a doubting mind reason at one time to be better pleased with him than at another? And when that reason offers, is it not just to express oneself accordingly? I would do the man who addresses me as much justice as if he did not address me. It has such a look of tyranny, it appears so ungenerous, methinks, in our sex, to use a man worse for his respect to us, no other cause for disrespect occurring, that I would not by any means be that person who should do so. But although I may intend no more than justice, it will perhaps be difficult to hinder those who know the man's views from construing it as a partial favour, and especially if the eager-eyed observer has been formerly touched herself, and would triumph that her friend had been no more able to escape than she. Noble minds, emulative of perfection, and yet the passion properly directed I do not take to be an imperfection neither, may be allowed a little generous envy, I think. If I meant by this a reflection, by way of revenge, it is but a revenge, my dear, in the soft sense of the word. I love, as I have told you, your pleasantry. Although at the time your reproof may pain me a little, yet, on recollection, when I find it more of the cautioning friend than of the satirizing observer, I shall be all gratitude upon it. All the business will be this. I shall be sensible of the pain in the present letter perhaps, but I shall thank you in the next, and ever after. In this way I hope, my dear, you will account for a little of that sensibility which you find above, and perhaps still more as I proceed. You frequently remind me, by an excellent example, your own to me, that I must not spare you. I am not conscious that I have written anything of this man that has not been more in his dispraise than in his favour. Such is the man that I think I must have been faulty, and ought to take myself to account if I had not. But you think otherwise. I will not put you upon labouring the proof, as you call it. My conduct must then have a faulty appearance at least, and I will endeavour to rectify it. But of this I assure you, that whatever interpretation my words were capable of, I intended not any reserve to you. I wrote my heart at the time. If I had had thought of disguising it, or been conscious that there was reason for doing so, perhaps I had not given you the opportunity of remarking upon my curiosity after his relation's esteem for me, nor upon my conditional liking, and such like. All I intended by the first, I believe, I honestly told you at the time. To that letter I therefore refer, whether it make for me or against me; and by the other, that I might bear in mind what it became a person of my sex and character to be and to do in such an unhappy situation, where the imputed love is thought an undutiful, and therefore a criminal passion, and where the supported object of it is a man of faulty morals too. And I am sure you will excuse my desire of appearing at those times the person I ought to be, had I no other view in it but to merit the continuance of your good opinion. But that I may acquit myself of having reserves— Oh, my dear, I must here break off. End of Letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady. Volume 1. By Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Monday, March 12. This letter will account to you, my dear, for my abrupt breaking off in the answer I was writing to yours of yesterday, and which, possibly, I shall not be able to finish and send you till tomorrow or next day, having a great deal to say to the subjects you put to me in it. What I am now to give you are the particulars of another effort made by my friends through the good Mrs. Norton. It seems they had sent to her yesterday to be here this day to take their instructions and to try what she could do with me. It would at least, I suppose they thought, have this effect, to render me inexcusable with her, or to let her see that there was no room for the expostulations she had often wanted to make in my favour to my mother. The declaration that my heart was free afforded them an argument to prove obstinacy and perverseness upon me, since it could be nothing else that governed me in my opposition to their wills if I had no particular esteem for another man, and now that I have given them reason, in order to obviate this argument, to suppose that I have a preference to another, they are resolved to carry their schemes into execution as soon as possible. And in order to do this they sent for this good woman, for whom they know I have even a filial regard. She found assembled my father and mother, my brother and sister, my two uncles, and my aunt Hervey. My brother acquainted her with all that had passed since he was last permitted to see me, with the contents of my letters avowing my regard for Mr. Lovelace, as they all interpreted them, with the substance of their answers to them, and with their resolutions. My mother spoke next, and delivered herself to this effect, as the good woman told me. After reciting how many times I had been indulged in my refusals of different men, and the pains she had taken with me to induce me to oblige my whole family in one instance out of 5 or 6, and my obstinacy upon it. "Oh, my good Mrs. Norton," said the dear lady, "could you have thought that my Clarissa, and your Clarissa, was capable of so determined an opposition to the will of parents so indulgent to her? But see what you can do with her. The matter is gone too far to be receded from on our parts. Her father had concluded everything with Mr. Solmes, not doubting her compliance. Such noble settlements, Mrs. Norton, and such advantages to the whole family! In short, she has it in her power to lay an obligation upon us all. Mr. Solmes, knowing she has good principles, and hoping by his patience now, and good treatment hereafter, to engage her gratitude, and by degrees her love, is willing to overlook all. Overlook all, my dear, Mr. Solmes to overlook all! There's a word. So, Mrs. Norton, if you are convinced that it is a child's duty to submit to her parents' authority in the most important point as well as in the least, I beg you will try your influence over her. I have none, her father has none, her uncles neither, although it is her apparent interest to oblige us all; for, on that condition, her grandfather's estate is not half what, living and dying, is purposed to be done for her. If anybody can prevail with her, it is you, and I hope you will heartily enter upon this task." The good woman asked whether she was permitted to expostulate with them upon the occasion before she came up to me. My arrogant brother told her she was sent for to expostulate with his sister, and not with them; and this, goody Norton, she is always goody with him, you may tell her that the treaty with Mr. Solmes is concluded, and nothing but her compliance with her duty is wanting, of consequence that there is no room for your expostulation, or hers either. Be assured of this, Mrs. Norton, said my father, in an angry tone, that we will not be baffled by her. We will not appear like fools in this matter, and as if we have no authority over our own daughter. We will not, in short, be bullied out of our child by a cursed rake, who had like to have killed our only son. And so she had better make a merit of her obedience, for comply she shall, if I live, independent as she thinks my father's indiscreet bounty has made her of me, her father. Indeed, since that, she has never been like she was before. An unjust bequest, and it is likely to prosper accordingly. But if she marry that vile rake Lovelace, I will litigate every shilling with her. Tell her so, and that the will may be set aside, and shall. My uncles joined with equal heat. My brother was violent in his declarations. My sister put in with vehemence on the same side. My aunt Hervey was pleased to say there was no article so proper for parents to govern in as this of marriage, and it was very fit mine should be obliged. Thus instructed, the good woman came up to me. She told me all that had passed, and was very earnest with me to comply, and so much justice did she to the task imposed upon her, that I more than once thought that her own opinion went with theirs. But when she saw what an immovable aversion I had to the man, she lamented with me their determined resolution, and then examined into the sincerity of my declaration, that I would gladly compound with them by living single. Of this being satisfied, she was so convinced that this offer, which, carried into execution, would exclude Lovelace effectually, ought to be accepted, that she would go down, although I told her it was what I had tendered over and over to no purpose, and undertake to be guarantee for me on that score. She went accordingly, but soon returned in tears, being used harshly for urging this alternative. They had a right to my obedience upon their own terms, they said. My proposal was an artifice, only to gain time. Nothing but marrying Mr. Solmes should do. They had told me so before. They should not be at rest till it was done, for they knew what an interest Lovelace had in my heart. I had as good as owned it in my letters to my uncles and brother and sister, although I had most disingenuously declared otherwise to my mother. I depended, they said, upon their indulgence, and my own power over them. They would not have banished me from their presence, if they had not known that their consideration for me was greater than mine for them. And they would be obeyed, or I never should be restored to their favour, let the consequence be what it would. My brother thought fit to tell the good woman that her whining nonsense did but harden me. There was a perverseness, he said, in female minds, a tragedy pride that would make a romantic young creature, such a one as me, risk anything to obtain pity. I was of an age and a turn, the insolent said, to be fond of a lover-like distress, and my grief, which she pleaded, would never break my heart. I should sooner break that of the best and most indulgent of mothers. He added that she might once more go up to me, but that, if she prevailed not, he should suspect that the man they all hated had found a way to attach her to his interest. Everybody blamed him for this unworthy reflection, which greatly affected the good woman, but nevertheless he said, and nobody contradicted him, that if she could not prevail upon her sweet child, as it seems she had fondly called me, she had best draw to her own home, and there tarry till she was sent for, and so leave her sweet child to her father's management. Sure nobody had ever so insolent, so hard-hearted a brother as I have, so much resignation to be expected from me, so much arrogance, and to so good a woman, and of so fine an understanding, to be allowed in him. She nevertheless told him that, however she might be ridiculed for speaking of the sweetness of my disposition, she must take upon herself to say that there never was a sweeter in the sex, and that she had ever found that by mild methods and gentleness I might at any time be prevailed upon, even in points against my own judgment and opinion. My aunt Hervey hereupon said it was worth while to consider what Mrs. Norton said, and that she had sometimes allowed herself to doubt whether I had been begun with by such methods as generous tempers are only to be influenced by, in cases where their hearts are supposed to be opposite to the will of their friends. She had both my brother and sister upon her for this, who referred to my mother, whether she had not treated me with an indulgence that had hardly any example. My mother said she must own that no indulgence had been wanting from her, but she must needs say, and had often said it, that the reception I met with on my return from Miss Howe, and the manner in which the proposal of Mr. Solmes was made to me, which was such as left nothing to my choice, and before I had an opportunity to converse with him, were not what she had by any means approved of. She was silenced, you will guess by whom, with, my dear, you have ever something to say, something to palliate, for this rebel of a girl. Remember her treatment of you, of me. Remember that the wretch, whom we so justly hate, would not dare persist in his purposes, but for her encouragement of him, and obstinacy to us. Mrs. Norton, angrily to her, go up to her once more, and if you think gentleness will do, you have a commission to be gentle. If it will not, never make use of that plea again. Ay, my good woman, said my mother, try your force with her. My sister Hervey and I will go up to her, and bring her down in our hands, to receive her father's blessing, and assurances of everybody's love, if she will be prevailed upon, and, in that case, we will all love you the better for your good offices. She came up to me, and repeated all these passages with tears, but I told her, that after what had passed between us, she could not hope to prevail upon me to comply with measures so wholly my brother's, and so much to my aversion. And then, folding me to her maternal bosom, I leave you, my dearest miss, said she, I leave you because I must, but let me beseech you to do nothing rashly, nothing unbecoming your character. If all be true that is said, Mr. Lovelace cannot deserve you. If you can comply, remember it is your duty to comply. They take not, I own, the right method with so generous a spirit, but remember that there would not be any merit in your compliance if it were not to be against your own liking. Remember also what is expected from a character so extraordinary as yours. Remember it is in your power to unite or disunite your whole family for ever. Although it should at present be disagreeable to you to be thus compelled, your prudence, I dare say, when you consider the matter seriously, will enable you to get over all prejudices against the one, and all prepossessions in favour of the other. And then the obligation you will lay all your family under will be not only meritorious in you with regard to them, but in a few months very probably highly satisfactory as well as reputable to yourself. Consider, my dear Mrs. Norton, said I, only consider that it is not a small thing that is insisted upon, not for a short duration, it is for my life. Consider, too, that all this is owing to an overbearing brother who governs everybody. Consider how desirous I am to oblige them, if a single life, and breaking all correspondence with a man they hate, because my brother hates him, will do it. I consider everything, my dearest miss, and, added to what I have said, do you only consider that if, by pursuing your own will, and rejecting theirs, you should be unhappy, you will be deprived of all that consolation which those have who have been directed by their parents, although the event prove not answerable to their wishes. I must go, repeated she. Your brother will say, and she wept, that I harden you by my whining nonsense. 'Tis indeed hard that so much regard should be paid to the humours of one child, and so little to the inclination of another. But let me repeat, that it is your duty to acquiesce, if you can acquiesce. Your father has given your brother's schemes his sanction, and they are now his. Mr. Lovelace, I doubt, is not a man that will justify your choice so much as he will their dislike. It is easy to see that your brother has a view in discrediting you with all your friends, with your uncles in particular, but for that very reason you should comply, if possible, in order to disconcert his ungenerous measures. I will pray for you, and that is all I can do for you. I must now go down and make a report that you are resolved never to have Mr. Solmes. Must I? Consider, my dear Miss Clary, must I? Indeed you must. But of this I do assure you, that I will do nothing to disgrace the part you have had in my education. I will bear everything that shall be, short of forcing my hand into his, who never can have any share in my heart. I will try by patient duty, by humility, to overcome them. But death will I choose, in any shape, rather than that man. I dread to go down, said she, with so determined an answer. They will have no patience with me. But let me leave you with one observation, which I beg of you always to bear in mind. That persons of prudence and distinguished talents, like yours, seem to be sprinkled through the world to give credit by their example to religion and virtue. When such persons wilfully err, how great must be the fault! How ungrateful to that God who blessed them with such talents! What a loss likewise to the world! What a wound to virtue! But this, I hope, will never be to be said of Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I could give her no answer but by my tears, and I thought, when she went away, the better half of my heart went with her. I listened to hear what reception she would meet with below, and found it was just such a one as she had apprehended. "Will she, or will she not, be Mrs. Solmes? None of your whining circumlocutions, Mrs. Norton." You may guess who said this. "Will she, or will she not, comply with her parents' will?" This cut short all she was going to say. "If I must speak so briefly, Miss will sooner die than have—" "Anybody but Lovelace," interrupted my brother. "This, madam, this, sir, is your meek daughter, this is Mrs. Norton's sweet child. Well, goody, you may return to your own habitation. I am empowered to forbid you to have any correspondence with this perverse girl for a month to come, as you value the favour of our whole family, or of any individual of it." And, saying this, uncontradicted by anybody, he himself showed her to the door, no doubt with all that air of cruel insult which the haughty rich can put on to the unhappy low, who have not pleased them. So here, my dear Miss Howe, am I deprived of the advice of one of the most prudent and conscientious women in the world, were I to have ever so much occasion for it. I might indeed write, as I presume, under your cover, and receive her answers to what I should write. But should such a correspondence be charged upon her, I know she would not be guilty of a falsehood for the world, nor even of an equivocation. And should she own it after this prohibition, she would forfeit my mother's favour for ever. And in my dangerous fever some time ago, I engaged my mother to promise me that, if I died before I could do anything for the good woman, she would set her above want for the rest of her life. Should her eyes fail her, or sickness befall her, and she could not provide for herself, as she now so prettily does by her fine needleworks. What measures will they fall upon next? Will they not recede when they find that it must be a rooted antipathy and nothing else that could make a temper not naturally inflexible so sturdy? Adieu, my dear, be you happy. To know that it is in your power to be so is all that seems wanting to make you so. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 39.
Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 40. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patti Brugman. Letter 40. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, in continuation of the subject in Letter 38. I will now, though midnight, for I have no sleep in my eyes, resume the subject I was forced so abruptly to quit, and will obey yours, Miss Lloyd's, Miss Campion's, and Miss Dulbulf's call with as much temper as my divided thought will admit. The dead stillness of this solemn hour will, I hope, contribute to calm my disturbed mind. In order to acquit myself of so heavy a charge as that of having reserves to so dear a friend, I will acknowledge, and I thought I had over and over, that it is owing to my particular situation if Mr. Lovelace appears to me in a tolerable light, and I take upon me to say that they had opposed to him a man of sense, of virtue, of generosity, one who enjoyed his fortune with credit, who had a tenderness in his nature for the calamities of others, which would have given a moral assurance that he would have been still less wanting in grateful returns to an obliging spirit. Had they opposed such a man as this to Mr. Lovelace, and been as earnest to have me married as now they are, I do not know myself if they would have had reason to tax me with that invincible obstinacy which they lay to my charge, and this, whatever had been the figure of a man, since the heart is what we women should judge by in the choice we make, as the best security for the party's good behaviour in every relation of life. But situated as I am, thus persecuted and driven, I own to you that I have now and then had a little more difficulty than I wished for, in passing by Mr. Lovelace's tolerable qualities, to keep up my dislike to him for his others. You say I must have argued with myself in his favour, and in his disfavour, on a supposition that I might possibly be one day his. I own that I have, and thus called upon my dearest friend, I will set before you both parts of the argument. And first, what occurred to me in his favour. At his introduction into our family, his negative virtues were insisted upon. He was no gamester, no horse-racer, no fox-hunter, no drinker. My poor Aunt Hervey had, in confidence, given us to apprehend most disagreeable evil, especially to a wife of the least delicacy, from a wine-lover, and common sense instructed me that sobriety in a man is no small point to be secured, when so many mischiefs happen daily from excess. I remember that my sister made the most of this favourable circumstance in his character while she had any hopes of him. He was never thought to be a niggard, not even ungenerous, nor when his conduct came to be inquired into, an extravagant squanderer. His pride, so far was it a laudable pride, secured from him that. Then he was ever ready to own his errors. He was no jester upon sacred things, poor Mr. Wyerley's fault, who seemed to think that there was wit in saying bold things, which would shock a serious mind. His conversation with us was always unexceptionable, even chastely so, which, be his actions what they would, shewed him capable of being influenced by decent company, and that he might probably therefore be a led man rather than a leader in other company. And one late instance, so late as last Saturday evening, has raised him not a little in my opinion with regard to this point of good, and at the same time of manly behaviour. As to the advantage of birth, that is, of his side, above any man who has been found out for me, if we may judge by that expression of his which you were pleased with at the time, that upon true quality and hereditary distinction, if good sense were not wanting, humour sat as easy as his glove, that with as familiar an air was his familiar expression, while none but the prosperous upstart mushroomed into rank. Another of his peculiars was arrogantly proud of it. If, I say, we may judge of him by this, we shall conclude in his favour, that he knows what sort of behaviour is to be expected from persons of birth, whether he act upon it or not. Conviction is half way to amendment. His fortunes in possession are handsome, in expectation splendid, so nothing need be said on that subject. But it is impossible, say some, that he should make a tender or kind husband. Those who are for imposing upon me such a man as Mr. Solmes, and by methods so violent, are not entitled to make this objection. But now on this subject let me tell you how I have argued with myself, for still you must remember that I am upon the extenuating part of his character. A great deal of the treatment a wife may expect from him will possibly depend upon herself. Perhaps she must practice as well as promise obedience to a man so little used to control, and must be careful to oblige. And what husband expects not this? The more, perhaps, if he had not reason to assure himself of the preferable love of his wife before she became such, and how much easier and pleasanter to obey the man of her choice, if he should be even more unreasonable sometimes than one she would not have had. Could she have avoided it? Then I think, as the man were the farmers of his matrimonial office, and made obedience a part of the woman's vow, she ought not, even in policy, to show him that she can break through her part of the contract, however lightly she may think of the instance, lest he should take it into his head, himself as judge, to think as lightly of other points, which she may hold more important, but indeed no point so solemnly vowed can be slight. This principled, and acting accordingly, what a wretch must that husband be who could treat such a wife brutally? Will Lovelace's wife be the only person to whom he will not pay the grateful debt of civility and good manners? He is allowed to be brave. Who ever knew a brave man, if a brave man of sense, and universally base man? And how much the gentleness of our sex, and the manner of our training up and education, make us need the protection of the brave, and the countenance of the generous, let the general approbation which we are all so naturally inclined to give to men of that charity testify. At worst, will he confine me prisoner to my chamber? Will he deny me the visits of my dearest friend, and forbid me to correspond with her? Will he take from me the mistressly management which I had not faultily discharged? Will he set a servant over me with license to insult me? Will he, as not a sister, permit his cousins Montague? And would either of these ladies accept of a permission to insult and tyrannize over me? It cannot be. Why then, think I often, do you tempt me, O my cruel friends, to try the difference? And then has the secret pleasure intruded itself, to be able to reclaim such a man to the paths of virtue and honour, to be a secondary means, if I were to be his, of saving him, and preventing the mischiefs so enterprising a creature might otherwise be guilty of, if he be such a one. When I have thought of him in these lights, and that as a man of sense he will sooner see his errors than another, I own to you that I have had some difficulty to avoid taking the path they so violently endeavour to make me shun, and all that command of my passions which has ever been attributed to me as my greatest praise, and in so young a creature as my distinction, has hardly been sufficient for me. And let me add, that the favour of his relations, all but himself unexceptionable, has made a good deal of additional weight thrown in the same scale. But now in his disfavour, when I have reflected upon the prohibition of my parents, the giddy appearance disgraceful to our sex, that such a preference would have, that there is no manner of likelihood inflamed by the recounter, and upheld by art and ambition on my brother's side, that ever the animosity will be got over. That I might therefore be at perpetual variance with all my own family, that I must go to him and to his as an obliged and half-fortuned person, that his aversion to them all is as strong as theirs to him, that his whole family are hated for his sake, they hating ours in return, that he has a very immoral character as to women, that knowing this, it is a high degree of impurity to think of joining in wedlock with such a man, that he is young, unbroken, his passions unsubdued, that he is violent in temper, yet artfully, I am afraid vindictive too, that such a husband might unsettle me in all my own principles, and hazard my future hopes, that his own relations, two excellent aunts, and an uncle, from whom he has such large expectations, have no influence upon him, that what tolerable qualities he has are found more in pride than in virtue, that allowing as he does the excellency of moral precepts, and believing the doctrine of future rewards and punishments, he can live as if he despised the one and defied the other. The probability that the taint arising from such free principles may go down into the manners of posterity, that I, knowing these things, and the importance of them, should be more inexcusable than one who knows them not, since an error against judgment is worse, infinitely worse, than an error in judgment. Reflecting upon these things, I cannot help conjuring you, my dear, to pray with me, and to pray for me, that I may not be pushed upon such indiscreet measures, as will render me inexcusable to myself, for that is the test, after all. The world's opinion ought to be but a secondary consideration. I have said in his praise that he is extremely ready to own his errors, but I have sometimes made a great drawback upon this article in his disfavour, having been ready to apprehend that this ingenuousness may possibly be attributable to two causes, neither of them by any means credible to him. The one, that his vices are so much his masters, that he attempts not to conquer them. The other, that he may think it policy to give up one half of his character to save the other, that the whole may be blameable. By this means silencing by acknowledgment the objections he cannot answer, which may give him the praise of ingenuousness, when he can obtain no other, and when the challenged proof might bring out upon discussion other evils. These, you will allow, are severe constructions, but everything his enemies say of him cannot be false. I will proceed by and by. Sometimes we have both thought him one of the most undesigning, merely witty men we ever knew. At other times, one of the deepest creatures we ever conversed with, so that when in one visit we have imagined we fathomed him, in the next he has made us ready to give him up as impenetrable. This impenetrableness, my dear, is to be put among the shades of his character. Yet upon the whole you have been so far of his party, that you have contested that his principal fault is over-frankness and too much regardlessness of appearance, and that he is too giddy to be very artful. You would have it that at the time he says anything good, he means what he speaks, that his variableness and levity are constitutional, owing to sound health and to a soul and body. That was your observation, fitted for and pleased with each other, and hence you concluded that could this conscientiousness, as you call it, of corporal and animal faculties, be pointed by discretion, that is to say, could his vivacity be confined within the pale of moral obligations, he would be far from being rejectable as a companion for life. But I used then to say, and I still am of opinion, that he wants a heart. If he does, he wants everything. A wrong head may be convinced, may have a right turn given it, but one who is able to give a heart, if a heart be wanting, divine grace working a miracle, or next to a miracle, can only change a bad heart. Should one not fly the man who is but suspected of such a one? What, oh, what do parents do when they endeavour to force a child's inclination, but make her think better than otherwise she would think of a man obnoxious to themselves, and perhaps whose character will not stand examination? I have said that I think Mr. Lovelace a vindictive man. Upon my word, I have sometimes doubted whether his perseverance in his addresses to me has not been the more obstinate, since he has found himself so disagreeable to my friends. From that time I verily think he has been the more fervent in them, yet courts them not. Defiance, for this indeed he pleads; disinterestedness, I am sure he cannot; politeness, and the more plausibility, as he is apprized of the ability they have to make it worth his while to court them. "'Tis true," he has declared, "and with so much reason, or there would be no bearing him, and the lowest submissions on his part would not be accepted, and, to oblige me, has offered to seek a reconciliation with them, if I would give him hope of success. As to his behaviour at church, the Sunday before last, I lay no stress upon that, because I doubt there was too much outward pride in his intentional humility, and Shorey, who is not his enemy, could not have mistaken it. I do not think him so deeply learned in human nature or in ethics as some have thought him. Don't you remember how he stared at the following trite observations which every moralist could have furnished him with, complaining as he did in half menacing strain of the obliquies raised against him, that if he were innocent he should despise the obliquy. If not, revenge would not wipe off his guilt. That nobody ever thought of turning a sword into a sponge. That it was his own power, by reformation of an error laid to his charge by an enemy, to make that enemy one of his best friends, and, which was the noblest revenge in the world, against his will, such an enemy would not wish him to be without the faults he taxed him with. But the intention, he said, was the wound. How so, I asked him, when that cannot wound without the application? That the adversary only held the sword, he himself pointed it at the breast. And why should he morally resent that malice, which he might be the better for as long as he lived? What could be the reading he has been said to be master of, to wonder as he did at these observations? But indeed he must take pleasure in revenge, and yet holds others to be inexcusable for the same fault. He is not, however, the only one who can see how truly blamed those errors are in another, which they hardly think such in themselves. From these considerations, from these overbalances, it was that I said in a former, and I would not be in love with this man for the world, and it was going further than prudence would warrant, when I was for compounding with you, by the words conditional liking, which you so humorously rally. Well, but methinks you say, what is all this to the purpose? This is still but reasoning, but if you are in love, you are, and love, like the vapours, is the deeper root for having no sufficient cause assignable for its hold. And so you call upon me again to have no reserves, and so forth. Why then, my dear, if you will have it, I think that, with all his prepondering faults, I like him better than I ever thought I should like him, and those faults considered, better perhaps than I ought to like him. And I believe it is possible for the persecution I labour under to induce me to like him still more, especially while I can recollect to his advantage our last interview, and as every day produces stronger instances of tyranny, I will call it on the other side. In a word, I will frankly own, since you cannot think anything I say too explicit, that were he now but a moral man, I would prefer him to all the men I ever saw. So that this is but conditional liking still, you'll say, nor a hope is it more. I never was in love, as it is called, and whether this be it or not, I must submit to you. But I will venture to think it is, if it be, no such mighty monarch, no such unconquerable power, as I have heard it represented, and it must have met with greater encouragement than I think I have given it, to be absolutely unconquerable, since I am persuaded that I could yet, without a throb, most willingly give up the one man to get rid of the other. But now to be a little more serious with you. If, my dear, my particular unhappy situation had driven, or led me, if you please, into a liking of the man, and if that liking had, in your opinion, inclined me to love him, Should you, whose mind is susceptible of the most friendly impressions, who have such high emotions of the delicacy which ought to be observed by our sex in these matters, and who actually do enter so deeply into the distress of one you love, should you have pushed so far that unhappy friend on so very nice a subject, especially when I aimed not, as you could prove by 50 instances it seemed, to guard against being found out, had you rallied me by word of mouth in manner you do, it might have been more in character, especially if your friend's distresses had been surmounted, and if she had affected prudish airs in revolving the subject. But to sit down, to write it, as methinks I see you, with a gladdened eye, and with all the archness of exultation, indeed, my dear, and I take notice of it, rather for the sake of your own generosity than for my own sake. For, as I have said, I love your raillery. It is not so very pretty, the delicacy of the subject, and the delicacy of your own mind considered. I lay down my pen here, that you may consider a little, if you please. I resume, to give you my opinion of the force which figure or person ought to have upon our sex, and this I shall do both generally as to the other sex, and particularly as to this man, whence you will be able to collect how far my friends are in the right, or in the wrong, when they attribute a good deal of prejudice in favour of one man, and in disfavour of the other, on the score of figure. But first, let me observe, that they see abundant reason, on comparing Mr. Lovelace and Mr. Solmes together, to believe that this may be a consideration with me, and therefore they believe it is. There is certainly something very plausible and attractive, as well as credible, to a woman's choice in figure. It gives a favourable impression at first sight, in which we wish to be confirmed, and if upon further acquaintance we find reason to be so, we are pleased with our judgment, and like the person better, for having given us cause to compliment our own sagacity in our first sighted impressions. But nevertheless it has been generally a rule with me to suspect a fine figure both in man and woman, and I have had it a good deal of reason to approve my rule, with regard to men especially, who ought to value themselves rather upon their intellectual than personal qualities. For as to our sex, if a fine woman should be led by the opinion of the world to be vain and conceited upon her form and features, and that to such a degree as to have neglected the more material and more durable recommendations, the world will be ready to excuse her, since a pretty fool in all she says and in all she does will please, we know not why. But who would grudge this pretty fool her short day, since with her summer sun, when her butterfly flutters are over, and the winter age and furrows arrive, she will feel the just effects of having neglected to cultivate her better faculties, for then lie another Helen. She would be unable to bear the reflection even of her own glass, and being sunk into the insignificances of a mere old woman, she will be entitled to the contempts which follow that character, while the discreet matron, who carries up, we will not in such a one's case say down, into advanced life, the ever amiable character of virtuous prudence and useful experience, finds solid veneration take place of airy admiration, and more than supply the want of it. But for a man to be vain of his person, how effeminate! If such a one happens to have genius, it seldom strikes deep into intellectual subjects. His outside usually runs away with him. To adorn, and perhaps intending to adorn, to render ridiculous that person, takes up all his attention. All he does is personal, that is to say, for himself. All he admires is himself, and in spite of the correction of the stage, which so often and so justly exposes a coxcomb, he usually dwindles down and sinks into that character, and of consequence becomes the scorn of one sex and the jest of the other. This is generally the case of your fine figures of men, and of those who value themselves on dress and outward appearance, whence it is that I repeat, that mere person in a man is a despicable consideration. But if a man besides figure has learning, and such talents as would have distinguished him, whatever were his form, then indeed person is an addition, and if he has not run too egregiously into self-admiration, and if he has preserved his morals, he is truly a valuable being. Mr. Lovelace has certainly taste, and as far as I am able to determine, he has judgment in most of the politer arts. But although he has a humorous way of carrying it off, yet one may see that he values himself not a little, both on his person and his parts, and even upon his dress, and yet he has so happy an ease in the latter, that it seems to be the least part of his study. And as to the former, I should hold myself inexcusable, if I were to add to his vanity by shewing the least regard for what is too evidently so much his. And now, my dear, let me ask you, have I come to your expectation? If I have not, when my mind is more at ease, I will endeavour to please you better. For methinks my sentences drag, my style creeps, my imagination is sunk, my spirits serve me not, only to tell you, that whether I have more or less, I am wholly devoted to the commands of my dear Miss Howe. P.S. The insolent Betty Barnes has just now fired me anew by reporting to me the following expressions of the hideous creature, Solmes, that he is sure of the coy girl, and that with little labour to himself, that be I ever so averse to him beforehand, he can depend upon my principle, and it will be a pleasure to him to see by what pretty degrees I shall come to. Horrid wretch! That it was Sir Oliver's observation, who knew the world perfectly well, that fear was a better security than love, for a woman's good behaviour to her husband, although for his part to such a fine creature truly, he would try what love would do, for a few weeks at least, being unwilling to believe that the old knight used to aver, that fondness spoils more wives than it makes good. What think you, my dear, of such a wretch as this, tutored too by that old surly misogynist, as he was deemed, Sir Oliver? End of chapter 40. Read by Patti Brugman.
Letter 41 of Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday, March 21st. How willingly would my dear mother show kindness to me, were she permitted! None of this persecution should I labour under, I am sure, if that regard were paid to her prudence and fine understanding which they so well deserve. Whether owing to her, or to my aunt, or to both, that a new trial was to be made upon me, I cannot tell. But this morning her Shorey delivered into my hand the following condescending letter. My dear girl, for so I must still call you, since dear you may be to me in every sense of the word, we have taken into particular consideration some hints that fell yesterday from your good Norton, as if we had not, at Mr. Solmes's first application, treated you with that condescension wherewith we have, in all other instances, treated you. If it even had been so, my dear, you were not excusable to be wanting in your part, and to set yourself to oppose your father's will in a point which he had entered too far to recede with honour. But all yet may be well. On your single will, my child, depends all our happiness. Your father permits me to tell you, that if you now at last comply with his expectations, all past disobligations shall be buried in oblivion, as if they had never been. but withal that this is the last time that that grace will be offered you. I hinted to you, you must remember, that patterns of the richest silks were sent for. They are come, and as they are come, your father, to show how much he is determined, will have me send them up to you. I could have wished they might not have accompanied this letter, but there is not great matter in that. I must tell you that your delicacy is not quite so much regarded as I had once thought it deserved to be. These are the newest as well as the richest that we could procure, answerable to our situation in the world, answerable to the fortune, additional to your grandfather's estate, designed you, and to the noble settlements agreed upon. Your father intends you 6 suits, 3 of them dressed suits, at his own expense. You have an entire new suit, and one besides, which I think you never wore but twice. As the new suit is rich, if you choose to make that one of the 6, your father will present you with 100 guineas in lieu. Mr. Solmes intends to present you with a set of jewels. As you have your grandmother's and your own, if you choose to have the former new set, and to make them serve, his present will be made in money, a very round sum, which will be given in full property to yourself, besides a fine annual allowance for pin money, as it is called, so that your objection against the spirit of a man you think worse of than it deserves will have no weight, but you will be more independent than a wife of less discretion than we attribute to you perhaps ought to be. You know full well that I, who first and last brought a still larger fortune into the family than you will carry to Mr. Solmes, had not a possession made me of near this that we have made for you. Where people marry to their liking, terms are the least things stood upon, yet should I be sorry if you cannot, to oblige us all, overcome a dislike. Wonder not, Clary, that I write to you thus plainly and freely upon this subject. Your behaviour hitherto has been such, that we have had no opportunity of entering minutely into the subject with you. Yet, after all that has passed between you and me in conversation, and between you and your uncles by letter, you have no room to doubt what is to be the consequence. Either, child, we must give up our authority, or you your humour. You cannot expect the one. We have all the reason in the world to expect the other. You know I have told you more than once that you must resolve to have Mr. Solmes, or never to be looked upon as our child. The draft of the settlement you may see whenever you will. We think there can be no room for objection to any of the articles. There is still more in them in our family's favour than was stipulated at first, when your aunt talked of them to you. More so, indeed, than we could have asked. If, upon perusal of them, you think any alteration necessary, it shall be made. Do, my dear girl, send to me within this day or two, or rather ask me for the perusal of them. As a certain person's appearance at church so lately, and what he gives out everywhere, makes us extremely uneasy, and as that uneasiness will continue while you are single, you must not wonder that a short day is intended. This day fortnight we design it to be, if you have no objection to make that I shall approve of. But if you determine as we would have you, and signify it to us, we shall not stand with you for a week or so. Your sightlines of person may perhaps make some think this alliance disparaging, but I hope you will not put such a personal value upon yourself. If you do, it will indeed be the less wonder that person should weigh with you, however weak the consideration, in another man. Thus we parents in justice ought to judge, that our 2 daughters are equally dear and valuable to us. If so, why should Clarissa think that a disparagement, which Arabella would not, nor we for her, have thought any, had the address been made to her? You will know what I mean by this, without my explaining myself farther. Signify to us now, therefore, your compliance with our wishes, and then there is an end of your confinement. An act of oblivion, as I may call it, shall pass upon all your former refractoriness, and you will once more make us happy in you and in one another. You may in this case directly come down to your father and me in his study, where we will give you our opinions of the patterns, with our hearty forgiveness and blessings. Come, be a good child, as you used to be, my Clarissa. I have notwithstanding your past behaviour, and the hopelessness which some have expressed in your compliance, undertaken this one time more for you. Discredit not my hopes, my dear girl. I have promised never more to interfere between your father and you, if this my most earnest application succeed not. I expect you down, love. Your father expects you down. But be sure don't let him see anything uncheerful in your compliance. If you come, I will clasp you to my fond heart with as much pleasure as ever I pressed you to it in my whole life. You don't know what I have suffered within these few weeks past, nor ever will be able to guess till you come to be in my situation, which is that of a fond and indulgent mother, praying night and day, and struggling to preserve, against the attempts of more ungovernable spirits, the peace and union of her family. But you know the terms. Come not near us if you have resolved to be undutiful. But this, after what I have written, I hope you cannot be. If you come directly, and, as I have said, cheerfully, as if your heart were in your duty, and you told me it was free, you know, I shall then, as I said, give you the most tender proofs how much I am your truly affectionate mother. Think for me, my dearest friend, how I must be affected by this letter. The contents of it is so surprisingly terrifying, yet so sweetly urged. Oh, why, cried I to myself, am I obliged to undergo this severe conflict between a command that I cannot obey, and language so condescendingly moving? Could I have been sure of being struck dead at the altar before the ceremony had given the man I hate a title to my vows, I think I could have submitted to having been led to it. But to think of living with and living for a man one abhors, what a sad thing is that! And then, how could the glare of habit and ornament be supposed any inducement to one who has always held that the principal view of a good wife in the adorning of her person ought to be to preserve the affection of her husband and to do credit to his choice, and that she should be even fearful of attracting the eyes of others? In this view, must not the very richness of the patterns add to my disgusts? Great encouragement indeed to think of adorning oneself to be the wife of Mr. Solmes. Upon the whole, it was not possible for me to go down upon the prescribed condition. Do you think it was? And to write, if my letter would have been read, what could I write that would be admitted, and after what I had written and said to so little effect? I walked backward and forward. I threw down with disdain the patterns. Now to my closet retired I, then quitting it, threw myself upon the settee, then upon this chair, then upon that, then into one window, and then into another. I knew not what to do. And while I was in this suspense, having again taken up the letter to reperuse it, Betty came in, reminding me by order that my papa and mamma waited for me in my father's study. Tell my mamma, said I, that I beg the favour of seeing her here for one moment, or to permit me to attend her anywhere by herself. I listened at the stairs head. You see, my dear, how it is, cried my father very angrily. All your condescension, as your indulgence heretofore, is thrown away. You blame your son's violence, as you call it. I had some pleasure in hearing this. But nothing else will do with her. You shall not see her alone. Is my presence an exception to the bold creature? Tell her, said my mother to Betty, she knows upon what terms she may come down to us, nor will I see her upon any other. The maid brought me this answer. I had recourse to my pen and ink, but I trembled so that I could not write, nor knew what to say had I steadier fingers. At last Betty brought me these lines from my father. Undutiful and perverse Clarissa. No condescension, I see, will move you. Your mother shall not see you, nor will I. Prepare, however, to obey. You know our pleasure. Your uncle Antony, your brother and your sisters, and your favourite Mrs. Norton, shall see the ceremony performed privately at your uncle's chapel. And when Mr. Solmes can introduce you to us, in the temper we wish to behold you in, we may, perhaps, forgive his wife, although we never can in any other character, our perverse daughter. As it will be so privately performed, clothes and equipage may be provided for afterwards. So prepare to go to your uncle's for an early day in next week. We will not see you till all is over, and we will have it over the sooner in order to shorten the time of your deserved confinement, and our own trouble in contending with such a rebel as you have been of late. I will hear no pleas, I will receive no letter nor expostulation, nor shall you hear from me any more till you have changed your name to my liking. This from your incensed father. If this resolution be adhered to, then will my father never see me more, for I will never be the wife of that Solmes. I will die first. Tuesday evening. This Solmes, came hither soon after I had received my father's letter. He sent up to beg leave to wait upon me. I wonder at his assurance. I said to Betty, who brought me this message, let him restore an unhappy creature to her father and mother, and then I may hear what he has to say. But if my friends will not see me upon his account, I will not see him upon his own. I hope, miss, said Betty, you will not send me down with this answer. He is with your papa and mamma. I am driven to despair, said I. I cannot be used worse. I will not see him. Down she went with my answer. She pretended, it seems, to be loath to repeat it, so was commanded out of her affected reserves, and gave it in its full force. Oh, how I heard my father storm! They were all together, it seems, in his study. My brother was for having me turned out of the house that moment, to Lovelace and my evil destiny. My mother was pleased to put in a gentle word for me. I know not what it was, but thus she was answered. My dear, this is the most provoking thing in the world in a woman of your good sense, to love a rebel as well as if she were dutiful. What encouragement for duty is this? Have I not loved her as well as ever you did? And why am I changed? Would to the Lord your sex knew how to distinguish. It is plain that she relies upon her power over you. The fond mother ever made a hardened child. She was pleased, however, to blame Betty, as the wench owned, for giving my answer its full force, but my father praised her for it. The wench says that he would have come up in his wrath at my refusing to see Mr. Solmes, had not my brother and sister prevailed upon him to the contrary. I wish he had, and were it not for his own sake, that he had killed me. Mr. Solmes condescended, I am mightily obliged to him truly, to plead for me. They are all in tumults. How it will end I know not. I am quite weary of life. So happy till within these few weeks. So miserable now. Well, indeed, might my mother say that I should have severe trials. P.S. The idiot, such a one am I treated like, is begged, as I may say, by my brother and sister. They have desired that I may be consigned over entirely to their management. If it be granted, it is granted on my father's part, I understand, but not yet on my mother's, what cruelty may I not expect from their envy, jealousy, and ill will? I shall soon see by its effects, if I am to be so consigned. This is a written intimation, privately dropped in my Woodhouse walk, by my cousin Dolly Hervey. The dear girl longs to see me, she tells me, but is forbidden till she sees me as Mrs. Solmes, or as consenting to be his. I will take example by their perseverance. Indeed I will. End of letter 41.
Letter 42. Clarissa, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patti Brugman. Clarissa, Volume 1, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. An angry dialogue, a scolding bout rather, had passed between my sister and me. Do you think I could scold, my dear? She was sent up to me upon my refusal to see Mr. Solmes, let loose upon me, I think. No intention on their parts to conciliate. It seems evident that I am given up to my brother and her, by general consent. I will do justice to everything she said against me, which carried any force with it. As I ask for your approbation or disapprobation of my conduct upon the facts I lay before you, I should think it the sign of a very bad cause if I endeavoured to mislead my judge. She began with representing to me the danger I had been in, had my father come up, as he would have done had he not been hindered by Mr. Solmes among the rest. She reflected upon my Norton, as if she encouraged me in my perseverance. She ridiculed me for my supposed esteem for Mr. Lovelace, was surprised that the witty, the prudent, nay, the dutiful and pious, as she so sneeringly pronounced the word, Clarissa Harlowe should be so strangely fond of a profligate man, that her parents were forced to lock her up in order to hinder her from running into his arms. Let me ask you, my dear, said she, how you now keep your account of this disposition of your time? How many hours in the 24 do you devote to your needle? How many to your prayers? How many to letter writing? And how many to love? I doubt, my little dear, was her arch expression. The latter article is like Aaron's rod, and swallows up the rest. Tell me, is it not so? To these I answered, that it was a double mortification to me to owe my safety from the effects of my father's indignation to a man I could never thank for anything. I vindicated the good Mrs. Norton with a warmth that was due to her merit. With equal warmth I resented her reflections upon me on Mr. Lovelace's account. As to the disposition of my time in the 24 hours, I told her it would better have become her to pity a sister in distress, than to exult over her, especially when I could too justly attribute to that disposition of some of her wakeful hours no small part in that distress. She raved extremely at this last hint, but reminded me of the gentle treatment of all my friends, my mother's in particular, before it came to this. She said that I had discovered a spirit they had never expected, that if they had thought me such a championess, they would have hardly ventured to engage with me, but that now the short and the long of it was, that the matter had gone too far to be given up, that it was become a contention between duty and wilfulness, whether a parent's authority were to yield to a daughter's obstinacy, or the contrary, that I must therefore bend or break. That was all, child. I told her that I wished the subject were of such a nature that I could return her pleasantry with equal lightness of heart, but that if Mr. Solmes had such a merit in everybody's eyes, in here particularly, why might he not be a brother to me rather than a husband? Oh, child, says she, methinks you are as pleasant to the full as I am. I begin to have some hopes of you now. But do you think I will rob my sister of her humble servant? Had he first addressed himself to me, proceeded she, something might have been said. But to take my younger sister's refusal, no, no, child, it is not come to that neither. Besides, that would be to leave the door open in your heart for you know who, child, and we would fain bar him out, if possible. In short, and then she changed both her tone and her looks, had I been as forward as somebody to throw myself into the arms of one of the greatest profligates in England, who had endeavoured to support his claim to me through the blood of my brother, then might all my family join together to save me from such a wretch, and to marry me as fast as they could to some worthy man who might opportunely offer himself. And now, Clary, all's out, and make the most of it. Did not this deserve a severe return? Do say it did, to justify my reply. Alas for my poor sister, said I, the man was not always so great a profligate. How true is the observation, that unrequited love turns to deepest hate. I thought she would beat me, but I proceeded to have heard often of my brother's danger and my brother's murder. When so little ceremony is made with me, why should I not speak out? Did he not seek to kill the other, if he could have done it? Would my brother have given Lovelace his life, had it been in his power? The aggressor should not complain. And as to the opportune offers, would to heaven some one had offered opportunely to somebody! It is not my fault, Bella. The opportune gentlemen don't come. Could you, my dear, have shewn more spirit? I expected to feel the weight of her hand. She did come up to me, with it held up, then, speechless with passion, ran half-way down the stairs, and came up again. When she could speak, God give me patience with you. Amen, said I. But you see, Bella, how ill you bear the retort you provoke. Will you forgive me, and let me find a sister in you, as I am sorry if you have reason to think me unsisterly in what I have said? Then did she pour upon me with greatest violence, considering my gentleness as a triumph of temper over her. She was resolved, she said, to let everybody know how I took the wicked Lovelace's part against my brother. I wished, I told her, I could make the plea for myself, which she might for herself, to wit, that my anger was more inexcusable than my judgment. But I presumed she had some other view in coming to me, than she had hitherto acquainted me with. Let me, said I, but no, after all that had passed, if you have anything to propose that I can comply with, anything that can make my only sister once more my friend. I had before, upon hearing her ridiculing me on my supposed nature of meekness, said, that although I wished to be thought meek, I would not be abject, although humble not mean, and here, in a sneering way, she cautioned me on that head. I replied that her pleasantry was much more agreeable than her anger, but I wished she would let me know the end of a visit that had hitherto between us been so unsisterly. She desired to be informed, in the name of everybody, was her word, that I was determined upon, and whether to comply or not. One word for all, my friends were not to have patience with so perverse a creature for ever. This then, I told her, I would do, absolutely break with the man they were all so determined against, upon condition, however, that neither Mr. Solmes nor any other were urged upon me with the force of a command. And what was this, more than I had offered before? What but ringing my changes upon the same bells, and neither receding nor advancing one tittle? If I knew what other proposals I could make, I told her, that would be acceptable to them all, and free me from the address of a man so disagreeable to me, I would make them. I had indeed before offered never to marry without my father's consent. She interrupted me. That was because I depended upon my whining tricks to bring my father and mother to what I pleased. A poor dependence, I said. She knew those who would make that dependence vain. And I should have brought them to my own beck very probably, and my uncle Harlowe too, as also my aunt Hervey, had I not been forbidden from their sight, and thereby hindered from playing my pug's tricks before them. At least, Bella, said I, you have hinted to me, to whom I am obliged, that my father and mother and everybody else treat me thus harshly. But surely you make them all very weak. Indifferent persons, judging of us two from what you say, would either think me a very artful creature, or you a very spiteful one. You are indeed a very artful one. For that matter, interrupted she, in a passion, one of the artfullest I have ever known. And then, following an accusation so low, so unsisterly, that I half bewitched people of my insinuating address, that nobody could be valued or respected, but must stand like ciphers wherever I came. How often, said she, have I and my brother been talking upon a subject, and had everybody's attention, till you came in, with your bewitching, meek pride, and humble significance? And then have we either been stopped by reference to Miss Clary's option, forsooth, or been forced to stop ourselves, or must have talked, or unattended to, by everybody? She paused. Dear Bella, proceed. She indeed seemed only gathering breath. And so I will, she said. Did you not bewitch my grandmother? Could anything be pleasing to him that you did not say or do? How did he used to hang, till he slabbered again, poor dotting old man, on your silver tongue? And what did you say that we could not have said? What did you do that we did not endeavour to do? And what was all this for? Why, truly, his last will showed what effect your smooth obligingness had upon him. To leave the acquired part of his estate from the next heirs, his own sons, to a grandchild, to his youngest grandchild, a daughter too, to leave the family pictures from his sons to you, because you tittle about them, and though you now neglect their examples, could wipe and clean them with your dainty hands. The family plate, too, in such quantities, of 2 or 3 generations standing, must not be changed because of his precarious child, humouring his old falla taste, admired it to make it all her own. This was too low to move me. O my poor sister, said I, not to be able, or at least willing, to distinguish between art and nature. If I did oblige, I was happy in it. I look for no further reward. My mind is above art, from the dirty motives you mention. I wish with all my heart my grandfather had not thus distinguished me. He saw my brother likely to be amply provided for out of the family as well as in it. Be desired that you might have the greater share of my father's favour, for he, and no doubt but you both have. You know, Bella, that the estate of my grandfather bequeathed me was not half the real estate he left. What's all that to an estate in possession, and left you with such distinction as gave you a reputation of greater value than the estate itself? Hence my misfortune, Bella, in your envy I doubt, but I have not given up that possession in the best manner I could. Yes, interrupting me, she hated me for that best manner. Specious little witch, she called me. Your best manner, so full of art and design, had never been seen through, if you, with your blandishing ways, have not been put out of sight, and reduced to positive declaration, hindered from playing your little declaration, hindered from playing your little whining tricks, curling like a serpent about your mamma, and making her cry to deny you anything your little obstinate heart was set upon. Obstinate heart, Bella. Yes, obstinate heart. For did you ever give up anything? Had you not the art to make them think all was right, you asked, though my brother and I were frequently refused favours of no greater import? I know not, Bella, that I ever asked anything unfit to be granted. I seldom asked favours for myself, but for others. I was a reflecting creature for this. All you speak of, Bella, was a long time ago. I cannot go so far back into our childish follies. Little did I think of how long-standing your late-shown antipathy is. I was a reflector again. Such a saucy meekness, such a best manner, and such venom in words. Oh, Clary, Clary, that wert always a two-faced girl. Nobody thought I had two faces when I gave up all my father's management, taking from his bounty as before all my little pocket-money, without a shilling addition to my stipend, or desiring it. Yes, cunning creature, and that was another of your fetches, for it did not engage my fond father, as no doubt you thought it would, to tell you that since you had done so grateful and foolish a thing, he would keep entire for your use all the produce of the estate left to you, but be but your steward in it, and that you should be entitled to the same allowances as before. Another of your hook-ins, Clary, so that all your extravagance have been supported gratis. My extravagances, Bella? But did my father ever give me anything he did not give you? Yes, indeed. I got more by that means than I should have had the conscience to ask, but I have still the greater part to show. But you have to show. I dare say not 50 pieces in the world. Indeed I have not. I believe you. Your mamma Norton, and I suppose, but mum for that. Unworthy Bella! The good woman, although low in circumstance, is great in mind, much greater than those who would impute meanness to a soul incapable of it. What then have you done with the sums given you from infancy to squander? Let me ask you, affecting archness, has Lovelace, has your rake put it out of interest for you? Oh, that, my dear sister, would not make me blush for her. It is, however, out at interest, and I hope it will bring me interest upon interest, better than to lie useless in my cabinet. She understood me, she said. Were I a man, she should suppose I was aiming to carry the county popularity, a crowd to follow me with their blessings as I wept to and from church, and nobody else to be regarded, were agreeable things. House-topped proclamations, I hid not my light under a bushel, she would say that for me. But was it not a little hard upon me to be kept from blazing on a Sunday, and to be hindered from my charitable ostentations? This indeed, Bella, is cruel in you, who have so largely contributed to my confinement. But go on. You'll be out of breath by and by. I cannot wish to be able to return this usage. Poor Bella! And I believe I smiled a little too contemptuously for her sister, to a sister. None of your saucy contempts, rising in her voice. None of your poor Bellas, with the air of superiority in a younger sister. Well then, rich Bella? Curtsying, that will please you better, and it is due likewise to the hoards you boast of. Look ye, Clary, holding up her hand, if you are not a little more abject in your meekness, a little more mean in your humility, and treat me with the respect due to an elder sister, you shall find. Not that you will treat me any worse than you have done, Bella. That cannot be, unless you were to let fall your uplifted hand upon me, and that would less become you to do than me to bear. Good meek creature! But you were upon your overtones just now. I shall surprise everybody by tarrying so long. They will think some good may be done with you, and supper will be ready. A tear would stray down my cheek. How happy have I been, said I, sighing in the supper-time conversations with all my dear friends, in my eye round their hospitable board. I met only with insult. For this Bella has not a feeling heart. The highest joy in this life she is not capable of, but then she saves herself many griefs by her impenetrableness. Yet for 10 times the pain that such a sensibility is attended with, would I not part with the pleasure it brings with it. She asked me, upon turning from her, if she should not say anything below of my compliances. You may say that I will do everything they would have me do, if they will free me from Mr. Solmes's address. This is all you desire at present? Creeper on, insinuator, what words has she? But will not the other man flame out, and roar most horribly upon the snatching from his paws a prey he thought himself sure of? I must let you talk in your own way, or we shall never come to a point. It shall not matter in his roaring, as you call it. I will promise him that, if I ever marry any other man, it shall not be till he is married, and if he be not satisfied with such a condescension, I shall think he ought, and I will give any assurances that I will neither correspond with him nor see him. Surely this will do. But I suppose then that you have no objection to see and converse on a civil footing with Mr. Solmes as your father's friend, or so. No, I must be permitted to retire to my apartment whenever he comes. I would no more converse with this one than correspond with the other, and that would make Mr. Lovelace guilty of some rashness, on the belief that I broke with him to have Mr. Solmes. And so that wicked wretch is to be allowed such a control over you, that you are not to be civil to your father's friends at his own house, for fear of incensing him. When this comes to be represented, be so good as to tell me, what is it you expect from it? Everything, I said, or nothing, as she was pleased to represent it. Be so good as to give it your interest, Bella, and say further, that I will by any means I can, in the law or otherwise, make over to my father, to my uncles, or even to my brother, all I am entitled to by my grandfather's will, as a security for the performance of my promises. and as I shall have no reason to expect any favour from my father, if I break them, I shall not be worth anybody's having. And further, still unkindly as my brother has used me, I will go down to Scotland privately as his housekeeper. I now see I may be spared here, if he will promise to treat me no worse than he would do a hired one. Or I will go to Florence, to my cousin Morden, if his stay in Italy will admit of it. In either case, it may be given out, that I am gone to the other, or to the world's end. I care not whither it is said I am gone, or do go. Let me ask you, child, if you will give your pretty proposal in writing? Yes, with all my heart. And I stepped to my closet, and wrote to my purpose I have mentioned, and moreover the following lines to my brother. My dear brother, I hope I have made such proposals to my sister as will be accepted. I am sure they will, if you please to give them your sanction. Let me beg of you, for God's sake, that you will. I think myself very unhappy in having incurred your displeasure. No sister can love a brother better than I love you. Pray do not put the worst, but the best constructions upon my proposals when you have them reported to you. Indeed, I mean the best. I have no subterfuges, no arts, no intentions, but to keep to the letter of them. You shall yourself draw up everything into writing as strong as you can, and I will sign it. And what the law will not do to enforce it, my resolution and my will shall, so that I shall be worth nobody's address, and that not my papa's consent, nor shall any person, nor any consideration, induce me to revoke it. You can do no more than anybody to reconcile my parents and uncles to me. Let me owe this desirable favour to your brotherly interposition, and you will for ever oblige your afflicted sister, C.L. Harlowe. And how do you think Bella employed herself while I was writing? Why, playing gently upon my harpsichord, and humming to it, to show her unconcernedness. When I approached her with what I had written, she arose with an air of levity. Why, love, you have not written already? You have, I protest. Oh, what a ready pen woman! May I read it? If you please, and let me beseech you, my dear Bella, to back these proposals with your good offices. And, folding my uplifted hands, tears, I believe, standing in my eyes, I will love you as never sister loved another. Thou art a strange creature, she said. There is no withstanding thee. She took the proposals and letter, and having read them, burst into affected laugh. How wise ones may be taken in! Then you did not know that I was jesting with you all this time, and so you would have me carry down this pretty piece of nonsense. Don't let me be so surprised at your seeming unsisterliness, Bella. I hope it is but seeming. There can be no wit in such jesting as this. The folly of the creature! How natural it is for people, when they set their hearts upon anything, to think everybody must see with their eyes. Pray, dear child, what becomes of your father's authority here? Who stoops here, the parent or the child? How does the square with engagements actually agreed upon between your father and Mr. Solmes? What sincerity, that your rake will not follow you to the world's end! Nevertheless, that you may not think that I stand in the way of a reconciliation on such fine terms as these, I will be your messenger this once, and hear what my papa will say to it, although beforehand I can tell you these proposals will not answer the principal end. So down she went, but it seems my aunt Hervey and my uncle Harlowe were not gone away, and as they have all engaged to act in concert, messengers were dispatched to my uncle and aunt to desire them to be there at breakfast in the morning. Monday night, 11 o'clock. I am afraid I shall not be thought worthy. Just as I began to fear I should not be thought worthy of an answer, Betty rapped at my door, and said, if I were not in bed, she had a letter for me. I had but just done writing the above dialogue, and stepped to the door with the pen in my hand. Always writing, miss, said the bold wench. It is admirable how you can get away with what you write, but the fairies, they say, are always at hand, to help lovers. She retired in so much haste, that had I been disposed, I could not take the notice of this insolence, which it deserved. I enclosed my brother's letter. He was resolved to let me see, that I should have nothing to expect from his kindness. But surely he will not be permitted to carry every point. The assembling of my friends to morrow is a good sign, and I will hope something from that, and from proposals too reasonable. And now I will try if any repose will fall to my lot for the remainder of this night. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, enclosed in the preceding. Your proposals will be considered by your father and mother and all your friends tomorrow morning. What trouble does your shameful forwardness give us all! I wonder you have the courage to write to me, upon whom you are so continually emptying your whole female quiver. I have no patience with you for reflecting upon me as the aggressor in a quarrel, which owed its beginning to my consideration for you. You have made such confession in a villain's favour as ought to cause all your relations to renounce you for ever. For my part, I will not believe any woman in the world who promises against her avowed inclination. To put it out of your power to ruin yourself is the only way left to prevent your ruin. I did not intend to write, but your too kind sister has prevailed upon me. As to your going to Scotland, that day of grace is over, nor would I advise you that you should go to grandfather, up your cousin Morden. Besides, that worthy gentleman might be involved in some fatal dispute upon your account, and then be called the aggressor. A fine situation you have brought yourself to propose to hide yourself from your rake, and to have falsehoods told, to conceal you. Your confinement, at this rate, is the happiest thing that could befall you. Your bravo's behaviour at church, looking out for you, is a sufficient indication of his power over you, had you not so shamelessly acknowledged it. One word for all, your parents and uncles may do as they will, but if for the honour of the family I cannot carry this point, I will retire to Scotland, and never see the face of any one of it more. James Harlowe. There's a brother! There's a flaming duty to a father and mother and uncles! But he sees himself valued and made of consequence, and he gives himself airs accordingly. Nevertheless, as I said before, I will hope better things from those who have not the interest my brother has, to keep open these unhappy differences. End of Letter 42. Read by Patti Brugman. Letter 43 of Clarissa by Samuel Richardson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patti Brugman. Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Miss Howe, Tuesday, March 21st. Would you not have thought, my dear Miss Howe, as well as I, that my proposal must have been accepted, and that my brother, by the last article of his unbrotherly letter, where he threatens to go to Scotland if it should be hearkened to, was of opinion that it would? For my part, after I had read the unkind letter over and over, I concluded upon the whole that a reconciliation upon terms so disadvantageous to myself as hardly any other person in my case, I dare say, would have proposed, must be the result of this morning's conference. And in that belief I had begun to give myself new trouble in thinking, this difficulty over, how I should be able to pacify Lovelace on that part of my engagement by which I undertook to break off all correspondence with him, unless my friends should be brought by the interposition of his powerful friends, and any offers they might make, which it was rather his part to suggest than mine to intimate, to change their minds. Thus was I employed, not very agreeably, you may believe, because of the vehemence of the tempers I had to conflict with, when breakfasting time approached, and my judges began to arrive. And oh, how my heart fluttered on hearing the chariot of the one, and then of the other, rattle through the courtyard, and the hollow-sounding footsteps giving notice of each person's stepping out to take his place on the awful bench which my fancy had formed for them and my other judges. That, thought I, is my aunt Hervey's, that my uncle Harlowe's. Now comes my uncle Anthony, and my imagination made a fourth chariot for the odious Solmes, although it happened he was not there. And now, thought I, are they all assembled, and now my brother calls upon my sister to make her report. Now the hard-hearted Bella interlards her speech with invective. Now has she concluded her report. Now they debate upon it. Now does my brother flame. Now threaten to go to Scotland. Now is he chidden, and now soothed. And then I ran through the whole conference in my imagination, forming speeches for this person and that, pro and con, till all concluded, as I flattered myself, in an acceptance of my conditions, and in giving directions to have an instrument drawn to tie me up to my good behaviour. Well, I suppose all agreed to give Solmes a wife every way more worthy of him, and with her the promise of my grandfather's estate, in case of my forfeiture or dying unmarried, on the righteous condition he proposes to entitle himself to it with me. And now, thought I, am I to be ordered down to recognize my own proposals? And how shall I look upon my awful judges? How shall I stand the questioning of some, the set surliness of others, the returning love of one or two? How greatly shall I be affected? Then I wept, and I dried my eyes, and I practised at my glass for a look more cheerful than my heart. And now, as anything stirred, is my sister coming to declare the issue of all. Tears gushing again, my heart fluttering as a bird against its wires, drying my eyes again and again to no purpose. And thus my Nancy, excuse the fanciful prolixity, was I employed, and such were my thoughts and imaginations, when I found a very different result from the hopeful conference. For about 10 o'clock up came my sister, with an air of cruel triumph, waving her hand with a light flourish. Obedience without reserve is required of you, Clary. My papa is justly incensed that you should presume to dispute his will, and to make conditions with him. He knows what is best for you, and as you own matters are gone a great way between this hated Lovelace and you, they will believe nothing you say, except you will give the one only instance that will put them out of doubt of the sincerity of your promises. What, child, are you surprised? Cannot you speak? Then it seems you had expected a different issue, had you? Strange that you could, with all your acknowledgments and confessions so credible to your noted prudence. I was indeed speechless for some time. My eyes were even fixed, and ceased to flow. But upon the hard-hearted Bella proceeding with her airs of insult, indeed I was mistaken, said I. Indeed I was. For in you, Bella, I hoped for a sister. What, interrupted she, with all your mannerly flings and your despising airs, did you expect that I was capable of telling stories for you? Did you think that when I was asked my own opinion of the sincerity of your declarations, I could not tell them how far matters had gone between you and your fellow? When the intention is to bend that stubborn will of yours to your duty, do you think I would deceive them? Do you think I would encourage them to call you down to contradict all that I should have invented in your favour? Well, well, Bella, I am less obliged to you, that's all. I was willing to think that I still had a brother and sister, but I find I am mistaken. Pretty mopsy-eyed soul, was her expression. And was it willing to think it had still a brother and sister? And why don't you go on, Clary? Mocking my half-weeping accent, I thought I had a father, a mother, 2 uncles, and an aunt, but I am mistaken, that's all. Come, Clary, say this, and it will be in part true, because you have thrown off all their authority, and because you respect one vile wretch more than them all. How have I deserved this at your hands, sister? But I will only say I pity you. And with that disdainful air, too, Clary, none of that bridled neck, none of your scornful pity, girl, I beseech you. This sort of behaviour is natural to you, surely, Bella. What new talents does it discover in you? But proceed. If it be a pleasure to you, proceed, Bella. And since I must not pity you, I will pity myself, for nobody else will. Because you don't, said she. Hush, Bella, interrupting her. Because I don't deserve it. I know you were going to say so. I will say as you say in everything, and that's the way to please you. Then say Lovelace is a villain. So I will, when I think him so. Then you don't think him so? Indeed I don't. You did not always, Bella. And what, Clary, did you mean by that? Bristling up to me. Tell me what you mean by that reflection. Tell me why you call it a reflection. What did I say? Thou art a provoking creature. But what say you to 2 or 3 duels of that wretch's? I can't tell what to say unless I knew the occasions. Do you justify duelling at all? I do not, neither can I help this duelling. Will you go down and humble that stubborn spirit of yours to your mamma? I said nothing. Shall I conduct your ladyship down, offering to take my declined hand? What, not vouchsafe to answer me? I turned from her in silence. What, turn your back upon me too? Shall I bring up your mamma to you, love? Following me and taking my struggling hand. What, not speak yet? Come, my sullen, silent dear, speak one word to me. You must say 2 very soon to Mr. Solmes. I can tell you that. Then, gushing into tears, which I could not hold in longer, they shall be the last words I will ever speak. Well, well, insultingly wiping my averted face with her handkerchief, while her other hand held mine in a ridiculing tone, I am glad anything will make thee speak. That you think you may be brought to speak the 2 words, only they are to be the last, and how like a gentle lover from its tender bleeding heart was that. Ridiculous, Bella. Saucy, Clary, changing her sneering tone to an imperious one. But do you think you can humble yourself to go down to your mamma? I am tired of such stuff as this. Tell me, Bella, if my mamma will condescend to see me. Yes, if you can be dutiful at last. I can. I will. But what call you dutiful? To give up my own inclinations. That's something more for you to tell of, in obedience of my parents' commands, and to beg that I may not be made more miserable with a man that is fitter for anybody than for me. For me, do you mean, Clary? Why not, since you have put the question? You have a better opinion of him than I have. My friends, I hope, would not think him too good for me, and not good enough for you. But cannot you tell me, Bella, what is to become of me without insulting over me thus? If I must be thus treated, remember that if I am guilty of any rashness, the usage I meet with will justify it. So, Clary, you are contriving an excuse, I find, for somewhat that we have not doubted has been in your head a great while. If it were so, you seem resolved for your part, and so does my brother for his, that I shall not want one. But indeed, Bella, I can no longer bear this reputation of the worst part of yesterday's conversation. I desire I may throw myself at my father and mother's feet, and hear from them what their sentence is. I shall at least avoid, by that means, the unsisterly insults I meet with from you. Heyday, what is this? Is it you, my meek sister Clary? Yes, it is, Bella, and I will claim the protection due to a child of the family, or to know why I am to be thus treated, when I offer only to preserve myself the liberty of refusal which belongs to my sex, and to please my parents would give up my choice. I have contented myself till now to take second-hand messengers and first-hand insults. You are but my sister, My brother is not my sovereign, and while I have a father and mother living, I will not be thus treated by a brother and sister, and their servants, all setting upon me, as it should seem, to make me more desperate, and to do a rash thing. I will know, in short, Sister Bella, why I am to be constrained thus, what is intended by it, and whether I am to be considered as a child or a slave. She stood aghast all the time, partly with real, partly with affected surprise. And is it you? Is it indeed you? Well, Clara, you amaze me. But since you are so desirous to refer yourself to your father and mother, I will go down and tell them what you say. Your friends are not yet gone, I believe, and they shall assemble again, and then you may come down and please your own cause in person. Let me then, but let my brother and you be absent. You have made yourself too much parties against me to sit as my judges, and I desire to have none of yours or his interpositions. I'm sure you could not have represented what I proposed fairly. I'm sure you could not. Nor is it possible you should be commissioned to treat me thus. Well, well, I'll call upon my brother to you. I will indeed. He shall justify himself as well as me. I desire not to see my brother, except he will come as a brother, laying aside the authority he has unjustly assumed over me. And so, Clary, is it nothing to him or to me? Is it that our sister shall disgrace her whole family? As how, Bella, disgrace it? The man whom you thus freely treat is a man of birth and fortune, is a man of parts, and nobly allied. He was once thought worthy of you, and I wish to heaven you had had him. I am sure it was not thus my fault you had not, although you treated me thus. This set her into a flame. I wish I had forborne it. Oh, how the poor Bella raved! I thought she would have beat me once or twice, and she vowed her fingers itched to do so. But I was not worth her anger, yet she flamed on. We were heard to be on high, and Betty came up from my mother to commend my sister to attend her. She went down accordingly, threatening me with letting every one know what a violent creature I had shown myself to be. Tuesday noon, March 21st. I have as yet heard no more of my sister, and have not courage enough to insist upon throwing myself at the feet of my father and mother, as I thought in my heat of temper I should be able to do. And I am now grown as calm as ever, and were Bella to come up again, as fit to be played upon as before. I am indeed sorry that I sent her from me in such disorder, but my papa's letter threatening me with my uncle Anthony's house and chapel terrifies me strangely, and by their silence I am afraid some new storm is gathering. But what shall I do with this Lovelace? I have just now but the unsuspected hole in the wall that I told you of in my letter by Hannah, got a letter from him. So uneasy is he for fear that I should be prevailed upon in Solmes's favour, so full of menaces, if I am so resenting the usage I receive, for how can I not tell, but he has undoubted intelligence of all that is done in the family, such protestations of inviolable faith and honour, such vows of reformation, such pressing arguments to escape from this disgraceful confinement. Oh, my Nancy, what shall I do with this Lovelace? End of letter 43, read by Patti Brugman. Letter 44 of Clarissa by Samuel Richardson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patti Brugman. Clarissa, or The History of a Young Lady, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 44. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. My Aunt Hervey lay here last night, and is but just gone from me. She came up to me with my sister. They would not trust my aunt without this ill-natured witness. When she entered my chamber, I told her that this visit was a high favour to a poor prisoner in her hard confinement. I kissed her hand. She, kindly saluting me, said, Why this distance to your aunt, my dear, who loves you so well? She owned that she came to expostulate with me for the peace sake of the family, for that she could not believe it possible, if I did not conceive myself unkindly treated, that I, who had ever shown such a sweetness of temper as well as manners, should be thus resolute, in a point so very near to my father and all my friends. My mother and she were both willing to impute my resolution to the manner I had been begun with, and to my supposing that my brother had originally more of a hand in the proposals made by Mr. Solmes than my father or the friends. In short, fain would my aunt have furnished me with an excuse to come off my opposition, Belle all the while humming a tune, and opening this book and that without meaning but saying nothing. After having shown me that my opposition could not be of signification, my father's honour being engaged, my aunt concluded with enforcing me my duty in stronger terms than I believe she would have done, the circumstances of the case considered, had not my sister been present. It would be repeating what I have so often mentioned to give you the arguments that passed on both sides, so I will only recite what she was pleased to say, that carried with it a new face. When she found me inflexible, as she was pleased to call it, she said, for her part, she could not but say, that if I were not to have either Mr. Solmes or Mr. Lovelace, and yet, to make my friends easy, must marry, she should not think amiss of Mr. Wyerley. What did I think of Mr. Wyerley? Ah, Clary, put in my sister, what do you say to Mr. Wyerley? I saw through this immediately. It was said on purpose, I doubted not, to have an argument against me of absolute prepossession in Mr. Lovelace's favour, since Mr. Wyerley everywhere avows his values, even to veneration for me, and is far less exceptionable both in person and mind than Mr. Solmes. But I was willing to turn the tables by trying how far Mr. Solmes's terms might be dispensed with, since the same terms could not be expected from Mr. Wyerley. I therefore decided to know whether my answer, if it should be in favour of Mr. Wyerley, would release me from Mr. Solmes, for I owned that I had not the aversion to him that I had to the other. Nay, she had no commission to propose such a thing. She only knew that my father and mother would not be easy till Mr. Lovelace's hopes were entirely defeated. Cunning creature, said my sister. And this, and her adjoining in the question before, convinced me that it was a designed snare for me. Don't you, dear madam, said I, put questions that can answer no end, but to support my brother's schemes against me. But are there any hopes of an end to my sufferings and disgrace without having this hated man imposed upon me? Will not what I have offered be accepted? I'm sure it ought. I will venture to say that. Why, niece, if there be not any such hopes, I presume you don't think yourself absolved from the duty due from a child to her parents? Yes, said my sister, I do not doubt, but it is Mr. Clary's aim, if she does not fly to her Lovelace, to get her estate into her own hands, but go to live at the Grove, in that independence upon which she builds all her perseverance. And, dear heart, my little love, how will you then blaze away? Your mamma Norton, your oracle, with your poor, and your Gates mingling so proudly and so meanly with the raged herd, reflecting by your ostentation upon all the ladies in the county who do not as you do. This is known to be your scheme, and the poor without doors, and Lovelace within. With one hand building up a name, pulling it down with the other. Oh, what a charming scheme is this! But let me tell you, my pretty little flighty one, that your father's living will shall control your grandfather's dead one, and that estate will be dispensed of, as your fond grandfather would have disposed it, and he lived to see such a change in his favour. In a word, miss, it will be kept out of your hands till my father sees you discreet enough to have the management of it, or till you can, dutifully by law, tear it from him. Fie, Miss Harlowe, said my aunt, this is not pretty to your sister. Oh, madam, let her go. This is nothing to what I have borne from Miss Harlowe. She is either commissioned to treat me ill by her envy, or by an higher authority to which I must submit. As to revoking this estate, what hinders, if I pleased? I know my power, but have not the least thought of exerting it. Be pleased to let my father know, that whatever be the consequence to myself, were he to turn me out of doors, which I should rather think he would do, than to be confined and insulted as I am, and were I to be reduced to indigence and want, I would seek no relief that should be contrary to his will. For that matter, child, said my aunt, were you to marry, you must do as your husband will have you. If that husband be Mr. Lovelace, he will be glad of any opportunity of further embroiling the families. And let me tell you, niece, if he had the respect for you which he pretends to have, he would not throw out defiances as he does. He is known to be very revengeful. And were I you, Miss Clary, I should be afraid he would wreak upon me that vengeance, though I had not offered him which he is continually threatening to pour upon the family. Mr. Lovelace's threatened vengeance is in return for threatened vengeance. It is not everybody will bear insult, as of late I have been forced to bear it. Oh, how my sister's face shone with passion! But Mr. Lovelace, proceeded I, as I have said 20 times, would be quite out of question with me, were I to be generously treated. My sister said something with great vehemence, but only raising my voice to be heard without minding her. Pray, madam, provoking, interrogated I, was he not to have been as wild a man when he was at first introduced into our family as he is said to be? Yet then the common phrases of wild oats and black oxen and such like were qualifiers, and marriage and the wife's discretion were to perform wonders. But turning to my sister, I find I have said too much. O thou wicked reflector! And what made me abhor him, think you, but the proof of those villainous freedoms that ought to have had the same effect upon you, were you but half so good a creature as you pretended to be? Proof, did you say, Bella? I thought you had not proof, but you know best. Was not this very spiteful, my dear? Now, Clary, said she, would I give 1,000 pounds to know all that is in thy little rancorous and reflecting heart at this moment. I might let you know for much less sum, and not be afraid of being worse treated than I have been. Well, young ladies, I am sorry to see passion run so high between you. You know, niece, to me, you had not been confined thus to your apartment, could your mother by condescension, or by your father by authority, have been able to move you. But how can you expect, when there must be a concession on one side, that it should be on theirs? If my Dolly, who has not the 100th part of your understanding, were thus to set herself up in absolute contradiction to my will, in the point so material, I should not take it well of her. Indeed, I should not. I believe not, madam, that if Miss Hervey had just such a brother, and just such a sister, you may look, Bella, and if both were to aggravate her parents as my brother and sister do mine, then perhaps you might use her as I am used, and if she hated the man you propose to her, and with as much reason as I do Mr. Solmes, and love a rake and libertine miss as you do Lovelace, said my sister, then might she, continued I, not minding her, beg to be excused from obeying. And if she did, and would give you the most solemn assurances and security besides, that she would never have the man you disliked against your consent, I dare say Miss Hervey's father and mother would sit down satisfied, and not endeavour to force her inclinations. So, said my sister, with uplifted hands, father and mother now come in for their share. But if, child, replied my aunt, I knew she loved a rake, and suspected that she sought only to gain time in order to wire-draw me into consent. I beg pardon, madam, for interrupting you, but if Miss Hervey could obtain your consent, what further would be said? True, child, but she never should. Then, madam, it would never be. That I doubt, niece. If you do, madam, can you think confinement and ill usage is the way to prevent the apprehended rashness? My dear, this sort of intimation would make one but too apprehensive that there is no trusting to yourself when one knows your inclination. That apprehension, madam, seems to have been conceived before this intimation, or the least cause for it was given. Why else the disgraceful confinement I have been laid under? Let me venture to say that my sufferings seem to be rather owing to a concerted design to intimidate me. Bella held up her hands, knowing there were two good grounds for my opposition, than to a doubt of my conduct, for when they were inflicted first I had given no cause for doubt, nor should there be room now for any, if my discretion might be trusted. My aunt, after a little hesitation, said, "But consider, my dear, what confusion will be perpetuated in your family if you marry this hated Lovelace. And let it be considered what misery to me, madam, if I marry that hated Solmes. Many a young creature has thought she could not love a man with whom she has afterwards been very happy. Few women, child, marry their first loves. That may be the reason there are so few happy marriages. But there are few first impressions fit to be encouraged. I am afraid so too, madam. I have a very different opinion of light and first impressions. But as I have so often said, all I wish for is to have leave to live single. Indeed you must not, miss. Your father and mother will be unhappy till they see you married and out of Lovelace's reach. I am told that you propose to condition with him, so far as matters are gone between you, never to have any man, if you have not him. I know no better way to prevent mischief on all sides, I freely own it, and there is not, if he be out of the question, another man in the world I can think favourably of. Nevertheless, I would give all I have in the world, that he were married to some other person. Indeed I would, Bella, for all you put on that smile incredulity. May be so, Clary, but I will smile for all that. If he be out of the question, repeated my aunt, so, Miss Clary, I see how it is. I will go down. Miss Harlowe, I shall follow you, and I will endeavour to persuade your father to let my sister herself come up, and a happier event may then result. Depend upon it, madam, said my sister, this will be the case. My mother and she will both be in tears, but with this different effect. My mother will come down softened and cut to the heart, but will leave her favourite hardened. From the advantages she will think she has over my mother's tenderness, why, madam, it is for this very reason that the girl is not admitted into her presence. Thus she ran on as she went downstairs. End of Letter 44, read by Patti Brugman. End of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, by Samuel Richardson.